Yep, St Thomas of Canterbury, definitely in that lane 4 position. He's got on his right shoulder, he's got Wakatip 2, but he's a couple of lengths down. Down past the island to go, St Thomas of Canterbury. He's got a commanding lead at this stage in this, the B final, race 102 of the Regatta. Congratulations to all those that were out there racing yesterday. It was a brilliant day's racing. Everybody behaved themselves, and I think they said this morning in the meeting for the umpires that there had been no complaints or no Still St Thomas of Canterbury heading towards the 1,000 metre peg. He's on his right hand shoulder. He has got the crew from Wakatip. That's Wakatip 2. Salmon from Wakatip. He appears to be right there as well. Right on his. There's absolutely nothing separating the rest. It's just the St Thomas of Canterbury boy has got himself about a length and a half lead. And then from there is absolutely nothing happening from there. Nobody broken out from the rest of the bunch, all from lanes 1 right through, are all there together. Wakatip on his right shoulder would be up into second. Oh, there's a crew just ahead of Wakatip taking with it. So it is Burnside and St Thomas of Canterbury 2. They're all in the firing line heading through the 1,000 metre peg. It is, yep, and then it goes to, it's certainly St Thomas of Canterbury. He's got a commanding lead of a good length and a half, and then we go 2 out from there, which is Burnside. That's his Emmanuel from Burnside, and then right in between them is the Wakatip number 2 sculler, and then right on their right-hand shoulder is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury 2. That looks like the first bunch. The only one to slip off is the very outside, which is one of the slow lanes, but one inside, Burnside 1. He looks like he wants to show that he should have been into the A final as well. Down on the inside, nothing separating lanes 1, 2, maybe 3, just back ever so slightly. That's the Cromwell sculler. Harrison Mills from Cromwell. He's just slipped off by about a length and a half from the 2 crews on the inside of him, which is Christchurch Boys and Shirley Boys. So through the 1,000 we go, and it is, as we picked it up, St Thomas of Canterbury, first out of the blocks, first through to the 1,000 metre peg. The A final is right in behind them, so immediately we can get a good view of the A final. We will go straight to the A final for you. But as they come down, St Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatip on his right-hand shoulder, still only that length and a quarter way. And then just ahead of them, ahead of him is the Burnside number 2 sculler and Burnside number 1 sculler right out on the very far side. There's where all the action is. Tucked in between them is St Thomas of Canterbury 2. Then we come down the inside as Christchurch Boys and Shirley Boys. They've been locked together all the way through the course, only about a half a length separating them. And it looked like Cromwell was just starting to drift off a little bit, but he looks like he might be still there, the sculler from Cromwell. Yeah, he's right there as well. So it's St Thomas of Canterbury, Burnside and Burnside. The 2 Burnside crews going along pretty well. So we'll immediately leave you with that B final and go and pick up the A final, which has got Wairau, Ashburton, Wakatip 3, Timaru, Wakatip 1, Cromwell, Timaru, Wanaka and St Bede's number 2. A full field, I'm pretty sure, has gone to the start. Yep, no scratchings, they're all there, and they're just heading towards the 1,000 metre peg, and now we've got something a little closer now. The only crews to drop off are those 2 slow lanes and the flared effect, where we get the fast crews in the middle. And you'll find that it is Wairau and St Bede's 2 have just slipped off, and apart from that you could just about put a line, that's a clothesline, across the bow of all those boats going into the 1,000 metre peg. Oh gosh, 4 and 5 locked together. So lane 4 is Timaru Boys, William Talbot. Oh yeah, he went well yesterday. And Marley King Smith for Wakatu. Both these two crews. They got about a length, maybe a length. This looks like the Timaru boy. Looks like he might have just gone and put his nose in front of the Wakatip sculler. For Timaru and Wakatip. Might be Wakatip. Oh, there's nothing between them. And then we go outside that again, which is the Wanaka sculler as well. Young Jem Curtis from Wanaka is right in there as well. Timaru and Cromwell. So we go back to the leaders. 4 and 5 still. 4, 5 and 6 now. 4, 5 and 6. That's where the action is. 4 Timaru Boys. 5 is Wakatip. 6 is Cromwell. Matt King from Cromwell. They are right there. The three of them are eyeballing each other right in the fast lanes, right, giving you the arrow effect, which is looking really good. Then we go from Timaru, we go from Cromwell sculler, Matt, who's in third. We go out to Timaru and we go out to Wanaka, and right on the far side it is the crew from St. Bede's. Down the inside, just feeling the pinch a little bit now. The slower crews, the crews that are not in the fast lanes, are just starting to drift off a little bit down the inside, which is Wakatip 3, Ashburton as they flare away in Indian file, and Wairau back into the centre. It's the two crews in the centre, Timaru and Wakatip 1. Timaru, Wakatip 1, where's Matty King from Cromwell? Oh, it's Wakatip. It's Wakatip have taken the lead. Wakatip's got the lead now over maybe, still Timaru and then Cromwell. Nothing between Timaru and Cromwell. And then on the right-hand side of Cromwell is the second Timaru crew, James Patterson from Timaru. Under 17 boys final here at the 2022 South Island Schools or South Island Junior Regatta. So it's Wakatip. This young sculler from Wakatip, Marley King Smith, under the guidance of John Morrison. He's gone and put a length and a half over the Timaru boy, and now Timaru's under extreme pressure from Cromwell, from Matty King from Cromwell. So the Timaru, William Talbot's going to have a good last 450 metres. Then we go out there, we go out to second out from the outside, which is Wanaka. Or just check those colours if I can see colours for you. Yeah, Wanaka boy's going well too. He's up into fourth chop. And he's trying to bring with him, he's trying to bring the St. Bede's too, but he's about 3 or 4 lengths back, and just inside St. Bede's too is the Timaru number 1 crew. And then we come down to the flared effect, down the inside, Wakatip 3, Ashburton and Wairau. But he's really opened up the gap now. He wants to take the title if there's titles. Oh, there will be. And he's opened up at least 2 1/4 lengths now over Timaru. Cromwell's challenge has come to the end. Timaru's now got an advantage of a length and a half over Cromwell, and Cromwell's under siege from the Wanaka sculler. Out on the far side, down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. And it looks very much like they're not going to pick up the leader from Wakatip. Wakatip's going to take the first title to the day. Or like I say, if they're dishing out titles, I don't know. But the winner of the first final of the day, Wakatip, down through the 100-metre buoy line he goes. Through the line he goes, this time now through the line. Timaru this time now through the line. And then we have to go a couple and a half lengths back to Cromwell. Another length and a half back to fast finishing Wanaka, who's opened up a gap from the rest of the field. Down on the inside we have Timaru 2, and then we come back to the flared effect on the inside, Wakatip, Ashburton and Wairau. Down towards the buzzer he goes. Wakatip's got it, Marley. There's the first title, the first final. Timaru, a length and a half down. And 2.5 to 3 lengths back to Cromwell. Will take the third shot. Well done, Matt. Then we go from there, we go up the far side, we go to Wanaka, Timaru 1, down the inside to Wakatip 3, Ashburton, Wairau and St. Bede's across the far side. They have gone through in an 8:13. Girls under 17 Cox 4 final. Oamaru, Meridian, Nelson, Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru, Wairea, Columba College, Rangi's 2 on the outside in 8, and Christchurch Girls in lane number 9. It appears that they have all gone to the start and they're just about ready to hit the 1,000 metre peg. We're getting a lot closer racing today. We expected it. We saw yesterday where there was a lot of crews a country mile out in front. But I'll tell you what, you were not going to get that today. We've got the crew in the middle, which is five lanes out, which is the crew from Rangiruru, Wairea, right on their right-hand shoulder. Rangi's got a slight advantage. And then from Wairea we go, of course, to Columba College. Oh, no, Columba College back off it a little bit. It's Rangi 2. So it's Rangi 1 and Rangi 2 locking horns together out in front as they shoot through the 1,000 metre peg. It is Rangiruru 1 over Rangiruru 2. And then trying to upset the kettle from Rangi is Wairea on the right-hand side of the Rangi number 1 crew, smack bang in the middle of the course. They're trying to bring Columba with them as well. Then we come down on the left-hand side of Rangi, Christchurch Girls. They're about 2 lengths away from the leading crew, and then from there they flare off and starting to flare back in the Indian file, which is Nelson, Marion, Oamaru. And across the far side, the Christchurch Girls number 2 crew feeling the pinch. But we go back smack bang in the centre of the lane. The fast lane, Rangiruru. They must have had the quickest time in the heats yesterday. Rangiruru. It's got the Wallace twins in there helping them out. Growing Rangiruru out in front by a length to a length and a quarter. Over their number 2 crew. Their number 2 crew would only have a half a length over Wairea. That's where the action's coming from in the centre. And then one of the slower lanes, which is Rangi 2, having a better row today. They're right in the firing line. Wairea, maybe Wairea is slightly ahead of them. And then in between them is Columba College, but Columba College is going to have to pretty fast 500 from there as they go through the 500 pegs. Then we go to Nelson. Christchurch Girls it is. And then we go to Nelson, Marion, Oamaru, and Christchurch Girls number 2. Through the 1,000 metres, Rangi 1, they're going to have a lot of ground to catch up to take the title off them, or to take the win off them, and they have got a commanding lead of 2 to 2.5 lengths over Wairea. Wairea has got a length and a quarter over Rangi's number 2. Rangi number 2 would only have a length over the Christchurch Girls down on the inside of the leading crew, and they would have a couple of lengths over Columba College. That's the leading group as they head down towards the yellow boys. Rangi, no doubt about it in front. The coaching team from Rangi doing a pretty good job. They had a very good regatta yesterday. Gary and the team, they're out in front. It's not going to be Rangi 1 and 2 though. I'll tell you what, Columba College is coming home really, really quickly. They've moved right up alongside Rangi's number 2 crew and now going to put their nose in front of them, and they're actually challenging. It's Wairea. No, it's Wairea and Christchurch Girls down on the inside. So Columba are back off the pace a bit. Now they feel the pinch. And also Rangiruru's number 2 crew. The big finish is Wairea. Wairea or Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls up within about a canvas of Wairea now. So it's Rangiruru through the 100 metre buoy line. Christchurch Girls right past Wairea. And they've gone up into second place by about a half a length. And then we go to Wairea, and then Rangi number 2's trying to get back into the finish as well, but they're about a length down off Wairea. Down towards the buzzer they go. Rangiruru, congratulations. The title goes to Christchurch. The winners do. 2.5 lengths clear. Christchurch Girls a half a length back to Wairea, a length and a half back to Rangi 2. And then we go to the crews. Columba College down the inside to the Nelson colours, back at the side Christchurch 2, and the 2 crews down on the inside, Marion and Oamaru. They have gone through in 7:50, so they deserve to be in the A final. Well, that's it, 7:50. That's pretty quick. Race 105 is the boys under 15 double sculls. Looks like they've only just gone out from the start. We've got Regatta, Canterbury, the boys under 15s, they will quite possibly, the water conditions absolutely brilliant now. I don't know if anyone's just arrived, but she was quite lively this morning. There was quite a strong breeze coming from the southwest, which was putting a wee bit of a lump on the water, but it's certainly, weather forecast says it's going to drop away, which it's done, so the water conditions are back to spot on again as we go through the 1,000 metre peg. And it looks like the crew from Oamaru, it looks like Oamaru, that looks like they're got their nose in front going through the 1,000 metre peg. So Oamaru, and then we go 2 out from Oamaru, we go to Christchurch Boys, just trying to stick their nose in between them as Wakatip. And where's Christ College? We're looking for Christ College in the same, but the gold of Oamaru. Oh, just here on the left-hand side of Oamaru, and the other fast lane, that's Timaru Boys. There's not a great deal between Timaru Boys and Oamaru together. And then we go on the right side of them, which is Wakatip. Wakatip's on the right-hand side of these two leaders, these two fast lanes. We're really getting a good example in these first 3 races of the flared effect, that's for sure. We can see that those centre lanes are being very prominent. It's Timaru, Oamaru. I go for Oamaru. I think Oamaru's got an advantage over Timaru, maybe about 3/4 of a length. And then we go back, or maybe another 3/4 of a length to the crew from Wakatip. Wakatip go another length and a half back to Christchurch Boys. That's where the action's happening on that outside from the centre lanes out. Down on the inside, we were looking for Christ College. We're still looking for them. Yep, Christ College are there, but they're about 3 to 4 lengths off the leader. And then slightly ahead of Christ College is the crew from Canterbury, and Wairau back off it again, as well as Burnside on the far side. Through the 1,000 metre peg they go. The next one's the 500, and it is Oamaru. Boy, gosh, they have said goodbye to Timaru. There was very little between them as they went through the 1,000, but they've put it down now. The boys under 15, double sculls. This is Nye and Patrick and Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodsir doing the coaching out of the Oamaru rowing sheds here on Lake Ruatanapa, and the little 500 little racing strip down there in Oamaru when they used to have the rowing regattas on the Oamaru harbour. And then Oamaru took their racing up to Sailors Cutting. A lot of people wouldn't even know that Oamaru used to row their regattas on Sailors Cutting in Benmore. So it's Oamaru still with this lead, but don't count out Timaru. They're very known for really cranking it up inside those yellow boys, and under 15s, the adrenaline can really rush. And what can happen is that they can make the mistakes, especially in the novices when they start to rush home. These two crews have opened up quite a big gap now over Wakatip by about 3.5, maybe 4 lengths over Wakatip. Wakatip maybe 2.5 lengths to Christ College down on the left-hand side of the leading crew. And then from Christ College we go right out the far side to Christchurch Boys, Burnside, down the inside to Wairau, Canterbury. Let's just see what the distance is. Oh, Timaru are getting pretty close to Oamaru. They were down to about a length difference, I think. Now, this is the wee fella that strokes the Timaru crew. He's very impressive. He really gets into it. His big, tall mate in the bow seat. They haven't looked around to see where Oamaru is, but they'll know where the wash is. And they've got a pretty good guide. They know what to pick up. They're coming up to the yellow buoys. Oamaru really working to try and keep Timaru out. Timaru are coming at Oamaru. Oamaru's been in front ever since we picked them up. And Timaru are coming at them very quickly. We saw it in the heats. We saw this young fella, this wee fella in the Timaru crew. He really wound it up, and he's doing the exact same. They've gone up to Oamaru. Timaru have gone up to Oamaru. Oamaru tried to respond. They've just shortened it up, Oamaru now. They're going to try and come back at them. Timaru's got a beautiful run on their boat. Oamaru trying to come back. They are too. Oamaru are coming back. They have cranked it up as well. Come on, wee fella, you're going to have to go again. Oamaru's moving up alongside Timaru again. She's cat and mouse out in front. Let's take a look at this row of boys. They are locked together. Oh, Timaru by about a foot. Timaru by about a foot. Now Timaru go again. The wee fella cranks again. His big bow man goes with him, and they've now opened it up to about a canvas. Oamaru still quick and still short. Oamaru coming back again. It was back up to a canvas. Oamaru come back. The challenge is all gone. Timaru have gone out to a half-length lead. There's the buzzer. Oh, great racing. Boys under 15. Wakatip's going to take the third buzzer. Then Christ College. Then we come down to Canterbury, cross the far side to Burnside, and there must be one other crew. No, cross the other side to Christchurch Boys, then Burnside. 8:01 they have gone through in, 8:01. Girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls B final. Wairau's been taken out if you're working on a day sheet. Villa Maria 3, Rangiruru 2, Craighead 2, Cromwell 1, Villa 1, Rangi 1, St Margaret's 1 and North End 1. Looks like Rangiruru 2 that is going to head towards the 1,000-metre peg in front. From then the two out from there, which is the crew from Cromwell and Villa Maria together. There's not much between Rangiruru 2, Cromwell and Villa Maria in the middle of the course. We're just looking for the Rangi 1 crew. I'm sure they'll be in there somewhere too. Yeah, Rangi 1. And then 3 in Rangi 1, just surprisingly just back off the pace, just ever so slightly, most likely about a length off the pace. And well ahead of them is the crew right on the far side from St Hilda's, the crew from North End, right across the far side. So we'll go back into the centre, Cromwell, Villa Maria and Craig, or it was Rangiruru number 2 over their number 1 crew. St Hilda's fairly well up. Just back off St Hilda's a little bit as St Margaret's and Rangiruru number 1. Looks as if they want to get back into the fight again. Villa Maria looks like the crew that's got the lead. Villa Maria will have the lead in the B final over the crew from Rangiruru 2, I'm going. And then we go to Cromwell in the middle. There's your first 3 crews. And then we go right out the far side, North End. Even North End might even be up in the 3rd place as they head through the 1,000-metre peg. Beautiful rowing conditions this morning on Lake Ruatanava, like it's been for every regatta being rowed on the lake this year. I think we've only had one regatta where we had to finish early because of the big monsters, the two dragons down on the bottom of the lake. Special mention to all the boat holders that are out there in most likely considerably cooler weather this morning with a bit of mist floating over the top of your heads. This is the Avon Rowing Club, of course, who have come through and set themselves on the barrels up there so they can hold the boats. So we continue down through the course with this B final of the Girls Under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And it looks like Villa Maria still. Villa Maria over Rangiruru. Rangiruru's number 2 crew down on the inside, one of the slower lanes. And then from there we go, perhaps on the right-hand side. Yep, on the right-hand side of the leader, which is Rangi's number 1, starting to make a move in this last 1,000 as well. And then we go to North End out the far side. In between them is the crew from St. Margaret's, not that far away from the North End crew on the far side. Then we come down to Craighead 2, that's the Craighead number 2 crew, and Villa Maria number 3 crew right down here on the inside. But it's Villa in the middle of the course. We haven't seen them go out of the blocks, or they've just gone out of the blocks in the A final. We'll pick that up. We'll bring this through a bit further for you so we can pick that up in the fog. Got a little bit of fog at the start, we can see, that's for sure. That'll make it a bit more difficult for Mr. Justin Moore, Barry Clydesdale in the starting team. Through the last 500 metre pegs, Villa Maria wants to show the coaches that they were good enough to be in the A final. And of course, an awful lot of the coaches will be looking at these crews too, how they perform here, on whether there's got a chance of going to Mardi Cup. Of course, there's so many talks going around about the Mardi Cup Regatta, you don't know what to believe. We won't tell you anything from here because it quite possibly would be wrong in the end. So Rangiruru's 2 crew clearly up into second place, and then there's that big tussle out the far side between North End and the Rangiruru number 1. Nothing much between those two. Then we go back to, it looks like Rangi 3. Oh no, it looks like St. Margaret's it will be, and then we go Villa Maria 3 and Craighead. But Villa is going to go down and take the B final out. The under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, big entries, very competitive racing, the under 15s. And they'll go down to the 100 metre buoy line in front, and we will immediately go up and pick up the A final for you. The A final has Otago Girls High School, Craighead, Dyson 1, Nelson 1, Burnside 1, Canterbury 1, Meridian 1, Wakatip 2, Wakatip 1, Rangiruru 3. And as we look down through the lake, Rangiruru 3 and also Wakatip number 1 just feeling the pinch inside this first 600 metres. And also the crew from Wakatip 2. So both Wakatip crews and the Rangi crew just feeling the pinch. We go to the centre lanes again. Apart from that, the inside lane just back off the pace. That's Otago Girls just back off the pace a little bit going through this first 500. Well, they'll be in the second 500 now. So it looks like it's coming from those centre lanes again. 5, 6 and 7, maybe 5 and 6, definitely 5 and 6, which is Canterbury and Meridian. 2 crews off the Avon River there, Canterbury, the Cashmere colours, and Meridian College. Well, I think Meridian are actually off the Waimak, so I'm starting to learn now where all you crews in the Christchurch row. Somebody says, who would row on the Avon River with all the traffic there? So we'll go back to the leading crew. It's Canterbury over Meridian. Heading towards the 1,000 metre peg, maybe about 3 to 350 metres away from it. Canterbury in the middle, Meridian on the right-hand shoulder. We'll just check that we have got those lanes right for you. Yep, should be Canterbury. Can't see any colours, guys. Can't see any colours, can't see any lanes. Can't see the white patches on the road. Meridian still locked together, just there's a wee bit of a breakaway from those centre crews now. Looks like Canterbury still hanging on to the lead going through the 1,000 metre peg. So Canterbury Oh, pressure might come on them on the right-hand side of Canterbury. Looks like Meridian. They've been there close together all the way through the course. We're looking for Burnside's got one of the faster lanes. And Burnside just look as if they're not going to be in the hunt from the final, because ahead of Burnside is the crew from Nelson. Nelson looks like it wants to come out from one of the slow lanes and have a crack at the leading crews. And then we go right out the far side with Wakatip 2, Wakatip 1 and Rangi Ruru. But there is one of those Wakatip crews look to be fairly well up in the firing line. Looks like their number one crew. It looked like they were drifting off in that first 500. But they're coming back into it again, but they've still got some ground to pick up, the Canterbury crew. So it's Canterbury over Meridian. Meridian getting very, very close to Canterbury. They're bringing along with them, they're bringing Wakatip number 2 with them, and Wakatip number 1, the two Wakatip crews really getting back into the fight again. I was almost going to say that Meridian's actually gone to the front. Meridian's gone to the front over Canterbury. I don't know when they done it. They must have done it when I glimpsed down to see my paperwork. Gosh, they're quick. They moved it very quick from most likely about a half a length down to a good length, to a length and a half in front. Either that or the commentators got it wrong, like normal. Meridian bringing Wakatip with her two Wakatip crews. Now Canterbury's under siege from the two Wakatip crews. Oh, they've still got about a length and a half over the two Wakatip crews. There's nothing separating the two Wakatip crews. And then we come down here, the inside. Craighead's not far out of it. Burnside as well. Burnside, they're all about 2 to 2.5 lengths off the leading crew, or off Canterbury, who's second. The leading crew's really opened up the gap now, Meridian. So Meridian College, the little coxswain and the Meridian College crew will just start be dishing out the... which is Rosie Richards. She'll be dishing out the commands because she's absolutely pushed them at the right time. Just after the 1,000, they went out and went up alongside Canterbury and put their nose in front of them. And from there, it's nice and easy when you're in front. The pressure goes off you and all your technique just works beautifully. And that's what's happened here with Meridian. Canterbury hanging on to second. Wakatip 2 and Wakatip 1 trying to chase. Then down the inside, we only have to go back about 2.5 lengths. Not a great deal separating the whole field. We go to Craighead, though, pulling the rest of the inside crews along. Craighead on their right shoulder. Nelson half a length away. And Burnside a length away from there. And just ahead of Burnside, Otago Girls. The only crew out of the firing line is the Rangi Ruru number 3 crew. Meridian, inside the yellow boys. Meridian will go. They'll go out in front by at least a length and a half. Now can they respond? Can Canterbury respond to them? Big build in Cashmere rowing in the last 5 years, and they're really starting to show their colours out in front. They have certainly having a crack at it. They're really working hard, but their hand speed's not quick enough. Meridian's about 2 strokes quicker on them, and they're slowly going away. Canterbury can't pick them up. So Meridian's going to take out the final of the Girls Under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. Meridian will go down into the 100-metre buoy lines, a good length and a half, maybe length and 3/4 clear of Canterbury. Then Wakatip, it's the Wakatip 2 crew. Wakatip 2 has got an advantage of 3/4 of a length over the 1 crew. And look at the lineup down the inside here. We've got Otago Girls coming home quickly. Craighead and Nelson, and also Burnside coming home quickly. Down towards the buzzer they go, and it's the Meridians taking the title back to the Avon River or the Waimak. Canterbury, Cashmere will go into their sporting calendar. And then we go Wakatip 2, Wakatip 1, and then an absolute race of their own down the inside. Nothing. Nelson. I think Craighead got up over Otago Girls. Nelson. And then we go Burnside and Rangi 3. Yoo-hoo! Great racing this morning. We saw some very unexciting racing yesterday. Great racing, but unexciting racing because so many crews were way out in front in the heats. 8-18, but we're certainly getting it better today. The boys under 18, coxless pier. They raced it yesterday and they're racing it again today. Otago boys, Christchurch. Remember, there was not a great deal between the two Christchurch crews and Otago boys. There wasn't much between them, and I think Otago boys looked as if they were just going to let the Christchurch boys go through them, but they're back off them a little bit today. We may have a scratching. I can only see 3 crews. Otago boys and the 2 Christchurch, so it looks very much like Otago boys on the inside may not be there. It must be Canterbury. So Otago boys obviously saving themselves for another event. That's young Henry and Kurt. They'll be saving themselves for the double scull, I would imagine. So it's Christchurch boys, the inside crew. Christchurch boys, number 1. They have got a little bit of a buffer, maybe. Oh, gosh, there's nothing from Canterbury. This Cashmere boys are rolling and rocking around, but boy, they're swinging off big oars, and I tell you what, they have got their nose in front, so it is Canterbury. Oh, I'm picking Canterbury, Christchurch number 1, and Christchurch number 2 would only be 3/4 of a length around. Now, that's a pretty good effort, because none of these crews have really opened up the gap, and they're now down in the third 500. I don't know that it is Canterbury. It could be Christchurch boys. There's very little between them. I'll go Christchurch boys on the inside. That's their number 1 crew. That's Ted and Tom. Could make a TV program out of that. Ted and Tom, as they head down through this third 500 it is, they're trying to bring their number 2. They want to go 1-2. It looks like Canterbury are just holding that second spot only just from the challenge coming from Christchurch boys. Hugo and Sean, and the Canterbury's George and William will be very aware that Christchurch boys number 2 are going to come at them very quickly, so they'll be trying to keep that rating up, and they'll be able to try and keep the power without getting too excited. So it's Christchurch boys 1, Christchurch boys 2, and Canterbury locked together. Christchurch boys 1 with a 1.5 length lead over the other 2 crews. This will be immediately followed by race 109, the girls under 18 double sculls, the big shots, the big guns in school rowing, the under 18s. Man, they all like to go for that double scull. I think we've got a scratching of Avonside, and they are on their way. They've gone out of the blocks in the under 18 girls. Double scull, Avonside out. So it's still down towards the line they go as the crew from Christchurch boys, number 1 crew. Oh, Canterbury, yes, Canterbury holding on to this lead over the number 2 crew. They've got a almost 2-length lead. Oh, it may not be Christchurch boys, it might be Otago. It's Otago boys. We do apologise, guys. They've squeezed them up in their lanes, actually. Otago boys should have been 1 down on the inside. There should have been a gap, unless it's the 2 Christchurch boys. And Canterbury opened up the gap. Do apologise. I did have a funny feeling that Otago boys let the Christchurch boys go through them in the heats yesterday. They were quite happy to sit there. Apologies to Otago boys and to Thingy Bob. We've only just picked up colours now, and it looks like it's the number 2 crew from Christchurch boys that's not there. So down towards the line, Otago, these 2 young fellas, like I said, there's a huge future in the sport for these 2 young fellas. They've been so impressive this season out of Otago boys. Jack, you've done a good job with them. They're going along, and James. Down towards the buzzer they get. Canterbury hold on to that half-length lead over Otago. So we do apologise there, guys. We can't pick up colours, and they had put them in the wrong lane, so we could only go by the lanes, but never. So we Otago boys connections. So Thomas and Jack, good job there, guys. Sorry we got that one wrong for you. But, we'll now move on to the girls under 18 double scull. Like I says, the elite class at double sculling at school level. Meridian down the inside. North End, Craighead 2, Craighead 1 together. Avenside's out of lane 5. That's the fast lane too. Burnside, Christchurch Girls 1, Wairau 2, and it looks like Wairau 1 is out as well. Oh, this is a final. Now that really surprises me. It's a final at a regatta and there's 2 scratchings. Can I make that comment? Of course I can. Right, the outside lane, which will be Wairau 2, they're just back off the pace ever so much. It looks like Wairau will be concentrating on the under 18 quad, I would think. They're giving their number 2 crew a row out here though. Well ahead of them is the crew from Christchurch Girls, and Burnside just back about a length from Christchurch Girls. So it looks like Christchurch Girls are certainly up in the leading bunch. And then we come second in from the outside, that's North End. So North End are just slightly ahead of the second Craighead crew, and the number 1 crew, Craighead's number 1 crew, are up there with the North End crew. And then we go, whoop. Oh, the crew, we'll just take a look and see what lane that is. Lane number 6 going along pretty well. That's Burnside. That's where the gap is. I think it's Burnside that might have the lead as they go through that 1,000-metre peg. Looks like Burnside. So we'll go Burnside. On their right-hand shoulder is the crew from Christchurch Girls. The scratchings are upsetting the commentators a little bit today. That's Burnside. It's definitely Burnside that's in front. Briley and Emily from Burnside. Christina doing the coaching for them. And I imagine Burnside will be on the Avon River in Christchurch. So they've got a little bit of a buffer of maybe a couple of lengths. We'll almost give them a couple of lengths. On their right shoulder is Christchurch Girls. This is under 18. This is the elite class. Christchurch Girls High School are on their right-hand shoulder, but about 2 lengths down. Some pressure going on Christchurch Girls High School. It's coming from Craighead's number 1. And then we have to go about 3 lengths back to Craighead's 2. Just slightly ahead of them is North End. And then back further to Meridian. And we're looking at Wairau off the pace a little bit as well. So back to the leaders, and we go Burnside. Yep. We can just vaguely see the colours on Burnside's T-shirts. Well, they're rowing suits. On the right-hand shoulder, they got a good 2-length lead over Christchurch Girls. They're the first 2. We're looking for 3 to get the buzzer if they were taking medals, which they aren't. It would be down here to Craighead's number 1 crew, Lucy and Emma from Craighead. They are trying to put some pressure on the Christchurch Girls, Charlotte and Briley out there. Craighead trying to put a little bit of pressure on them. These 3 crews now opened up 2 to 2.5 lengths over Craighead's number 2, and slightly ahead of Craighead's number 2 is North End, and North End's trying to bring Marion College with them, and back off the pace a little bit is Wairau 2, but not that far off. So, but Burnside really put on, when you're talking burn, they must have put on the burners. They must have put them on with about 1,500 to go, because she was pretty even up till then, and they have just gone ahead with every stroke. They've just gone and put further on the rest of the field. Christchurch Girls on their right can't stick with them, and Craighead is bursting out of the ruck up into 3rd place, can't stick with them as well. So a great row from Burnside. Well done, Christina. They obviously got a good crew. They'll be setting themselves up for Mardi Cup. But what surprises me is Avonside, who had the fastest lane. Stella Cook and Ash Fleming is not actually racing here, so they're obviously saving themselves for something. But this is a great opportunity to row your crews out here before you go into the 2 big regattas. So Christchurch Girls under huge siege from Craighead down here. Craighead moved right up alongside them. They looked as if they were picking them up from about the 1,000 onward in these beautiful rowing conditions on Lake Ruataniwha. Burnside will go down. It looks like Craighead have definitely moved clearly up into 2nd place. We take a look here. Yeah, good half a length over Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls trying to get back at Craighead again. Craighead, a couple of big tall girls. Not going to let them back in for 2nd. So there's the buzzer. It'll go for Burnside. Craighead will take the 2nd buzzer. Then we go half a length back to Christchurch Girls, who desperately try to hang on. Then we go to Craighead 2, North End. Nothing much separating all them. Marion, and across the far side, Wairau, who weren't that far away. The next event through is race 110 of the program, the Boys under-16 coxed quadruple sculls. Doesn't look like anything's going out of the blocks yet, so we'll come on air the minute we can pick them up for Don't forget, just a little reminder again, guys, from the back row of boys is your launching bay. Normally, number one racing bay is your bay that your lane that you go up to the start in. Make sure your crews go over into that first lane and go up to the start. And returning from the finish line and you're going back to your bay, you still go into lanes number one and you go up and then cross over into your starting bay from there. So we should see most of the traffic in lane number one. Also, don't forget the COVID rules. The only reason we've been able to run this regatta is that everyone must stay in their bubbles. Nobody is allowed to put a foot over the ropes. And if any of the COVID officers that are around catches anyone, they have told us that they will immediately take them out of the regatta plus their crew. So just be aware of that, guys. Don't get slap-a-daisy about it. Make sure you're playing by the rules. It was brilliant yesterday. It's been brilliant so far this morning. It's just a little reminder. Also, rubbish. If you bring rubbish in or you're here for lunch and you got rubbish, please take your rubbish with you. Don't put it in any of the bins around. They've got them in the starting bay ready to go for the final of the Boys under-16 coxed quadruple sculls race 110. They're due to go out of the starting block at 22 minutes past 8. They are all sitting nice and clear in the starting blocks. Chief starter, Mr. Justin Wall, who has got a huge amount of experience at starting, and he's got a great team there. He's unfortunately got a couple of guys that usually team up with him, and I must make a mention to Warren Blasey and Lex Clark, who do a huge amount of work at the start, normally both just under the weather a little bit, but we will see them back again, I'm sure. And I think between Warren Blasey, Justin Wall and Lex Clark, there's most likely about 500 years of rowing experience. They're obviously not ready to go because they're sitting quite relaxed. The inside crew, which is Wairau, sitting quite relaxed. Christ College alongside them, they're sitting relaxed as well. Christchurch boys. Wakatip 2, Wakatip 1 in the middle. That's where the action's going to come from. Otago boys, Timaru boys, Shirley boys, St Thomas of Canterbury. They've certainly got a good line on them going through the line. And gosh, the live streaming shots are absolutely brilliant. Talking about that, if you've got anybody wanting to watch the rowing and they can't come along as spectators, they can pick it up on South Island Rowing or through YouTube. All they have to do is go to South Island Rowing live streaming. I'd imagine there's a link there. You go to live streaming and you'll get the commentary and the races. You can sit back on a drizzly day like this. It'll save you watching the races at Addington or something like that. Got a beautiful line on them. They've just about got themselves ready now. They've all come to the front of their slide. Oh, gosh. They're a little fidgety in the starting bay. You've got to be ready. You've got to be well ready in there. Those blades have got to be buried in the water. And we noticed that at the last regatta, the New Zealand champs, there was numerous crews, especially a lot of them from the North Island, that stood there with their oars right up out of the water. You need to really bury those blades and keep them under the water, so the minute you get the buzzer, you're straight onto the toes. You take a split second to drop them into the water and you're a split second behind the rest of the crews. the start zone. Of course, you haven't got the opportunity to go up there and have a look. There's numerous crews. The zones go all the way through to the 1,000-metre peg for the ones that can't get along there. Well, nobody can get along there. And also there is zones up at the start as well, and there's also zones out in the boat park. So there's, I think, 22 different zones here at the 2022 Junior South Island Championships. They've let them go. They have gone away from the start, and in the fog, it's quite foggy or misty there. And the crews that have gone out to the good start, no one, absolutely no one has gone ahead of anyone in the start. By gosh, lanes number 1 got a brilliant start. Wairau, they got themselves a really good start, and that's the crew that's ripped out from the start, but they got the slow lane, so I'll be surprised if they can hang on to it unless they were foxing in the heats. Wairau have gone out very quickly. Then the centre crews, 1, 2, 3, 4 from the outside by the look of it. The Targa boys and Wakatip, the 2 Wakatip crews have gone out pretty quickly too, but no quicker than Wairau. They've gone through the first 150 metres, halfway to the island, and it's still Wairau. Wairau over the crew from Otago boys. Otago boys would only have a very slight advantage over the 2 Wakatip crews locked together in the middle of the course. Wairau as they go away from us from the start, and it's Wairau that's still out in front. They've gone into the fog. We can't see them now, so we have to go back to the old style through the binoculars. Wairau went out very, very quickly. Now the start, oh gosh, there's absolutely nothing. Nobody, not even the slow lanes are dropping back at all. Wairau look as if they're certainly ahead of lanes 2, 3, 4, and even 5, 6, 7, 8. Absolutely nothing separating going through the first 500. I tell you, there's nothing there. Well, as my brother keeps saying, I'll give you the tip. It's still Wairau. I'm going Wairau still down in this slow lane, down in lane number 1. Now there's a slight drift off out the outside. Shirley Boys 1 has slowly drifted off by about a half a length of that row of boats as they come down through the lake. It's hard to tell with the crew down on the inside getting the fastest whether they can hang on to the lead or not. It's pretty hard to tell. The centre lanes haven't shown much yet. Otago boys, they went out pretty quickly, but Wakatip's now gone up alongside them, and that's the Wakatip number 1 crew. It's the Wakatip number 1 crew that looks as if coming from the fast lane, that looks as if they want to exert a little bit of authority going through into the second 500, because the Targa boys have drifted off them, and now along with the Targa boys is the crew from Timaru. Timaru and Shirley Boys just drifting off. St Thomas of Canterbury's locked up with Timaru, and then down on the left-hand side of the leading crew is Wakatip 2, Christchurch Boys, but Wairau, Christ College are feeling the pinch from that fast getaway from Wairau. Let's see where Wairau's sitting now. Oh yeah, they're still there. They're certainly ahead of Christchurch. They're certainly ahead of Christ College. Now the other crews, three out from the outside. Christchurch Boys starting to get into it now. They're starting to move up alongside Wakatip 2. It's Wakatip 1 that's got the lead though as they go through the 1,000-metre peg, just about at the 1,000-metre peg. Wakatip 1, 3 out from the outside. Timaru want to get into the finish line a bit quicker than anyone as well. So Timaru have started to move as they go just before the 1,000-metre peg. Timaru is just slowly starting to pick them up out there. So Timaru and Wakatip together, and right out the far side, these slow lanes of St Thomas of Canterbury. There's about 4 or 5 boats that got a chance of taking the title here in the final of the Boys Under 16 Coxed Quadruple Scull Race 110 of the Regatta. It was Wakatip, but it could be Timaru. Wakatip on the right side. Otago Boys are not out of it. Neither is Wairau, neither is Christchurch Boys, and neither is St Thomas of Canterbury on the far side. Shirley Boys, the only crew that's perhaps out, and 4 in Wakatup 2 starting to feel the pinch, and Christ College down there. The only 3 crews in the field that are feeling the pinch a little bit. They're all just starting to drift off by about a length and a half, 2 lengths. So we go back to Wakatup. Wairau now, we're getting a better look at Wairau. They went out quickly. They looked like they held the lead through the first 500, but they're just starting to drift off a little bit too, and that was expected coming from lane number 1. Right out the far side, St Thomas of Canterbury, but 2 inside them is Timaru. Timaru looked like they're up into second place. Wakatup 1 looks like they're in front over Timaru. And then we go 3, we go Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys starting to move into it as well. Look out for, oh gosh, those water conditions are brilliant up there. These rowers will be loving this. Wakatup, they'll be used to it. They don't get any rough water on Lake Hayes at all. None whatsoever. You can go for a week in Lake Hayes and never get any rough water, except for Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. They're the only nights you get rough water. So they're showing out as Wakatup, Timaru trying to get a little closer to them. And then we have to go a good 3 to 4 lengths back to Otago Boys. I think Otago Boys up into 3rd. St Thomas of Canterbury another length back from there. And St Thomas of Canterbury, pressure going on Otago Boys, coming from Christchurch Boys. But the 2 leaders now have opened it right up. Wakatup been in front for the last 1,500. Timaru came out of the bunch just before the 1,000 and started to move on Wakatup, but they're still a length and a quarter down off them. Wakatup heading towards the yellow. Oh, Timaru really starting to go now. They go early. They go really early, Timaru. And Timaru have gone about 350 out for... They've gone long before the yellow boys. Wakatup hanging on to it, but Timaru coming at them reasonably quickly. We know how quick they are. We saw them earlier on the double scull coming home, and they're starting to pick Wakatup up. Look out, Wakatup. They're coming at you. They come down to the 100-metre buoy line. It's down to about a canvas, I would say. And Timaru got a good run. They were the first to move from the yellow boys. Oh, they got to half a length. Wakatup's got a half a length on Timaru. Timaru are coming at them still. They're closing that gap up. Timaru, look at the hand speed of Stroke Boy and Timaru. He's getting out off the end of the handle. Wakatup have got it under control. It's that half length though. Great racing, guys. Down towards Wakatup gets the buzzer, half a length. Timaru. St Thomas of Canterbury's going to get the 3rd buzzer over the crew from Christchurch Boys. Targa Boys in the middle, down the inside to Wairau, who went out so quickly. They got the slow lane, but they've beaten 3 crews home, Wairau. The yellow boat in the middle is Wakatup's number 2 crew. Cross the far side to Shirley Boys and Christ College. So that's a great row from Wairau. They certainly set the pace up. They've beaten 3 crews home and they've got the slowest lane. Great racing, guys. You've gone through in 7:06. Woohoo! The little motor's being switched on today. Girls under 16 single B final. We have Otago Girls 2, North End 3, Cromwell, Ashburton 2, Otago Girls 1, North End 2, St Andrews and Cromwell 2. Girls under 16 B final. Ashburton's right in the hunt. So Ashburton, 2 inside Ashburton. It looks like the crew from North End. So North End girl is right there in the firing line, and we go from Ashburton. Right on Ashburton's right hand shoulder is Otago Girls. So we've got North End Otago Girls in the hunt, Ashburton, and then we go North End number 2 crew. And that looks like the crew that could be in front. We'll just get another look at it for you. We'll see if we can. It's coming from lane 7, I think, North End number 2. Perry Hall from North End number 2. I think that's the crew that's in front going through the 1,000 metre peg in the B final. But boy, she hasn't got much of a lead. She's only got 3/4 of a length lead over the crew from showing the Otago girls. Then we go to Ashburton. That's Isabel Wall for Ashburton, the Otago girls sculler Danielle Milne from Otago girls. And there's nothing separating these three crews, but I still go for North End in the middle of the course. So North End still with an advantage over Otago girls, and Ashburton just feeling the pinch. There is a crew down here in one of the slower lanes. Really, it was North End, I think, when I saw it going through the 1,000. Yeah, it's North End in the St Hilda's colours. Now we get a better look at it. I think that crew might even be in front. So it could be showing St Hilda's colours, so it's down the inside. I think Ruby Flannery is in front of this B final. So we'll just bring this through a little bit further because the A final is well down through the course. So we'll go to North End 3. It's the North End number 3 down here in the second lane out. That's the crew that's in front, and then we have to go out to the second North End crew, and there's real pressure going here from Otago girls and Ashburton. That's the crew that we were looking at before. So it's North End, Otago girls and Ashburton. That's the way the B final goes. We'll immediately go up and pick up the A final for you. The girls under 16 single scull A final, race 112, Timaru girls, Canterbury 2. North End 1, Canterbury 1, Burnside 1, Craighead 1, Ashburton 1, Oamaru 1 and Timaru 2. So Timaru got a crew in the inside lane and the outside lane. Final day at the 2022 South Island Junior Championships here on Ruatana. Gosh, we're getting some of these outside lanes performing pretty good. One in from the outside, that's the crew from Oamaru. So Oamaru looks like that the sculler from Oamaru looks like she wants to show that she should have been in one of the centre lanes, and then because behind her, Timaru 2's behind her by about 2.5 lengths already, and Ashburton's behind her, and then we go to Craighead. So it looks Craighead's in one of the faster lanes. They look, but there's a crew coming out of the second lane in, which is Canterbury 2. So it's coming from Canterbury 2, Craighead and Oamaru at this stage as they head towards that 1,000 metre peg in the finally under 16 girls single. Right in the middle of the course. That looks like Craighead there. Looks like she's trying to close the gap on Oamaru right on the far side. Craighead's bringing with them, is bringing Burnside. The Burnside scullers there as well. We'll just get an idea of those lanes in the middle for you. It's lane 6. It's Craighead. It's Nadia van der Bosch. We saw her out in front yesterday from Craighead. And she has got the lead. I'm pretty sure she's going through the 1,000 metre peg. It looks like Craighead is in front at this stage. Then we go on her left-hand shoulder is the crew from Burnside. That's Sam Rankin from Burnside. And then we have to go out to the Oamaru sculler, Emma Spittle from Oamaru. That's the first 3. And we don't leave out the inside lanes because 2 out from the outside, Canterbury 2. Emily Paulson from Canterbury 2. In the cashmere colours, and 2 out from that is the Canterbury number 1 crew. So there's not a great deal between those 2 Canterbury crews. The Canterbury number 1 crew's in a chance for replacing as well. So we go back to the leaders. It's Craighead. Craighead on the left shoulder. Burnside I'm picking up into second place. Then we go right out to Oamaru, and then we come down to Canterbury. Canterbury 1, then Canterbury 2. Then we go to the Timaru 1 on the inside, then we go North End. All these crews about 2 lengths apart. And then we go right out the far side. It looks like Ashburton just feeling the pinch a little bit. And also the crew from Timaru number 2. So down in the third 500, Craighead has opened up a gap of a good 2 lengths now over Burnside. These two crews, Burnside's under huge pressure from Canterbury 2. Canterbury 2 trying to hold off the number 1 sculler, but she's about 2 lengths down, another 2 to 3 lengths to North End. And just ahead of North End is Timaru 1. Then we go out the far side, look out the far side. Oamaru still in with a chance of picking up a placing. Just back off Oamaru is Timaru 2 and Ashburton. Craighead Dyerson. Nadia doing a good job like she done yesterday in the heats. She's out in front. She's got a good 2 to 2.5 lengths over Burnside. And then from Burnside we go out maybe to Oamaru. I think maybe not a great deal difference between Burnside and Oamaru. There's nothing between those two crews for second and third. The only pressure can come on can be the Canterbury sculler. That's the number 2 sculler. That's the first 4, and that's where the placings are going to go. Craighead sitting out in front, watching all the action in behind them. On the left, it's Burnside up into second. Burnside's clearly in second, but 2 lengths down off the leading girl. Then we go to Oamaru, maybe. Oamaru up into third place over Canterbury. Canterbury trying to bring their number 1 crew with them. Then down the inside, Timaru. Just off it a little bit is North End and also Timaru 2 on the very far side. Beautiful water conditions as they go into the yellow boys. Craighead. She came out of the bunch about the 1500 out mark and put her nose in front, and from there she's just been too strong for the rest of the scullers. Burnside's hanging on to second. Real pressure going on Oamaru coming from Canterbury down the inside. Canterbury down on the inside, really putting some pressure on Oamaru. Oamaru, can she respond? Will she be looking this far over? Oamaru may not even know that the Canterbury sculler's there. Canterbury sculler's head's down. She's not looking. She's just giving it absolutely everything she wants to pick. Oh, they're all coming at you, Burnside. Both these two crews, Oamaru and Canterbury. The winner's got the buzzer, hanging on Burnside. Burnside's hanging on. Who's going to take the third spot? Still nothing. Oh, yes, she's up. Canterbury's up into 3. Canterbury's gone up into third over Oamaru. Oamaru wouldn't even know she's there. Burnside. Oh, Canterbury almost picked up Burnside. It's down to about 2 feet. What a mighty row from Canterbury's number 2 crew. Then we go across the far side, Oamaru. Down the inside we go to... Oh, that's Timaru 1 down the inside. In the middle of the course is North End. Canterbury's number 1 crew across the far side. The yellow boat's Ashburton's, and in the middle there is... Wow, that was a big row from the Canterbury crew, Canterbury girl. Rushing home, we'll immediately go through and pick up the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Good to see they've got the novice doubles on the way without any hold up. The B final, North End 2, Wakatip 1, Ashburton 2, Oamaru 2, Ashburton 1, Burnside 2, North End 1. And it's a good example of the flared effect here, because the fast lane is the crew that's out in front, which is the gold of Oamaru. We know that their novice squad is exceptionally strong. So Oamaru over Ashburton on one side of them, and the other side is Ashburton. That's the first 3. And then when we go from Ashburton, we go to Burnside, and it looks like there's a crew missing out there from race 113. They've all gone to the start according to us here. So it's Oamaru. Oh yeah, I see where it is. It's the Ashburton crew's well back. It is Burnside. So it's North End across the far side that's well up. It looks like it is the Burnside crew, number 2, that's back off the pace a wee bit down by the umpires, having a wee race with the umpires on their own. But out in front quite clearly, too strong for this B final. Why didn't they make the A final? The Oamaru coaching team. These guys should have made the A final. Maybe they just didn't have a a top row. It will be just interesting to see the times when it comes to the B's and the A's, but nothing separating both sides of them, which is Ashburton and Ashburton. So the two Ashburtons had Oamaru squeezed between them, but they shot out like a piece of red onion that would have fallen out of your barbecue patty. Down into the yellow boys, Oamaru. Two Ashburton crews locked together, the advantage ever so slightly to the number 2 crew over the number 1 crew, and then we flare our effect back from there. We go to Wakatip, North End, and North End down on the inside. We'll immediately go up and pick up the A final for you, which has Roncalli College, Wanaka, Burnside, Nelson, Wairau, Wakatip 2, Wairau 2, Wakatip 3, Canterbury number 1. I wonder what happened to Wakatip's number 1 crew, because it's the A final and they've got a number 2 crew in there and they've got a number 3 crew in there. Saving themselves like me before I got married. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's coming from Wakatip 2. We'll just recheck that for you to see if that is Wakatip 2. It's coming from 6. Yep, Wakatip 2. Keegan and Xavier for Wakatip 2, going by the lanes. That's who it should be. That's in front. By gosh, they've got a good lead. The under 18 novices, all their training on Lake Hayes. Wakatip 2, they've got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Now, this is what we saw all day yesterday. We saw some of these crews go way out to a big lead. We're seeing it here in a final. We didn't think we'd see it in the final. On the left-hand shoulder of them should be the crew from Wairau. We'll just double-check. I just still find that Wakatip 2 crew. Yep, it's certainly Wakatip. They've got Wairau on one side. They look like they've got Wairau on the other side of them too. They have. So it is Wakatip, Wairau, and then we have to come down to Burnside. Burnside up into 3. This is a final. Boys under 16 novice double sculls, 114. So Burnside up into 3rd at this stage, but they've still got 600 odd metres to go. Not for Wakatip. They've only got about 493.22 metres to go. Wakatip's number 2 crew, Keegan and Xavier. Shot well clear. Johnny Morrison will be pretty happy with this performance, John. These boys are way out in front. Then let's go to, on the left-hand shoulder, it's Wairau's number 1 crew. On their right-hand shoulders, Wairau 2, but they're a wee bit off the pace because we've got 1-3 out, Burnside. Burnside slipped back into 3rd now. Oh, no, they were always on 3rd, Millsy. And then between them we have Burnside, we have a Nelson crew, but they're about 2 lengths down. Nelson's locked up with Roncalli College on the inside. Where's Wanaka? Wanaka just back off the pace a little bit. And some of those crews on the far side just out of the race as well. Maybe Wakatip number 3 crew is coming out of the bunch and pulling away from Canterbury and Wairau 2. So look at the lead this crew's got. Into the yellow boys they go. They are well clear of the rest of the field by a good 100 metres. Boy, what a great row. Got a very strong squad coming out of there. John has got the majority of the crews coming off Lake Hayes, and boy, all those crews are out in front. Look how strong this crew is. This is a novice crew. Look how tidy it is. The big, strong lads. And they really are moving that boat beautifully through the water for novices. Mind you, novices are under 18, so these boys could be 17. And if they hit the age bracket, that's where you want to get them. You want to get them at 17 and bring them into the novice grade. They're just a little stronger than the under 15s. And that's just showing it with these two. A very impressive performance. Well clear of Wairau. Wairau's going to get the second buzzer. Burnside, there's been no change to the places as they've come down through the course since we picked them up. Burnside's going to get the 3rd buzzer. And then we go out to the second Wakatip crew, maybe over Roncalli College down here on the inside, who's coming home like a steam train. Death on the Nile. That's it. It's Roncalli's trying to rush it. Burnside to put a bit of pressure on them. They're locked up with that second Wakatip crew. Wairau's second crew, Nelson, across the far side. Wakatip 3. And it's Wanaka. Girls under 18 novice coxed 8s. Oh, they're looking up and they've let them go from the start. The girls under 18 novice coxed 8s. This will be a very even racing. Due to go out of the starts 8:45. They are right on time. Race 115, St Andrews in 1. Then we go Burnside, Villa Maria, St Margaret's 2, St Margaret's 1. There'll be a great clash go there along with Rangi, Christchurch Girls, Oamaru and Columba College. They have gone maybe going past the island now. Right, the three outside crews look as if they're locked together, but they're a good length back already by the look of it. So that's Christchurch Girls, Oamaru and Columba College. So Rangi Ruru inside them. That looks like the crew that's got the lead at this stage. So it's the Rangi Ruru number 1 crew. 2 St Margaret's crews on their left-hand shoulder. They would only be, the number 1 crew would only be a half a length away. The number 2 crew just back off the pace, and slightly ahead of them is the crew from Villa Maria. And then they've got about a 3/4 of a length advantage over Burnside and St Andrews. Maybe a wee bit more than that. Maybe a length and a half over St Andrews and Burnside coming out of lanes 1 and 2. So we go back to that fast lane. That's lane number 6, Rangi Ruru. O'Shaughnessy. O'Shaughnessy's in the guiding. The little coxswain from Rangi Ruru. That's the Rangi Ruru number 1 crew. St Margaret's would only be a half a length away. They wouldn't even be that. They are locked up with them. They've opened up a little bit of a gap on the field, these 2 crews in the middle. St Margaret's 2's dripped off by a couple of lengths now, but ahead of them is the crew from Villa Maria. So Villa Maria looks as if they're up and about 3rd shot at this stage. And those 3 crews on the right-hand side of Rangi Ruru, that's Christchurch Girls, Oamaru and Columba College. Nothing between Christchurch Girls, Oamaru, Columba College, just off by a couple of lengths. And then we go another couple of lengths back to Burnside St Andrews. That's the field, and Rangi Ruru. Go through the 1,000-metre peg. Go Rangi. Go Rangi, go Rangi. Run, Forest, run. By gosh, they've got starting to open up a pretty good gap, the Rangi girls. This is the Rangi number 1 crew. Let's see who's doing the stroking to make sure. Greta Jenkins in the stroke seat. Greta, crank it up, Greta. They've gone out to a good length and a quarter lead over, may not be St Margaret's. It might be on their right-hand shoulder now. There's nothing between St Margaret's on their left and Christchurch Girls on their right. No, St Margaret's have got an advantage over Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls look as if they're heading to go for the 3rd spot, but there's 2 crews down on the inside that are well ahead of them, and that's the crew from Villa Maria, St Margaret's. Number 2 look as if they want to get back into it as well. Where's St Margaret's number 1? They've drifted off by about a length and a quarter. So Rangi Ruru really put the pressure on them with about 1,200 to go. Rangi looked as if they were starting to move. And they've now opened up a gap of a good 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths now over Christchurch Girls. It's St Margaret. It's St Margaret's on their left-hand shoulder. And then we come 2 inside from them. It's Villa Maria. Villa Maria have moved up past St Margaret's number 2. Right back off the rest of the field, down on the inside, Burnside, St Andrews. Unfortunately, both these 2 crews are really feeling the pinch. along with Columba College. Columba College not that far off Oamaru. Oamaru ahead of them, and Christchurch Girls #1. There they go, ahead of them. So there's going to be a great race here between Villa Maria and Christchurch Girls for the third spot. I think you'll find St. Margie's have got, that's their #1 crew, have got up into second place. And they're trying to bring with them on the right side of them as Christchurch Girls. Villa, I think Christchurch Girls are definitely ahead of Villa Maria. I think Christchurch Girls out further are ahead of them. And then they're trying to bring St. Margaret's #2 with them. But back to the leaders in this brilliant water conditions here on the lake. And it is Rangiruru. Rangiruru in front, still St. Margaret's. There was nothing locked in the first 300 between these two crews. St. Margaret's clearly into second place. And Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls are up into third. Then we go Villa Maria. St. Margaret's 2, Oamaru, Columba College, and down the inside to the 2, Burnside and St. Andrews back off it. Oh, into the 100-metre buoy line. Be interesting to see what they go through in. It'll be 6 under 18 novices, or they won't. They'll go through about 7:12, I would think. Rangiruru. Gosh, the coaching panel have done a good job with this crew like they have with every other crew coming from Rangi this year. We're just starting to see the influence of Gary Hay at Rangiruru. Down towards the line they go clearly. St. Margaret's #1 crew. They're only 3/4 of a length clear of Christchurch Girls. Then we go a length back, a length and a quarter back to Villa Maria, Oamaru, St. Margaret's 2, across the far side Columba College, and the 2 down on the inside, Burnside, St. Andrews. 7:28 they've gone through in, 7:28. Boys under 17 coxed 8s, Shirley Boys, St. Bede's, St. Andrews. Just the 3 crews. They've just gone through the 1,000-metre peg. Now these guys, the under 17s, these guys will go through in a 6. I think they went through in 6:12 yesterday. I think conditions will be a wee bit slower today, so they'll go through about 6:15, 6:16. We'll predict a 6:16 for the under 17s. And it's coming from the crew in the middle for St. Bede's. St. Bede's have got a margin of a good 2 lengths over St. Andrews, and St. Andrews in turn, nothing between St. Andrews and Shirley Boys. See if we can get a more accurate for you. I think you'll find it is the top side of St. Bede's that's in second, which is the crew from St. Andrews. So St. Andrews would have a good lengths advantage over Shirley Boys, if not more. But Bede's, St. Bede's out in front by a good 2 to 2.5 lengths over the crew from St. Andrews, then a good length and a half back to Shirley Boys. This is race 116. Ripping through the finals. St. Andrews got that clear length and a half, maybe slightly more over the crew from Shirley Boys. Under 17 8s. They'll be loving these conditions out here. They'll be loving the conditions they've had in every regatta so far this year as they head down towards the Yellow Boys. And at St. Bede's, clearly more than 2, most likely 3 lengths advantage over St. Andrews. And St. Andrews in turn have still got that length and a half advantage over the Shirley Boys down on their inside. You You can just see the power that's in the St. Bede's boat. Everything's done technically exceptionally well. Just a very slight break there between the 3-man and the 4-man. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they get. The water conditions just getting better and better as the day goes on. Overhead cover nice and cool, just ideal for you guys to get out there and give her a blast. Down towards the buzzer. Too good for these two crews. St. Andrews in Indian file as they go down. And Shirley boys, they have gone through in 6:20. Girls under 17 Cox quadruple straight final. Villa Maria. They've just let them go from the 2,000 metre starting blocks. Villa Maria, Wairea, Nelson, Wakatip 2, Columba College got the fast lane. Otago Girls, Craighead, St. Andrews 2 and Meridian. So the action's going to come from, I would imagine, the fast lanes, which is the 2 Otago trained crews, Columba College and Otago Girls. Craighead will have something to say about that. And maybe Nelson. We've seen Nelson come from the slower lanes on numerous occasions. Looks like it's coming from 6. It looks like it's coming from Otago Girls at a quick look at it. Just surprised that Columba College is just a little bit back off Otago Girls. And then the crew ahead of Columba College is Wakatip. Wakatip has then got Nelson right alongside them. So nothing separating Nelson, Wakatip and Otago Girls at this stage. Columba just off the pace. We'll take a look and see where Craighead is, which is 4 in from the outside. That's Otago Girls. Craighead's just back off the pace ever so slightly. It looks like a go Otago Girls. Otago Girls, and then we go from there, we go to Wakatip. Otago Girls and Wakatip 2 are the first through that first 500. The next peg line they get, the coxswains will tell them we're in the second 500, the 1,000 metre peg. You know what we've got to do. We're going to push in 20 big strokes just before the 1,000 metre peg, and hope that we can surprise any crew. Or we've seen some crews might do it at the 1,000 metre peg. Some crews might be happy to sit there and do it 20 metres, 30, 40 metres, maybe 100 metres past the 1,000 metre peg. But that's where most of the moves are done. Halfway through the course, some crews sit back and the coaches want them to row the second 1,000 harder than the first 1,000. Otago Girls, but Wakatip's not going to let them get away. Otago Girls, Wakatip on the right-hand shoulder of Otago Girls. They're getting a little bit of cheek now. Craighead's just starting to show something as well now. Wakatip on their right-hand shoulder is Columba College, but they are back off Wakatip by a good 2.5 lengths. On the left-hand shoulder of Wakatip's Nelson. They're ahead of Columba College. Nelson trying to bring with them Wairea. There's a couple of links separating all these crews, and then we go Villa Maria College. Out the far side, Meridian College and St. Andrews 2's just back off Meridian College by 2 to 2.5 lengths at this stage. Craighead's in with the fight. Otago Girls and Wakatip and Nelson. That's where the action's going to come from. They're just going through the 1,000 metre peg now. We'll just keep an eye and just see what actions there's coming. Craighead, Otago Girls, Wakatip. God, I almost think Wakatip. There's nothing between Otago Girls and Wakatip. Can Wakatip bring the crew on their left, which is Nelson, with them? We know Nelson can row their second 1,000 really strongly. Oh no, Wakatip's got a good lead over Nelson. It's hard to tell whether it's Otago Girls or Wakatip's in front. Craighead clearly up into third place by the look of it at this stage. They are on the right-hand side of Otago Girls. Otago Girls got a good lead. Yes, Otago Girls really having a good regatta this year, or having a good season this year under Mike and Matt. Emily Esplin is in the coxswain seat, and Harriet Thompson is just the one setting the pace. So it's Otago Girls down to about, most likely about 800 odd metres to go, just under 800 metres to go. And Otago Girls, I think, have got the advantage over Wakatip. These two crews now have opened up about two and a half lengths over Craighead. Craighead in turn, there's a crew right out on the far side. We have to come down to the crew 3 in from the outside. That's Nelson. I think Nelson look as if they have moved up into third place from the rest of the field. We just talked about Nelson, how they can row that second 1,000. Otago Girls, Mike and Matt, can they hold on to it? Or can John Morrison's Wakatip crew get up and take the title off them? Otago Girls, Wakatip, still nothing between the two of them. There's a length, maybe 2.5 lengths back to Craighead. And in turn, Craighead's getting a little bit of pressure put on them from Nelson. That's moved up into 4th place. Both Craighead and Nelson locked together as well, like the two in front. Oh, there's very little between these two in front. I tell you what, Wakatip's having a real go at it. Can they go now, John? They look as if they have, just as I mentioned it. They just went a little bit quicker with the hand speed. Now let's take a look at Otago Girls. Can Mike and Matt, can you bowl off John's crew? Otago Girls have gone as well. I think Wakatip's got the lead over Otago Girls. They were the first to go. They're still cranking it. Once you get the run on your boat, oh, here comes Otago Girls coming back at them. Otago Girls are going to come back at them. What a great tussle between the coaches and the crews. Otago Girls, Wakatip on the inside, still nothing between them. We'll get a good look at it at the 100-metre buoy line. Not Ron Carley. Again, it's Craighead that's up into third over Nelson. We'll take a look at this row. Is it Wakatip or Otago Girls as they head down the 100-metre buoy line? We'll see as they go through. They are locked together. Absolutely, maybe a bow ball to Wakatip. A bow ball to Wakatip as they head inside. Who's got the quickest hand speed? It looks like Otago Girls starting to open up the gap. They are. Otago Girls now gone up to a canvas lead. Wakatip went too soon, but that's what you've got to do. There's a half a length as they go down to it. Otago Girls have taken the title. Otago Girls have taken it. A canvas Wakatip. Craighead's taken third. Nelson moved up into 4th. And then we go from there, Villa Maria, Wairea. I didn't mention you in the race, Wairea. Columba, across the far side, we go to the crew from Meridian and back to St Andrews. What great racing, ladies. Great racing. They've been neck and neck all the way down the course. And it looked like Wakatip had the quicker hand speed, but they went a long way from home. And never degrade them for that, because you've got to go, when it comes Marty Cup time, you've got to go a long way from home if you want a biscuit around your neck. Boys under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. Race 118. Christchurch Boys in 3. Then we go Wairea, Christ College, Otago Boys, Christ College 2, Christ College 3. They've just gone out from the starting blocks, so we'll come on here very shortly. The big octies coming down through the course. If you've got your camera out and you're sitting in your zones, get a shot of them. They look very impressive as they come down through the course. You can see the white of Christ College 3 in from the outside. Oh, it's Otago Boys, the white of Otago Boys. That's the crew that has a slight advantage at this stage. They have got Christ College on their right shoulder and they've got Christ College on their left shoulder. I think this is the way that it was yesterday. They were squeezed up between the two Christ College crews. Then we go right to the far side. That's Christ College number 3, but already they're about 2.5 lengths down, maybe 3 lengths down. And ahead of them is the 2 inside crews, which is Christchurch Boys and Wairau. So heading towards the 1,000-metre peg, not there yet, maybe 100 metres off it. And it's Otago Boys squeezed between the two Christ College crews. Under 15 Boys Octo, the Mardi Cup. This is a Mardi Cup program, and it is in the Mardi Cup program. Otago Boys off the harbour in Dunedin under Jack McLaughlin and Thomas Ryan's guidance. Christ College would only be 3/4 of a length and wouldn't even be that, less than 3/4 of a length away. That's Christ College on their right shoulder, which is Christ College number 2, and they have about the same advantage over 2. Otago won't want to be slammed up between those two Christ College crews. They'll need to move away from them. The number 2 Christ College crew has got a... Oh, they're just back a little bit on the right-hand shoulder of them. It's Otago Boys, Christ College down on the inside of them. Christ College 1 it is, Otago Boys. Christ College 2's just back off the pace a little bit, and it is Wairau down on the inside that may have moved up into 3rd place, trying to bring with them Christchurch Boys. So it is Otago Boys, Christ College. I think Christ College has got the advantage over Otago Boys. There's very little in it as they went through the 1,000-metre peg. They've just moved out and gone ahead of them now. So it's Christ College number 1 over Otago Boys. Otago Boys trying to rally to get back with them again. That's just swinging it along. Both crews on about 36, keeping those big 8-packers up on top of the water. We go a long way back to Wairau. I think Wairau's up into 3rd shot, and then we go back to Christ College's number 2 crew and back down to Christchurch Boys. Where's Christ College number 3? We're just looking. Could be Christ College number 3 away back across the other side. We'll just see if there's been any scratchings. Christ College definitely got quite a good advantage over Otago Boys. They appear to be just going away further. Now you can see the stream of wash behind them as they head down towards the yellow boys. Otago Boys just drifted off them quite a wee bit. Wairau moved up into 2nd, and then I'm just trying to identify whether that's Christchurch Boys down there, and there's Christ College right down the inside. So that might be their number 3 down on the inside for Christ College. So that's their number 2 crew back down on the right-hand side, and I'd say their number 3 crew's been brought down into the inside. That's the way we see it as they head down inside the yellow boys. 100 metres to go, and Christ College taking over the lead from Otago Boys just after the 1,000-metre peg. And Otago Boys desperately trying to hang on to it and doing a pretty good job as well. These boats moving nice and quietly through the water with a nice little run on them as they head down. And you'll see that's the under 15 coxed octuples. Wairau quite some way back, but up into 3rd place over, I'd say, Christ College 2, Christchurch Boys and Christ College number 3. 6:42 they have gone through the course in. They've got a problem in the Christ College number 2 crew. I think their number 3 man is most likely so powerful he's broken an oar. He's come off his seat, I would say. He's come off his seat, or his seat's off the runner from Christ College. There's about 8 minutes between finals, so there'll be just a slight little break before they get the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls underway. Race 120, it's due to go out at 26 minutes past 9, so it'll be a wee bit of a 5 minutes. We'll just swing the old FM 94.2.
All over South Canterbury.
The Breakfast Club with Lana, Gary and Adam in the morning.
JJ and Flinny drive you home. More FM.
Look into my eyes, can you see they're open wide? Would I lie to you? Would I lie to you? Don't you know it's true? 'Cause there's no one else but you. Would I lie to you? Would I lie to you, babe? It's hard for me to demonstrate that I'm at work when I stay up late. Club girls call when I serenade. So I pop balls just to fill the name. Plan, there ain't no plan. I'm just a man, and I'll always want you. It's hard for me to love you like I do when I'm always on the road.
saying goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Stop flipping.
N18, it was 26. We got that one out of the way. It was the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. They got them away right on time. We got Burnside, Shirley boys, Otago boys, Timaru boys, Wairau, Canterbury, Ashburton, Christchurch and Bluff. So they're all there. And again, we're getting those centre lanes. We're getting a real good, every regatta, we're getting a great idea of the flare. The fact, Wairau have opened up a gap. They've got a very powerful under 18 squad. Wairau, the Marlborough boys, they're always top. They'll have an 8 for Marty Cup, you can guarantee it. On the right hand shoulder of Wairau is Canterbury. They all should be showing the cashmere colours. We'll just check and see. It's Wairau in front, it's not Canterbury. Must be the girls, under 18. It's the girls under 15. We'll just pick it up. We'll just see what race is underway for you. Yeah, so it's Wairau, it's Rangiruru on the right side. So it is actually the 4. So it's Rangi on the right side, and on the top side of that is Wakatipu. Then there's a crew right out on the far side. That's the Wakatip number 2 crew. The Wairau number 2 crew, they're back about 3 or 4 lengths off the leading 2, but it's Wairau's 1 crew. The Wairau 1 crew well out in front at this stage by about 3 to 3.5 lengths over Rangiruru. Where's the third one going to come from? Girls under 15, Cox 4. They are actually late getting those away. That's what sort of... I thought the next race was coming up at 9:26, but Clive will come in and take the boys under 18 quadruple skull for a couple of hours for you. Out in front, really swinging along, under 15s. They love rowing. They love getting into the competition. They like getting the excitement that comes from it as they head down towards the yellow boys, and they're a good 3.5 lengths clear of Rangiruru, and it's like a second division in behind them. We then have to go right out the far side to Wairau 2. Down the inside we go to, it is the crew from Christchurch Girls. St Margaret's 2 or 3 lengths back from there, and well ahead of St Margaret's, the crew from Wakatipu. Down inside the gold boys, look at the rowing conditions here on Ruataniwha of the highest quality. Wairau over Rangiruru. Then we go back, we have to come down the inside of Wairau. That's Wakatip. I think you'll sign Wakatip's up into 3rd place. They're going to take it. Like, there's no medals dished out here, but there's certainly titles, I'm sure of it, because it's the South Islands Junior Championships here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. Wakatip up into third over Wairau's second crew. Then we go back to Wakatip's second crew. Slightly ahead of them is Christchurch Girls and St Margaret's number 2. What the hell is that race? Yeah. Clive's coming on now, guys, to take over 120 for you. Mills is going to have a break for a couple of...
Targo. Down on the inside we've got Shirley Boys. So and also down there we've got the Burnside High School. So but at the front and for this final, Timaru and Kashmir are having a good battle. Wairau, big lads in that Wairau boat, and they are going along very nicely. This is the under 18 coxed quadruple sculls as we hit. They're into the yellows now, so they're under 250 to go. Quick look. Leon, Hugh, Zachary, Dylan and Walter Wickham, coached by John Robinson and Matt Straker. I tell you what, Timaru have put a good piece of work through, and they've got ahead of that Kashmir crew, and they've closed on Wairau. They've closed on Wairau, but they're not going to have enough time left as we come through now to 100 metres to go. Also coming in, Otago Boys are going to start to put Kashmir under pressure. So we've got 4 boats coming into this final 100 metres. Wairau still got the lead. The lead has been closed by Timaru. Timaru have closed it up, but they've left it too late. Kashmir are coming under pressure. There's a late charge from the Otago Boys who've really got a flow on. So Wairau take the win. Timaru goes second, and oh, they are neck and neck, but I am going to call that Kashmir got pushed into 4th place. Obviously, we'll wait to see the official results, but there was 0.63 between 3rd and 4th place, with the winners going over in 6:47, 3.5 seconds back was 2nd place, then 5 seconds, and then 0.63. So as the rest come over the line, as we see, there's Shirley going over on the far side. Christchurch Boys High in those wonderful rose suits that they're wearing. Absolutely magnificent and a worthy cause. And here we have down on the inside, that is Burnside High going over. Well done, everyone. That was the A final. And I'll just see if we have a confirmation of that 3rd and 4th spot for you. As we know, Wairau took the win. So as we wait for the thing to update, we've also got on the water now the Girls under 18 coxless pair. We've got Wairau 1, Liv Matthews and Holly Feltham. Craighead, Georgia Harrison and Savannah Paul, Rangi Ruru, Phoebe Wallace and Alice Wallace, who are actually twins, I understand. I thought they might be, but they are actually twins. I was informed yesterday. St Margaret's College, Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows. Shout out to the Farrells. Hi there, John and Emma. Hope you're both well. Oamaru 1, we've got Amelia Wilkinson and April Leonardes Fontana, lead guitarist for the Santana Foundation. Excellent. So they're well on the water now. Let's see if I can pick them up again through the binoculars. We're just getting them on the screen there. It's race 121, the Girls Under-18 pair. It's an A final. No scratchings in this, so it's good to see. Let's see if I can give you a heads up on. And we've got a good race developing here. A good race indeed with the Rangi Ruru crew of Phoebe and Alice. And it's looking outside them, St Margaret's College. St Margaret's College of Grace and Gemma. So definitely they're our leading two crews. On the far side we've got Oamaru, Amelia and April, who've just dropped off probably 2 or 3 lengths. And down on the inside here we have the Craighead pair. So Craighead is Georgia and Savannah. I seem to be missing one crew, so we may well have a scratching. We may well have a scratching there. But as we come down, Rangiruru have got a lead, probably just a length, but they're still well and truly in the red, boys. They've probably just going past the 1,500 metres now. They've gone past that. They're making their way, down to the 1250, but 1750, but they're a bit away from that. But they have got a good lead. The Rangiruru crew of Phoebe Wallace and Alice Wallace, coached by the Rangiruru coaches, are looking quite comfortable now. St Margaret's are staying in there. They're staying in there. They're holding on to that second quite comfortably. There is only 4 crews in this, so I've definitely got one of them have not started. So as we pick them up now, we've got the last 250 just on the screen. I'll see if I can get them as we see coming through there. Just coming back to that last race as well is Kashmir did get pushed into 4th spot. So Otago Boys High managed to take the 3rd spot. Wairau 1, Timaru 2nd and Otago. But here we come through. You can see they've got a couple of lengths over that crew, over the St Margaret's crew as they are coming through. Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows, coached by Chris Everett. So as they're coming down, let's have a quick look at this Rangiruru crew who go along very nicely. They're actually moving that boat really quite nicely. That's great to see. Got a nice flow on there. In lane number 5, the Rangi crew, they're going to take the first place, take the gold. And I tell you what, St Margaret's, they're not far behind. 1.5 boat lengths, maybe 2 boat lengths, but they've stayed with them all the way and they've made them work. And that's great to see in these coxless pairs. That's good rowing. And as they go over the line, there they go. They've taken the win. That's the A final, the Girls Under-18. And in silver, in second, is the St Margaret's crew. And there's a nice fight developing between Oamaru and Craighead for 3rd spot. They've really closed up and it is pretty much neck and neck. Craighead it is too close to call. The lead is changing with each stroke, and yet I think Craighead are just going to get it. Too close for me to call, but I'm going to say Craighead just on the line. It was one of those situations where the bow balls are changing as they go through. That's excellent to see. Well done everyone there. That was race 121. We're now looking at race 122. Let me give you a rundown of who's in this. This is the Boys Under-16 Coxed 4, always competitive. We've got Wakatipu 1, St Andrew College 2, Christchurch Boys High 2, St Andrew College 1, St Bede's 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Christ College 1, Cashmere 1, and St Andrews College 3. So good to see we got 3 St Andrews crews out there. Obviously, a couple of Christchurch Boys High and 1 Bedes as well, and 1 Christ College Wakatipu down on the inside. Let me see, I've got nothing on the screen at the moment, so I can't give you information there, but through the binoculars, that's a good tight race. That is looking fantastic. Yep, there's no significant early leaders there. I can probably say that St Andrews College 3 of out on the far side are back slightly, as are the Cashmere crew, but only slightly. On the inside, lane number 2, that's St Andrews College 2, they're also maybe back a couple of lengths, but it's the middle 3 lanes. St Bede's are making early moves there, and as we just pick them up on the screen, we can see there's a couple of crews going through this. This is good racing. We're going to come down for those first 3 spots as we pick it up now. So I'm picking that it's Christ College are giving them a run for their money, but we'll have to wait until they get a little bit closer for me. But St Bede's crew is Matthew, Thomas, Luke, Josh, and coxed by Max Walsh. As we get them, I'm going to pick them up through the binoculars again, and let me tell you what's happening now. Yes, so as I see it, yes, it is indeed St Bede's who have taken Christchurch Boys High with them, which is Ollie, Jacob, Harry, Jimmy, and Liam McPherson. That could well be a shout out to Ian McPherson if you're listening. Morning, Ian. So St Bede's have got a couple of lengths on the crew inside them, which is St Andrews College 1, which is Williams, Sam, Jack, Charles, and Jonty Pye is coxing them there. But this is going to be a good finish. St Bede's have taken Christchurch Boys with them. So Ollie, Jacob, Harry, Jimmy, and Liam McPherson are going with them. They're leaving the rest in their wake. Christ College have just been dropped, maybe by a length or 2. Cashmere just further back again, a length or 2. And looking on the inside, there's going to be a battle for 3rd spot between St Andrews and Christ College. But for 1 and 2, it's a battle between St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School, who are wearing those wonderful row suits. If I remember correctly, I think it's a worthy cause, Ben Mason's fundraising effort for breast cancer. And that's great to see that whole squad have got behind that, and that's really to be applauded. So well done, and well done, Ben, for all your efforts there, and I'm sure raising plenty of money for a very worthy cause. I'm sure that everyone in the rowing fraternity would join me in wishing them well for how much he manages to raise. So good on you, Ben. But let's pick up the racing. St Bede's have just got their noses in front, maybe by a quarter of a boat, but there's not much in it, half a boat I'd say now. But they're coming through, they're swinging along quite nicely. But I tell you what, that crew just outside them there are not giving it away. St Andrews have come through into a good 3rd spot. St Andrews are holding 3rd. Christ College have just dropped away slightly. And yes, St Bede's are in the lead. They've got a quarter of a boat length, but not much more. Christchurch Boys High, Ollie, Jacob, Harry and Jimmy are battling against the Bede's crew of Matthew, Thomas, Luke, Josh and Max Walsh as they come down. There's not much in it. They're into the last 100 metres. St Andrews have got a comfortable 3rd now. St Andrews are going to take 3rd. St Bede's just stretching it slightly. They're going to take the win. They've just got half a boat length on them. Not much more. As they come down, 10 metres to go. St Bede's are going to take the win. Well done. There it goes. 2nd place, Christchurch Boys High, and 3rd place, St Andrews. So well done. Great racing. I'll give you the time if I can. 7:01. 7:01 for first place and 0.92 seconds back, so less than a second back for second place and 5.5 seconds back for third. Well done. Going over the line now, we have the second St Andrews crew. On the far side, we have Kashmir, and also we have in lane number 3, the Christchurch Boys High School 2 crew. And on the far side, let me pick them up there. Yeah, that looks like St Andrews 3 going across. So nice racing there. Race number 1, 2, 2. We can see them lining up in the blocks. Race number 1, 2, 3. So we've got the Girls Under-16 Coxed 8. This is a big event and great to see. We've got 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews. We've got St Margaret's College 1. We've got Rangiruru Girls School. We've got Marion College 1 and North End. Just quickly a shout out to some of these names. I won't give surnames. So lane number 3, we've got Sophie, Olivia, Harriet, Charlie, Elsie, Annabelle, Frankie, Poppy Jarman, Coxing. Christchurch Girls 1, Coco, Sienna, Annabelle, Kate, Rosa, Lucy, Isabel, Kira, Erin Kang is Coxing. St Margaret's College 1, Phoebe, Belize, Samantha, Millie, Olivia, Charlotte, Evie, India, India, and Martha Lassetti is Coxing. Sponsored by the Italians, undoubtedly. Rangiruru School 1, we've got Lucy, Alice, Sophie, Millie, Ruby, Alice, Jessica, Sophie, and Bridget Pye Coxing. And at Marion College 1, we've got Tessa, Isabel, Charlotte, Neela, Faya, Cara, Grace, Francesca, and Leela Spanton is Coxing. And last but not least, we've got obviously North End 1, which is Olivia, Elsie, Ruby, Anna, Jessica, Perry, Maggie, Bonnie McGregor Coxing. So well done. They're all, I'm just losing the coverage on the screen. We're on race 1, 2, 3. Girls Under-16 8. It's an A final. Justin will be getting them all sorted out there. We can see again the crews building in the chute on the far right hand side. But as we pick up this, we're just watching a few of the middle lanes. If I'm not mistaken, I'm picking up primarily lanes 4, 5 and 6. They're still holding on to the droppers there. You can just see the coxswain in that first boat there. And they're off. And they're off smartly. Let's see if I can follow them on the screen in that first 100 metres. There's the umpire boat coming across as they all seem to get away. We're just losing a little bit of coverage on the live stream, which I'm just trying to follow. But there they go. There's the five boats. I just wonder if I've got a scratching here if I pick them up. Yep, I'm not sure who's not in, but anyway, I'm sure as the race develops we will pick it up. So we've got Christchurch Girls High School 2 and High School 1, St Margaret's College 1, Rangiruru 1, Marion College 1 and North End. They'll be getting into their work. They'll get those first 20, 30 strokes out the way and get themselves out quite quickly. As you see there, they're making their way towards the island. We might just pick them up on the island and so we see who we've got. So there'll be Rangi will be obviously hard charging, but I know St Margaret's will be looking to stay with them. And as will Christchurch Girls and Marion College. I'm not too sure if I've actually got the Christchurch Girls High School 2 crew in there. We'll have to pick up the colours once I can. But just on the screen now, they're not at the... As the next boats are coming through, the screen's not giving me anything, but I might just pick it up through the binoculars. Yep, I've definitely only got 5 crews. And the 2 outside crews appear to have dropped away, which I'm taking as being Marion and North End. I have a feeling that the Christchurch Girls High School 2 crew, in fact it is, yes, I've just had it confirmed there, the number 2 crew with are not racing, so they've scratched, and this leaves us 5 in the field. So as we have it at the moment, the 3 inside lanes, which now become Christchurch Girls High School 1, St Margaret's 1 and Rangiruru 1, they've got their noses in front. They've left the other 2 crews back already. So I'm going to say that Marion College 1 and North End are a couple of lengths. Matter of fact, we can see it there on the screen. The girls under 16-8, we seem to be having a little bit of an issue with the live stream. It's just glitching out. So I'll just use the binoculars as we come down. Rangiruru have got a lead. St Margaret's are in 2nd place. So the Rangi crew of Lucy, Alice, Sophie, Millie, Ruby, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye have got their noses in front as they're coming down. St Margaret's College are sitting in 2nd with Christchurch Girls High School staying with them, but just slightly back in a 3rd spot. As we see them coming through there, they're well and truly still in this. They'll be putting them back under pressure, looking to get that silver spot back. So well done. That's the Christchurch Girls High crew of Coco, Sienna, Annabelle, Kate, Rosa, Lucy, Isabel, Kira and Erin Kang. She'll be driving them through, trying to get them whipped up. We can see there's a bit of a gap already. 3 lengths, 4 lengths back to those other crews at Marion and North End. They're having a good battle between themselves there, so good on them. Excellent work. But as we take a look now, we can see that Rangi crew, big program in that wonderful boat there. They've got their caps on. I'm sure it's part of their uniform. They all seem to wear caps. So as the yellow, white and blue boat of Rangi making its way down the course, they're still well and truly just maybe hitting the 1500 now. They've got 2 lengths on that St Margaret's crew, so they've got a bit of work to do. St Margaret's sitting in 2nd place with Christchurch Girls High School inside them there, just sitting in 3rd. As we pick it up, we can see there's the 3 lead crews, and to the left hand side we're picking up that good battle between Marion College and North End. Marion College, Tessa, Isabel, Charlotte, Neela, Faya, Cara, Grace, Francesca, Lily, Spanton is coxing, and North End is Olivia, Elsie, Ruby, Anna, Jessica, Perry, Maggie and Bonnie McGregor. So they've got a battle between themselves. But as we come down now, getting down to the 1750 mark, heading towards it, yep, St Margaret's have managed to take that gap out on the in 2nd spot, and they're a couple of lengths back on the Rangi crew, who are moving along really quite nicely. I can see the coxswain there. She's keeping an eye on that other crew, but pretty there. She takes a good look, has to turn around, get a good look at them. So she's managing that gap. They're just in the last of the red boys, swinging along quite nicely. And that's as they hit the yellows now. So they hit the yellows. They're in the last 250. St Margaret's have managed to get a gap, but I tell you what, Christchurch Girls, they're not giving up on it, and they want to really try and put that through. So Rangi are in the lead, St Margaret's 2nd, and in 3rd spot is Christchurch Girls High School. Looking back, 4th spot, Marion have got a comfortable 4th now. They've just gone away from the North End crew, so they're going to come into 4th place. But as we come down now, 100 metres to go, the Rangi crew in lane number 6, they're going to take the win. St Margaret's have still got 2nd, but it's definitely been closed up a little bit by Christchurch Girls, but they're still not on the back of their boat, but they've certainly closed it up. So Rangi go over the line. Now they've got the win in the A final. Girls under 18, coxed 8. 2nd place is St Margaret's. Coming through to the end, the St Margaret's crew are going to take silver. And in bronze space is the Christchurch Girls High School. Looking back down, we see we're picking up, and yes, Marion, go Marion in lane number 7. They've had a great wee weekend, I'm sure. They were having a lot of fun in the vans coming down. We saw them a couple of times. They were having a right old laugh, so that's great to see. They've managed to get in front and get away from the North End crew. So that's the girls under 16 coxed 8, race number 123. As we come through, we've obviously got a big program today. I'm with you for a couple of hours, and then we'll be heading over to Millsey, and then we're going to do some short 1-hour stints just to get us through. As I mentioned yesterday, Millsey will be making an attire change now. He'll head off to his dressing room. He likes to have a blue light in the dressing room just to obviously calm him down. We have the boys under 18 novice coxed 8. They're underway, and let's see who we've got. We've got Shirley Boys High, Nelson 1, St Andrews College 2, St Bede's College 1, Oamaru 1, St Andrews College 1, and Otago Boys High 1. So this is the under 18 novice coxed 8. Let's see what I can pick up on the screen at the moment. I think they're down to the island. They're certainly making their way there. And as I look through, it appears the 2 crews on the outside, St Andrews College 1 and also Otago Boys High, seem to have been just dropped off slightly. Down on the inside lane, also slightly back, is Shirley Boys High. But in the middle lanes, as we probably would expect to see, I'm going to say there's a good battle developing between St Bede's, Oamaru 1 and St Andrews College. So Oamaru and St Bede's just on the inside there. Oamaru and St Bede's and St Andrews College 2. See what the screen... here we go. We've got some coverage on the screen. Race number 124. They're making their way down to the 1,000-metre mark. I'm just going to check in with Millsy. Give me a second. Mate, why is the screen just dropping out all the time? That's just dropping out all the time.
Just comes blank and then comes back.
Yeah, like that. Thank you. Okay, back with you now. I've just got a little bit of a technical issue happening here, so I'm just going to go back to the binoculars. And as I pick it up, all that Oamaru crew have got a lead on the St Bede's crew. And as we see, the 2 crews on the outside, that's on my list, it's St Andrews College 1 and Otago Boys 1. They've dropped away slightly, and Oamaru are making good progress. They've gone very quickly. And St Bede's in lane number 5 are the only ones going with them, and just back from them is the St Andrews crew on the inside, which is St Andrews College 2. So as we have it in the boys under 18 novice coxed 8, St Bede's College are trying to run down Oamaru 1. Let's have a look who's in this Oamaru crew. Just a quick call out here. So we've got Lachlan, Scott, Jet, Cody, Finn, Harrison, Zeke, Lachlan, and ably coxed by Henry Robinson. Coaches Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodser. St Bede's College 1 is Harry, Bruno, Callum, Bede, Joseph, Sam, Hugo, Quinn, coxed by Dominic Morgan, and Scott Rogers is their coach. As we come through, and I'll pick them up now, as we can see, they've gone away from the rest of the field, and it's really a battle between these 2, but Oamaru have got their lead, and they don't look in the mood to be giving it up. But I know that this Bede's crew will have the work in them. Let's see if they're going to close it up. They're not out of it yet. But as we come down, they've gone past the 1,500. They're still within the red boys. And that yellow, bright yellow with the black cross on. I must find out the reason for that, but there we go. That is Oamaru 1 in lane number 6. They've got a lead on the St. Bede's crew, and I can see the St. Bede's coxswain there just taking a little look across. He'll be calling those rowers to nick a seat. If they can get a flow on that boat, get it moving, can they close them down? So there is a long way back to St. Andrews in third place, but they look like they've got a comfortable third. And there's a Otago boys on the outside. They've gone away from the other St. Andrews crew. So as we look at it now, we're hitting the yellow boys. Hitting the yellow boys, and it's Oamaru who've got a boat length on. In fact, they're closing it up. St. Bede's have closed it up. Let's see if they can get a move on here. Let's see if this is going to happen. The big, long drive there. They are closing, but have they left it too late? They're just on the back of the Oamaru boat. They're looking strong. They've not taken enough yet. We come down 100 metres to go. They've now taken a seat. They've taken one seat. They've taken 2 seats. St. Bede's are closing, but I don't think they've left it too late. Oamaru are going to hold on. They've taken 3 seats, but they're going to go over the line now. There's the win, and second place St. Bede's. Well done, Oamaru. St. Bede's just left that charge just a little bit late. So coming through in third spot, lane number 4. Lane number 4, it is St. Andrews, and let's get this right. Lane number 4 is the St. Andrews College 2 crew. James, Bradley, Jack, Benjamin, Logan, Thomas, Max, Logan, and Samuel Edwards. They're going over the line now. There we go. And fourth spot is going to go to, out on the lane number 8, is Otago Boys High. There we've got about 50 metres to go. And then coming down the inside, lane number 3 is Nelson. So that's our finishers there. St. Andrews, the other St. Andrews crew, just taking a quick look at that. In lane number 7, they're about to go across the line now, and then we've got the Shirley Boys High coming through. So let's have a look at the Girls U18 novice double sculls. This is a B final. I'll carry the B final for you as long as I can, but then we'll have to obviously pick up the A final. So just let me quickly check that. Yes, it is indeed. So we've got here on this race number 125, Girls U18 novice double sculls, Oamaru 2, Chloe and Atalanta. Avonside Girls High 2, Ruby and Sari. Wanaka 2, Annika and Lucy. Avonside Girls 1, Anika and Paige. Burnside High School, Laura and Jessica. Marion College, Annabelle and Georgia. Oamaru 1 is Eden and Willow. Wairau 1, Taylor and Charlotte. And Nelson 2 is Jessie and Maddie. So they're well and truly underway. We've got a little bit of glitching. Let's just look at the time of that last final. That last final, and it was 6:30 for the novice boys 8. So there we go, 6:30. Coming down now. Let's pick up this B final. And it's the Wairau crew out in lane number 8, who seem to have their noses in front. That's Taylor and Charlotte, ably coached by Sean O'Neill. But they've not got it all their own way. Down on the inside here in the yellow of Wanaka, Anika and Lucy. There are a few lanes inside them, but I'm going to say that they're sitting in second place. There's also the Burnside High crew of Laura and Jessica, who are probably sitting in third as we speak. So, yep, they're going with the Wanaka crew, but it is Wairau. the wire pairing of Tyler Layford and Charlotte Thomas, who have got their noses in front, a couple of lengths in this novice under 18 double scull final, B final. And I think the A final is already underway, but I've not got coverage on the screen, so I'll stay with this B final for now. And as we're coming down, wire out, I've got a comfortable lead. They've had a quick look across. Oamaru are a lane inside them. And just back, Burnside are battling with that Oamaru crew and also the Avonside Girls too, which is Ruby and Sari. They're trying to put some pressure on that Wanaka crew. So we have lanes number 1 and 2, which is Oamaru 2 and Avonside Girls. They're well back down on the inside, but from lane number 3 we've got Wanaka. Wanaka are ahead of the Avonside Girls High 1. They've got a length on them and they're battling. Avonside are battling with the Burnside crew. So as we come down towards the 1750, the wire out pair, they both have a look at the same time. They both get across and have a look. So the wire out pair of Tyler Lyford and Charlotte Thomas, they've got the noses in front, but they have not got away with it yet because there's been a nice charge by the Wanaka crew. The Wanaka crew of Anika Macy and Lucy Mayback. I will tell you what, they've closed that ride up and they've brought with them the Burnside and the Christchurch Girls crews. Sorry, Avonside Girls crews. That's Ruby Keane and Sarah Webley. So Anika Macy and Lucy Mayback of Wanaka, they are, I tell you what, they're right up now with that wire out crew. They have even, let's just see if I can call it here, they've got their noses in front. They've got their noses in front. There's not much in it, a canvas at most, but on the inside, Wanaka 2, Anika and Lucy, they've got their noses in front and they've brought the Avonside Girls crew through with them, and these 4 crews are trying to get into 3 spaces. So let's see what we've got. As we come down, we have got Wanaka 2, Anika and Lucy are going to take the B final. Wire out are just looking like they're going to hold on, and Burnside High are going to come through for 3rd. And there you go, and then you've got Avonside Girls. So Burnside High, Laura and Jessica came through for 3rd. Wire out held on to 2nd place, but that was a lovely row from Wanaka 2. I know it's the B final. Let's look at the time, see what I can give you. 8:52. 2.5 seconds back for 2nd spot. So that was good racing. Now let's pick up this A final. See who we've got in there. That really closed up at the end. That was great. Girls under 18 novice double sculls. A final. We've got Kashmir, Otago Girls High, North End 1, Nelson 1, Wanaka 1, Columba College 1, Craighead 1, Kashmir 2 and Villa Maria College 1. So let's see what's happening here as I pick it up through the binoculars, and that is indeed, that's that Columba College crew who looked strong yesterday. They've got a nice lead in the middle lane there. So we're picking up Columba College. Lane number 6 is Grace Heath and Charlie Sinclair. They've got 2 or 3 lengths. Looking back, it appears to be to the Wanaka 1 crew of Annie Wells and Lola Ritchie. They're in 2nd spot. Down on the inside is North End 1, Sienna Hall and Maddie Cockburn. They're maybe just sitting in 3rd spot, trying to put some pressure on that crew in 2nd, which is Wanaka. Then from there we're going back, and it's looking like it's the Nelson crew. Nelson and also the, apologies, Craighead, Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon, coached by Dean Milne. But as we come down now, still in the red boys, just in the red boys, the Columba College double, They have a look across. They look across and they look across again, and they're checking them out. They're just managing that gap. They've got 3 lengths. They're coming through. This is the A final. Under 18 novice double sculls. And it's going to be the Columba College crew of Grace Heath and Charlie Sinclair as they hit the yellow boys. They're into the yellows. They're getting into their work. They're just managing that gap back to the Wanaka crew, who are also sitting in a comfortable second. Third spot is down in lane number 3. That's our North End crew. Lane number 3 is sitting in third. As we come down to the last 100 metres, Columba College moving nicely together. Nice flow on that boat. It just seems to keep moving, keep going. Wanaka are going to keep that second spot. There's then a plethora of boats battling for that 4th spot. But as we go across the line, there they go. They take the win. Wanaka are going to come second. Columba College get first. Wanaka get second. And third spot will be North End. Out on the far side, coming 4th in lane number 7 is Craighead. Then back on into the middle to Nelson in lane 4, who take 5th. And then Kashmir down on the inside lane 1. And in lane number 2 is that Otago Girls crew. So that's the A final for the novice. See if I can give you the time there. 8:12. 8:12 was the time. We've got the boys under 17 double sculls coming up next. Not sure if they're away yet. Unfortunately, the live streaming screen is just glitching on me, and I'm getting a quick snapshot of a picture and then it's going. So it's undoubtedly it's probably Mills's fault. He's probably standing on the lead on the cable. But as we look at this boys under 17 double sculls, for Cromwell 1, we've got Harrison Mills and Matthew King. Timery boys have scratched. Burnside High School is Emmanuel Landon Lane and Sam Lamont. Wakatipu 1 is Marley King Smith and Sam McAtamy. Christchurch Boys High is Jackson Binney and Charles Nicholson Sell. Shirley Boys High is Tim Chapman and Sam Clark. Apologies, Sam. Sam Clark. Wairau 1 is Jack Stevens and Hunter Nelson. Christchurch Boys High School is Will Knight and Luca O'Malley. And Wakatipu 2 is Tywa Saxton and Will Donovan. And I know this is going to be a good race. I watched this one yesterday, and we can see them there on the screen as they come down. This is race number 127. Let me actually pick up 127. I think we've got the B final. Yes, we have got the B final first. Sorry, B final first is Waihopa, St Andrews, Ashburton 1, Wanaka 1, Christchurch Boys 3, Shirley Boys High School 3, Shirley Boys 2, Christchurch Boys High School 4, and St Thomas of Canterbury. So we've actually got Ryan and Declan for Waihopai, Cameron and Andrew for St Andrews, Jed and Henry for Ashburton, and Philip and Jem for Wanaka 1, Kobe and Alex for Christchurch Boys, Oliver and Lackey for Shirley Boys, Liam and Joel for Shirley Boys 2, Christchurch Boys 4 is Lewis and Logan, and St Thomas of Canterbury is Jack and Preston. So they're well and truly underway. They're picking them up on the screen there as they make their way to the 1,000 metres. Length there on that crew in second spot, so looking at the race number 127, the boys under 17 double sculls B final, as we make our way down to the 1,000 metre mark. So in lanes number 6 and 7, Shirley Boys High, both Shirley crews. Ashburton, Jed Moss and Henry Wallace on one of those inside lanes, but I'm just trying to pick up through there who that is. I think it's Shirley, one of the Shirley Boys High crews are going with Christchurch Boys High. Yeah, that's a Shirley crew. They're slightly back. So on the St Thomas of Canterbury are on the outside, and they're a couple of lengths back. Then there's, I think there must be a scratching in. That's the scratching. That's what's throwing me out. St Andrew's College have scratched one of their crews. I think that could be St Andrew's College 1. Yes, it is. They've gone. That's why I was trying to pick that up. So anyway, as we see them come down now, the Shirley crew in lane. Shirley crew are getting away from the. It is the two Shirley crews, so that they've actually dragged each other along there. But the outside crew of Liam and Joel, they've got a lead over their teammates who are sitting in second place. Down on the inside here we see the Ashburton pair of Jed Amos and Henry Wallace. They're battling for that second spot. So as we head towards the 1750, the two Shirley crews, there's a lead crew there in lane 7. It is Liam Collins and Joel Arana who've got a lead on the inside. Ashburton have made a good drive through there in that last 500, and they've got away from the Wanaka crew. They've left them in their wake, and they are putting the second Shirley crew of Oliver and Lackey under a bit of pressure, and I think they've gone through them now. They've gone through them, so they've pulled that back and they're into the second spot. But as we come down nearly to 100 metres to go, they're just about to hit the 100 metre mark in lane number 7. It's a good showing. Lane number 7 from Shirley Boys 2, which is Liam Collins and Joel Arana. They are holding on to the lead, but they've come under a big bit of drive from the Ashburton crew of Jed Amos and Henry Wallace. They've really closed that gap up. It was 2 lengths, and they're just too late. But as we go across the line, Shirley, they take it from lane number 7. Ashburton come across second, and Shirley are going to come across third in lane 6. So Shirley lane 6 is Oliver and Lackey, and they were split by the Ashburton crew of Jed and Henry. Over the line now we have Wanaka in lane 4, Philip and Jem. On the far side now we have the lane number 9 crew of St Thomas of Canterbury, Jack and Preston. Back down the inside now in lane 1 is the Waihopai crew of Ryan and Declan. And then over the line in lane number 5 is the Christchurch Boys crew of Kobe and Alex. So well done. That's the B final. We're going to pick the A final up straight away now. The A final, Boys under 17. We've got Cromwell 1, Timarua Scratch, Burnside High School 1, Wakatipu, Christchurch Boys High, Shirley Boys High, Wairau 1, Christchurch Boys High 1, and Wakatipu 2. And this is developing into a nice race. There's a good flat field there. Christchurch Boys High, Will Knight and Luca O'Malley. They look like they're taking the lead. Looking down the inside, the Wakatipu crew of Marley King-Smith and Sam McAterney. I struggled with that name yesterday. I think I'm just going to call him Sam from now on. Apologies to his family. Somebody will tell me how to pronounce it properly. As we look now, this is a nice race. Shirley are in the mix. They're looking like they're battling for third with Wairau and the Fluoro crew of Christchurch Boys High. But race it for the winning spot. It's Wakatipu, the Wakatipu pairing of Marley King-Smith and Sam. Marley and Sam, they have... Oh, there's nothing in this. I'm trying to see one side of the field to the other. As we have a look now, it's a battle for the A final between Wakatipu 1 and Christchurch Boys High 1. And Wakatipu have got their noses in front as we come down to the 1750 mark. The 1750 mark, and they are moving that boat nicely. There's a nice battle developing for third spot, and I'm going to call it that it's the crew in lane 5 who've got their noses in front for third. So that is Christchurch Boys High, Jackson and Charles. They're just in front for third. Second place is the other Christchurch Boys High crew in lane number 8. Lane number 8, Will and Luca. They're second at the moment, but leading as they hit the 100 metres to go, and they're lengthening it out. They're having a quick look across, but in lane number 4, and they've just increased their speed there. Their hands are moving quicker. They're really driving to the finish, and they've got a nice finish on that Wakatipu crew as they go across the line. In about 10 metres, Marley and Sam are going to take the win. Well done. Marley and Sam out on the far side. Christchurch Boys High in lane number 8 takes second. And then Christchurch Boys High are going to take third. That's lane number 5. So, lane number 5 was Jackson and Charles. They just snuck over the line from the Shirley Boys High crew of Tim and Sam. That's our 1, 2, 3, 4. Time-wise, 7:08. 7:08 for those Wakatipu boys. Well done. Great racing. We've now got the girls under 17 single sculls. Just quickly take a breath there. So we've got Kashmir, Madeline Ogg, North End 4, Lucy Taylor, North End 1, Ella Edwards, Roncalli College 1, Molly Phillips, Wakatipu 2, Olivia Key, Cromwell 2, Olivia Pibenga, Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker, Wakatipu 4, Keely Erskine, and Avon Girls High School 1, Andy Shavi. So, this is the B final of the girls under 17 single sculls. It's a lovely day developing down here in Twizel. The sun is just poking its head through. There's some low-hanging grey cloud, but it's actually very pleasant. That wind developed last night, but it seems to be keeping away today, and I'll be keeping an eye on those flags. But at the moment, it's a very gentle breeze, and just a lovely dappling of sunlight coming through. That grey cloud will, I'm sure, continue to burn off, but it's hanging heavy over the Mackenzie district and the Basin area as we pick up the B final. Let's see what we can call here. So it is those middle lanes coming through, which is Roncalli, Molly Phillips, Wakatipu, Olivia Key, Cromwell 2, Olivia Pibenga. Down on the inside, lane number 1 from Kashmir has just dropped away slightly. She's a few lengths back. Lanes 2 and 3, which is North End 4 and North End 1. Lucy Taylor and Ella Edwards are in front of her, but still back from... Let's have a look at that yellow boat from Roncalli College. We've got Molly Phillips is battling with Wakatipu 2, Olivia Key. And outside of Olivia, we've got Cromwell, Olivia Pibenga. So we've got the two Olivias, but it's the yellow boat in lane number 4, Roncalli College, Molly Phillips. She's got her nose in front. She's taken Olivia Key with her, and then the other Olivia is just a boat length back. And on the far side, let's see what we've got there. Avonside Girls, Andy and Wakatipu Keeley. They're back a couple of lengths, but still in the hunt for a third spot. So as we look at it now, the yellow boat in the middle lane. And that's the Wakatipu crew. That's Olivia Key. Olivia Key is coming through. She's got the lead. The Wakatipu colours. And she's dragged with her on the outside Cromwell. Olivia Pybenga, she's gone with her. But just a little bit back, but not much in it. So those two have got are going away. And the singles are always the hardest boats to row. The most technical, and that Wakatipu boat is just edging ever forward and just away from that second spot. Lane number 5, it's Wakatipu, Olivia Key, coached by John Morrison. She's got a nice lead now as they come down. She's in the yellow boys. Lane number 6 is the only one sticking with her, which was Cromwell. She's just at the back of the boat there. So Olivia Pybenga is in second spot. That's Cromwell. Cromwell are in second. Wakatipu, she's holding on to a lead, managing it really quite nicely. Has a quick look across. Lane number 5, the bright yellow boat continues to cut through the water. The water's looking lovely today. And as we come down, let's see who's in that third spot. It is lane number 7. Lane number 7, Waihopai, Caitlin Whitaker. She's come under pressure, though, from on the inside. Roncalli College, number 4, which is Molly Phillips. So Molly Phillips just gets herself into third spot. So Molly's in third. As we come down to the line, it is lane number 5 who's going to take the win. Lane number 5 is Olivia Key. She goes over the line now. On just outside there is Olivia Pybenga. She takes second, and Roncalli College, Molly Phillips, takes third. Fourth, Avonside Girls in lane number 7. Lane number 7, that's Caitlin Whitaker. And fifth was lane number 3, which is North End, Ella Edwards. That's our B final. The A final, I'm going to pick them up now from the 1,000 metre mark. Let's see who we've got here, which is the Girls under 17 single sculls. We've got Wakatipu 3, Craighead, Avonside Girls High, Otago Girls High, Craighead Diocesan, Columba College 1, Wakatipu 1, North End 2, Otago Girls High. So going through, we've got Phoebe Kavanagh for Wakatipu, Paige Butler Baird for Craighead, Libby Greaves for Avonside Girls, Harriet Thompson for Otago Girls, Elsie Talbot for Craighead, Laura Sammut for Columba College, Neve Bates for Wakatipu, Christy Foster for North End, and Isla Merriman for Otago Girls High. And we've got a couple of boats well out front here, and they're having a good old ding-dong. This is going to be a great finish as they're making their way down. They've just gone past the 1,500. They're driving towards the 1,750, and they've left the rest of the field in their wake. And they're going to take it through. It's Otago and Craighead, which is Harriet Thompson for Otago. And Craighead is Elsie Talbot. And they are neck and neck. Nothing in it. They're about to hit the 1,750, 250 to go. Let's see who's got the finish. They're both driving along nicely. Is someone going to increase that rating? She has a quick look. Craighead, Elsie had a quick look there across. Is she increasing her hand speed? It looks like she is. She's increased her rating. But they're still together. And they're coming down. They're hitting the yellow boys now. So they're still in the overcast area, and you can see the cloud cover there, but they're on the way to the blue, the bright blue water and the sunshine, and they'll feel that. But this is neck and neck. We've got the slight lead from lane number 4, but really nothing in it. Lane 4, which is Otago Girls, Harriet Thompson. So Harriet's coming down. She's got a canvas. She's got just over a canvas now. She's just extended a lead over Craighead. Elsie Talbot, she's in second. They're 1 and 2, and 10 lengths from everyone else. I'll concentrate on them, and then I'll come back to third spot, because there's going to be a good fight for that. But as we come down now, 100 metres to go, less than 100 metres, 50 metres. We're coming through to the end. It is Columba College. It is Otago Girls. Harriet Thompson. She is coming through, and she's going to take the win. Oh, yes, over she goes. There we go. And it is Craighead in second. That's Elsie Talbot in second. Well done, girls. Great race. Third place. Down on the inside here in lane number 2. Lane number 2. Craighead, Paige Butler Beard. She's going to come through for a comfortable third. She's got a couple of lengths on the other crews. As she comes down towards the finish, she takes third spot. There she goes. That's Paige in third. And then fourth, lane number 3. Lane number 3 is going to take fourth. That is Avonside Girls, Libby Greaves. Well done, Libby. That's fourth spot. That's our A final, under 17s. And then all the other boats are coming across. Well done, everyone. Great work there. That was the A final for the Girls under 17, race number 130. I think we're going through to about 2:30 today. So Millsy will be coming back on in an hour's time, and then we're going to split the last 3 hours between ourselves and get it covered. So as we have the Girls under 15, coxed, octuple sculls. These are great races, under 15 in the Ox. And we've got Christchurch Girls High School 1, North End 1, Rangiruru 2, Wakatipu 1, Craighead 1, Rangiruru 1, Villa Maria 1, Cromwell 1, St Margaret's College 1. So great way to get the young rowers out on the water, getting them in a competitive boat, and lots of big boats coming down. Wonderful to see these 8s charging down. They really are quite quick. They obviously only rowed them for their first year, because after that they'd get a bit too quick and a bit too dangerous, I think, particularly on the practicing on the rivers around the place. So as we make our way down, we can see that there's a big fight going on for that second spot. Unfortunately, my screen is still glitching, so I'm just getting the odd look as we look at the girls under 15. And it is the Rangi crew who've got a lead, which is Scarlett, Maya, Mika, Kate, Alice, Sophie, Alexa and Grace O'Connor. We've also got the first Rangi crew, which is Amelia, Izzy, Kelly, Ella, Samantha, Miller, Harriet, Sylvia and Emma Townsend. So it's the lane number 6 Rangi crew. Yes, it is. It is the lane number 6 Rangi crew, which is Rangiruru 1. So Rangiruru 1 in lane 6 have got the lead. There's a great battle developing for second and third, with the other Rangi crew battling it out with Wakatipu and also Villa Maria College. So that's going to be a great fight for second, third and fourth. But well out in front is the Rangiruru program. They do put huge numbers into the program, and you can show you've got to have numbers in your program. It means you can get those selections together, run different crews and see who pops out and who makes that boat go quicker as they're coming down with their caps on. It appears to be the Rangi de Riga uniform is the caps, the yellow caps in that yellow, white and blue boat. It's the start of their program, and girls will be moving through into the sculling next year, into the sweeping next year. So as they start off sculling and then move through into that, certainly in the big boat in the 8, and they've got a comfortable lead. And Rangiruru Wakatipu are battling with Villa Maria. So Wakatipu are battling with Villa Maria, the yellow boat of Wakatipu, and just outside of Wakatipu is Craighead. So they're having a nice battle there. The Craighead crew with the Wakatipu and Villa Maria. The lavender uniform, row suits of Villa Maria, they're in the battle for second and third. But as we come down now, as we hit the 1750, they're just hitting the yellow boys now. The coxswains having a quick chat, keeping driving them through, not even looking back. They know they've got the lead by 3-4 lengths. They come down, they're about to hit 100 metres to go. There's been a nice race for second and third. Let's have a look. And it is indeed Wakatipu in lane 4 who've got their noses in front. On the outside of them is Villa Maria. So Villa Maria are in third place, but only just. So as we come down to the last 50 metres, Rangi are going to take the win. But it's the battle for second and third that is going to certainly a bit more interesting. And that's lane number 4, Wakatipu, who've got their noses in front of Villa Maria, who are coming under a lot of pressure from Craighead in lane 6. Rangi take the win. It's closing up for third. Second place is still Wakatipu. And I tell you what, Craighead have put a drive on. Is it too little too late? No, I tell you what, it's closing right up. Second, Wakatipu. Third, can't call it, but I'm going to say Craighead came through for third and pushed Villa into fourth. If they did it right on the line. Right on the line. The second Rangi crew come over, and on the inside here we look at North End, and then over on the far side we have the lane number 8 is Cromwell, and then back down on the inside is Christchurch Girls High School, and St Margaret's look like they've had a... Yep, they're coming over now. That's the other St Margaret's crew. So going to the screen, I'll see if I can give you the time. 7:23. Oh, there's between third and fourth, there's 0.61. So I can't tell you who it is yet, but I'll keep an eye on that. So that was the girls under 15 coxed octuple sculls. We've now got the boys under 15 coxed 8. This is always tightly fought. I'm just going to leave that sheet just there because I want to try and tell you who got third and fourth. It was indeed Craighead came through. Sorry, no, I haven't got it up there yet. Hold on. So let's have a look at what's happening here. This next race, race number 132, is the boys under 15 8. It's an A final. Shirley Boys High 2, Christ College 3, Shirley Boys High 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Christchurch Boys High 1, Wairau 1, Christchurch Boys High 2, Christ College 2, Christ College 1. So we've got 3 Christ College crews here, and 2 Boys High. Shirley Boys High have got 2 boats in this. Wairau 1 and St Thomas of Canterbury 1. This is going to be good racing. As you can see them coming down there now on the screen, and it's just gone again. Not sure what's happening with the system today, but it's... So we take a look through the binoculars. Lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High, Danny, Riley, Toby, Ashton, Harry, T. Manawa, William, Riley and Grayson Faulkner Coxing. They are in the lead. They've got a length on the Wairau crew on the outside of them. Christ College. Let's have a look at this Christ College crew in lane number 8, which is George, Henry, Geordie, Rocky, Noah, James, Angus and Daniel Wilson Coxing. They're sitting in second spot, but there's not a lot in it. Certainly the Christ College crew on the outside have dropped away. They're a couple of lengths back. Let's see what else I can give you on through binoculars. lane number 1, Shirley Boys, they have dropped a few lengths back. Lane number 2, we've got Christ College 3. Outside of them, we've got Shirley Boys are ahead of them, probably sitting in around. There's a good battle developing for that second and third spot. So Wairau are in the mix with Shirley Boys and also Christchurch Boys High 2. So in the lead in those wonderful row suits, we've got the Christchurch Boys High School 1 crew. They've got a couple of lengths now. It looks like Christ College, I thought, had gone with them, and they probably are holding second place, or they're certainly battling with Wairau. So as we see it coming down, they've got a good lead here, the Christchurch Boys High crew. They've got a lead, and there's a very nice battle developing for that second and third. There's a battle between Wairau, Christ College, Christchurch Boys High, and also, is that Shirley Boys High? Yep, there's going to be a battle for that second and third. But right now, way out in front, swinging nice and long on those oars. They've got their very bright and colourful row suits on for that fantastic cause. So well done them for obviously the entire squad getting behind it and raising money for breast cancer. Ben Mason's initiative. So well done, Ben. And they are really moving that boat well. They are working hard. No doubt at all. They're keeping their eyes in the boat. The coxswain is calmly talking them through. They've got 3 lengths. In second place is Wairau. They've managed to just pull ahead of that Christ College crew. So first, comfortably first, in lane number 6. Lane number 5, sorry. Lane number 5 is Christchurch Boys. Don't know why I said lane 6. Lane 6 is the Wairau crew, who are holding on to second from lane 4, which is St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury are actually sitting in third, but putting Wairau under pressure. So St Thomas of Canterbury are putting them under pressure as we drive down. Wairau are just held on to. So there's the win. There's the win. There's the win for Christchurch Boys High, but second place, Wairau are just holding on. St Thomas are finishing strongly. They're going to take third. So St Thomas of Canterbury take third. Wairau second. Christ College come in fourth. And the second crew in lane number 7 from Christchurch Boys High. Now down on the inside, lane 3 is Shirley coming over the line. And then on the far side in line 9 is the second Christ College crew, College Crew 1. And then down on the inside is the next Christ College crew, which is in lane 2. So they're coming through. And then down on the inside here, right down the inside, there's another Shirley crew. Well done, boys. In the A final, that's good to see. So, great row there from the Christchurch Boys High School 1. They won that comfortably. And let's see if I can give you their time. And it was 6:46. Just coming back to the girls under 15 8, Craighead did get third, pushing Villa Maria into fourth by 0.13 seconds. So that was a pretty close finish there. We'll pick up now the boys under 18 coxed 4 final. Only 3 crews: St Bede's College, Canterbury, Cashmere 1 and Christchurch Boys High. So we've got Cashmere battling with Christchurch Boys High. St Bede's are quite a long way back there, which is quite surprising, I have to say. Maybe they've had an issue because they're a good 10 lengths back, so there could have been an issue there for them. But this is Cashmere in their striped tops, are sitting in second with the crew from Christchurch Boys High in lane 6. Lane 6 is leading. So lane 6, we've got Hugo, Ted, Tom, Sean and Sebastian Kuhn coxing. And they're against Kashmir, which is George, Oscar, William, Sam and Hazel Bowen coxing. As we come down now, this is the final of the boys under 18 coxed 4. Lane number 6. Lane number 6 are taking it out at the moment. There's the coxswain laying down, just has a quick look around. Kashmir are finishing strongly, but I think they've left it too late. So that's a nice drive through to the line from Christchurch Boys High. They're going to take the win. Kashmir are going to come second. So Kashmir second, Christchurch Boys High take the win. St Bede's College are in third, quite a long way back, which is Harry, Oliver, Joseph, Jamie and Finn O'Kane. So let's just, while they're finishing through there, I'm assuming they've had a small issue. I was glad I was able to get back to that other heat for you to confirm that Craig had got through. So the girls under 18 coxed 4. Under 18 coxed 4. Christchurch Girls High School 2 and High School 1. Rangiruru Girls School 1, St Margaret's College 1 and Rangiruru Girls School 2. So quickly looking at these crews as they're coming down there, you can see there's a couple of crews and one of them looks like St Margaret's. It'll be St Margaret's and Rangi there. See the umpire boat in the middle of the course. And it is indeed a nice race developing. So let's have a look at these crews and see who we've got. So lane number 3, we've got Alice, Olivia, Jessie, Brielle and Pippa Ford coxing. Christchurch Girls High 1, we've got Nina, Millie, Paris, Katie and Mia Greenwood is the cox. Rangiruru 1, we've got Phoebe, Alice, they're twins, Holly, Georgie and Sienna O'Shaughnessy. And St Margaret's College 1, Grace Farrell, Hannah, Annie, Gemma and Bella Harris is cox. Rangiruru Girls 2, we've got Arabella, Primrose, Gemma, Lucy and Annabelle Wynne Williams is coxing. So as we're coming down, they're making their way down the field, down the course. Let's see what I can tell for you. So it's Rangi and St Margaret's who have got out in front, but they're pretty much together. If I was to call it now, I'd say that, in fact, it's too close to call. They are, as we have a look at them, it just looks like Rangi have just got their noses in front, and then we're just coming back on the inside to Christchurch Girls High School 1 and High School 2. So it's the Rangi crew and the Wears Wally St Margaret's red and white tops are coming down. They're in their boat. You can just see the red of the front of that boat making its way against the blue of the front of Rangiruru. And these two crews are locking horns. Phoebe, Alice, Holly, Georgie and Sienna O'Shaughnessy against Grace, Hannah, Annie, Gemma and Bella Harris. So this is going to be a nice finish. As they make their way down, they're at the 1500 metre mark. The second Rangi crew are sitting in third place, so that's the Rangiruru 2 crew of Arabella, Primrose, Gemma, Lucy and Annabelle Wynne Williams. They're in third. So they've got third place, and then we're looking back to the Christchurch Girls High School crew, and in also we've got the second Christchurch crew. So first and second coming down now, and this is nice and close. St. Margaret's pushing Rangi all the way. They won't want them to have it their own way, I'm sure. The coxswains have a quick look across at each other. They'll be delivering their orders and they'll be waiting to strike, maybe up the rating. Take it longer, but it is still neck and neck, and this is going to be a wonderful finish. St. Margaret's have just come back at them. They've just got a bare ball on them, but not much else. As we make our way, they're in the yellow boys. They've just hit the yellow boys. They're still together. The red and white stripes of St. Margaret's. They're looking across at each other, and there is nothing in this. These two crews have gone away from everyone else. Rangiruru are still sitting in third, so they've got third place sewn up. But it is neck and neck as we come down. Lane 5 and lane 6, and there's nothing in this. Nothing in this at all. It is Rangiruru who just got their bare ball in front now. Just got it in front. Can they take it through to the end? They are going nice and long. They're really getting maximum out of each stroke, but there is not much in it. It's, Rangi have just got it. Just got it. Who's going to... Yes, they've just got their nose in front, and they're over the line now. But there's not much in that. Well done to St. Margaret's and to Rangi. That was a wonderful race for first and second. I'll come across to my computer screen and hope that comes back on and gives me the times. Rangiruru go over the line now for third. Lane number 7. Lane number 4, Christchurch Girls, come across the line now. And then we're just back to the lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School 2 crew. So great work there from Rangiruru, Phoebe, Alice, Holly, Georgie and Sienna O'Shaughnessy, and the St. Margaret's crew, Grace, Hannah, Annie, Gemma and Bella Harris. That was race of the day for me. Absolutely fantastic to see. Neck and neck, they've stayed with each other all the way down the course, and that's definitely one to watch later. Well done, girls. The Girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. So this is a B final. Race number 135. I'll quickly have a look and tell you how many we're going through to today. I think it's 160 something. Let me just see. Yes, it's 168. 168. So race number 135, Girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. They're not on the water yet. We could be having a short break. So, hope everyone's enjoying the live stream coverage. Hopefully your coverage is not glitching like mine is, and it seems to be. We can see the boats just lining up in the start line there. They'll be getting them all organised, and you see there's a crew down out in one of those outer lanes, probably lane number 8, who's just coming into position. The boat holders are making their way out now. They'll be winding themselves out there, and they'll be getting hold of the front of those boats, and then the coxswains will be holding the drop lines. You can just see there on the inside, lane number 1, the coxswain has got the drop line just to kind of keep themselves nice and straight, get themselves set for when that call comes in, and they're winding their way out, trying to get hold of them. Justin will be talking to them and making sure that they're all organised. It gives them a little pre-warning before they go, and then normally he's pretty quick on getting them away, which is fantastic. So we see the quad screen that we always used to have. That was all we had not many regattas ago, and this new technology that they've put in is fantastic as we see them all lining up there. This is race 27. It's a B final. And just quickly giving you who I got here. We've got Villa Maria College, Waihopai, Christchurch Girls High School 2 and 1, Craighead, Diocesan 1, North End 1, Rangiruru School 2, Ashburton 1 and Marion College 2. So we're on time with the programme, which is great to see. Nice big fields at this event. Obviously, it's normally run at actually Lake Hood in Ashburton, But with the new protocols that have been put in place and running under the red light system, obviously South Island Rowing invested in the in all the equipment required and all the organisation required so that we could have separate bubbles. Essentially there's 20 bubbles all the way down the course, and yeah, there was a wonderful letter received yesterday from the Auckland Rowing Club, and it was really glowing in its praise of the organisation and the event, and I know that they were really thrilled, and what came across in the letter was they were thrilled for their rowers who'd had obviously a tough season with no regattas, and they were just delighted to get down here for the Nationals and have some races and race against their friends and competitors, and obviously make some connections again, and just to be back on the water. So they were really happy, and it was great to receive. And there is a mass amount of work that's gone in by as always, a small number of volunteers have just made this thing happen. So well done. And they're away. There we go. This is race number 135. We can see the Girls Under-16 coxed quadruple sculls, the B final. Straight after this, we'll go into the A final. So I'll bring this down as long as I can before the A final starts. So, but just going through again, we've got Villa Maria, Waihopai, Christchurch Girls High School 1 and 2, Craighead Diocesan School 1, North End 1, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Ashburton 1, Marion College 2. The grey cloud seems to be set. There was a little bit of rain this morning just on the windscreen, and a little bit of drizzle just as I arrived. Bright and breezy this morning, and but it seems to be holding off, and probably need a little bit of a jacket out down there today, but other than that it's pretty good. We can see a little bit of de-rigging going on down below us. Shirley Boys High are working away there. I'm sure they'll be doing it right as per their Latin crest. And anyway, as we pick up, we see the A crews coming through. I'll get the binoculars down the course. The safety boat is sitting nicely in the middle there, and all these boats are pretty much together. I'd say that the outside lane of Marion College in lane 9 have just dropped away. They've just dropped away. Shout out to Justin. Hope you're well, Justin. But I think that's the Marion College 2 crew who have just dropped back a length. But in the middle, lanes number 4, 5 and 6, Christchurch Girls High, Craighead Diocesan and North End. They all seem to be together. But even down the inside, everyone's still in the mix here as they make their way down in the Cox quadruple sculls under 16. I can just pick up a little bit of coverage there from the screen, but it literally comes on for a second and goes too quickly for me to even try and take anything from it. So I'll come back to the binoculars today. On the inside lane, that Villa Maria College inside lane are very much still in it. In fact, I'd say they're actually ahead of Waihopai and Christchurch Girls 2. So I've got to keep an eye on them. That's the lane number, what is the revised lane number 1. They're in the mix with lane number 4, 5. Lane number 4 and 5 is Christchurch Girls 1 and Craighead 1. So they're our leading crews, but also lane number 7 is coming in the mix. That's Rangiruru. And lane 8. Just give me 1 second. I've just got to drop off here now. We're just trying to sort this coverage on the screen. It just We're trying to sort this coverage on the screen. It just appears to be dropping out. But Rangiruru, lane number 7, Rangiruru are in the mix. This is going to be close. It's too early to call, but Rangi are in the mix. Lanes number 4 and 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1 and Craighead are in the mix. Ashburton and Rangiruru, this is going to be tight. All I can say is down on the inside, Villa Maria have taken Waihopai with them. Lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School 2, they've definitely dropped back. So in lane number 3, they've dropped back a couple of lengths. Then we come to lane number 4, who are battling with lane 5. So lane 4 and 5, Christchurch Girls High School and Craighead are going neck and neck. Then the outside of those is North End 1. They've dropped back. North End 1 have dropped back. And then lane 7 and 8, Rangiruru and Ashburton. And Ashburton, if I was to call it now, I'm going to say Ashburton have got their noses in front. But it's too close to call with the lane 4 and 5. This is going to be a nice finish. So lane number 5, Craighead. That's Kate, Gemma, Zoe, Nadia and Tessa Westgarth. As we come on down, Craighead in the green with a little splash of white. Rangiruru further out the outside there with Ashburton. So Rangi and Ashburton are very much together. And Craighead in lane number 5. So there's the crews we're looking at. I'm just trying to compare them with down on the inside, see if Villa Maria have just dropped back. Yes, they've dropped back. So here we go. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 crews battling it out. We've got Christchurch Girls, Craighead, Rangi and Ashburton. This is shaping up to be race of the day as they come down the under 16 B final. And the A final is away, but I don't have coverage on it, so I'm going to stay with the B final just because it's actually looking so close. This is fantastic. Craighead have got their noses in front. With inside them there is the Christchurch Girls High School 1 crew. So they're our 2 lead crews. Rangiruru are sitting in 3rd. So Craighead Dyson, Kate, Gemma, Zoe, Nadia and Tessa Westgarth are going with Christchurch Girls High just inside them in lane number 4. They're sitting in 2nd at the moment, but only just is Coco, Kate, Sienna, Kira and Erin Kang. So we making their way down. They're still in the red boys. Craighead have got their noses in front. Christchurch Girls have gone with them. Rangi have just dropped back slightly and Ashburton are right up with them. So the battle for 3rd is between Rangi and Ashburton. And Ashburton have just got it. Actually looks like a mixed crew there. And if I'm not mistaken, that is featuring Isabel Wall. Go Isabel. Craighead, lane number 5, have got the lead. 2nd place in lane number 4 is our Christchurch Girls High School. So they're in 2nd place, lane number 4. 1 and 2. Rangi have dropped back to 4th. And the composite crew from Ashburton are going through in lane 8. They're going to get 3rd. So leading at the moment, I should say, in lane 5 is Craighead. Christchurch Girls have closed it up. But not enough time. And Craighead are going to go over the line now. There they go. Christchurch Girls go over the line. Ashburton go over the line now. And Rangi in lane 7 are going over the line shortly. Down on the inside, Villa have done a spurt in lane 1 and they're going to come over 4th. So that was the B final. I'm just getting a little bit of coverage on the screen, but it literally stays for a second. So the girls under 16, Cox Quadruple Schools A final. I'll pick it up now as they make the 1,000 metre mark. So we've got Wanaka 1, Marion College 1, Otago Girls 1, Burnside 1, St Andrews College 1, Kashmir 1, Wairau 1, Rangiruru 1 and Ashburton 2. So picking up what I can on through the binoculars. Rangi out in lane number, let's see what lane Rangi are. Lane number 8 are making a good go of this. And lane number 6 is Kashmir. So it's looking like Rangi and Kashmir have left. Rangi in the lead. Kashmir in second place. Third place could well be Burnside. Burnside are taking St Andrews with them, so St Andrews are in the mix, as are the Wairau crew. But looking at it now, in lane number 8 is the Rangiruru crew of Sophie, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye. They hit the 1500 in the A final of the Girls Under-16 coxed quadruple sculls. Just get a quick bit of coverage there as you can see them heading down the lake. The lake of the two monsters, as Millsy likes to say, and it is indeed that Rangi crew with their caps on, the yellow, white and blue of the boat, and Kashmir have gone with them. They've left the rest of the field. Burnside High are sitting in third as we speak. So let's have a quick look at the Burnside crew. We've got Poppy, Katie, Kate, Sam and Abby May. Rangiruru, we've got Sophie, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye. And then the Kashmir crew is Abby, Nina, Emily, Poppy and Meg McDonald. So, coming down as they are, still in the red boys, Rangi out in lane 8 are battling with Kashmir. Kashmir in the yellow and maroon stripes in lane number 6. Down on the inside we're looking at Burnside High sitting in third, being put under a bit of pressure by Otago Girls High School. So Otago Girls High are trying to get back at them and get into that third spot as the yellow stripes of Rangi in lane number 8. They have a quick look across and it has closed up. Kashmir have closed up on them. They're on their back of their boat. Are they going to increase their speed now as we come through? This is closing right up. They've closed up on them inside 20 metres. They've taken 3 seats off them and it has indeed closed up. Rangi are being put under pressure. Can they defend it? Kashmir are coming. They're coming at them. They've answered it now. They've just held them off. As we come down, 10 metres to go. Rangi are going to hold on. Kashmir looked like they were going to take them there, but they've done well. They've got second for Kashmir. Rangi take the win. Third place, Burnside High in lane 4. Fourth is going to be Otago Girls in lane 3. Wairau in lane 7. Come over the line. Next, then we move to St Andrews in lane 5. Down on the inside is lane number 1, which is Wanaka. Then we go to Christchurch Girls, Marion. And then over on the far side, we've got Ashburton 2. So that was the A final for the Girls Under-16. I thought for a second there that the Kashmir crew of Abby, Nina, Emily and Poppy with Meg McDonald coxswain were just going to come back, and I think they just answered them. They obviously, the coxswain got into their ears, and Sophie, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget the coxswain, Bridget Pye, she obviously got them through because they were under pressure there. But well done, nice race. And that was race 136. Now we've got the boys under 16 double scores. This is a B final coming down. I think we've got Otago Boys High have been scratched. Christchurch Boys High, we've got Rico and Ruben. Shirley Boys High, Keegan and Charlie. Timaru Boys High, Max and Mackay. Otago Boys 3, Jed and Niall. Oamaru 1, Nye and Patrick Spillane. Shirley Boys, Hamish and Lewis, St Thomas of Canterbury, Alak and Michael. And last but not least, Ashburton 1, Ashton and Isaac. So, this is the B final. Double sculls. They'll be looking at the time, comparing their time against the A final. So, Timaru have got the lead over Shirley. So, the Timaru pairing of Max Henry Clayton and Mackay Sparks, coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. So let's see if I can pick up who's in third, and I think it's Otago Boys. Otago Boys of Jed Tisdall and Niall Alexander are sitting in. In fact, they're pushing Shirley for second place. So Timaru, the Timaru crew in lane number 4, Max and Mackay, have got a couple of lengths, but there's going to be a battle for that second and third, and it's Otago against the Shirley Boys crew. So Hamish and Lewis are going to come under pressure from Jed and Niall. As we come down, they're hitting the yellow boys, they're in the yellow boys. The cross on the back of that, of the row suits there, lane number 4, Timaru Boys High. Max and Mackay are coming down. They're going to take the B final. They're going to take the win, and they'll be pleased with that. We can see that the A final has gone off, but I can't pick them up on the screen. Oh, just get a fleeting moment of it there. But as we come down now for the B final, lane number 4. Well done, boys. That's getting that moving nicely. That is the Timaru Boys of Max and Mackay. Well done, boys. They're going to take the B final. Second is going to be in lane number 5. That's the Otago Boys High crew. Otago 3, Jed and Niall. And lane number 7, which is Shirley Boys, Hamish, McIntosh and Lewis Hawkyard. Let's see who's going to come over next. Yep, there they go. There's our winners. Coming over the line for second place. They've actually stopped rowing a little bit early there, boys. And then Shirley go over the line. They've actually stopped as well. They should have kept rowing, really. And next we have lane number 6. Lane number 6 over the line is Oamaru. And then there's a fleet of boats coming over there. So well done. Quite funny there that all 3 winners actually stopped rowing and drifted over the line. I've not seen that with all 3 boats doing it. They obviously thought the line was earlier than it is. So anyway, the boys under 16 double sculls A final. We've got Shirley Boys, Noah and Flynn, Wakatipu 3, Logan and Ben, Canterbury Kashmir, Angus and Jimmy, Wakatipu, Ashton and Toby, Timaru Boys High, Josh and Blake, St Thomas of Canterbury, Frankie and Ben, Wairau 1, Shane and George Lindstrom, Wakatipu 2, Josh and Xavier, and Nelson 1 is Ethan and Thomas. So this is shaping up as well. There's a couple have dropped off the back, but in those middle lanes, so looking at it, we've got Timaru battling with Wakatipu in front, and out on the far side, who's in that yellow boat? That's another Wakatipu crew, and I seem to remember they finished well yesterday. So Wakatipu are 1 and 2. Wakatipu is Josh Bayana and Xavier Small. They're out in lane 8, and they are pushing their teammates Ashton White and Toby Rorison. They are pushing them neck and neck, and that, if that's not going to make a good quad, I don't know what will. Timaru are just slightly back there. This is the boys under 16. Timaru, Josh Bartlett and Blake Parker, coached by Brian Smith. And as we look at the Wakatipu crews, in lane number 4, Ashton White, Toby Rorison, coached by John Morrison, who's obviously also coaching the other Wakatipu 2 crew, but they are pretty close to each other and there's not much in it. They're holding first and second, so lane 4 has got their noses in front, but really not by much at all. Lane 4 is currently in the leading position with lane number 8, the second Wakatipu crew, and this water's looking lovely at the moment. Timaru have got a good third, so Timaru are well and truly in third, but let's see if the second Wakatipu crew can put a big finish in, but I think it's going to be lane 4, the lane 4 pairing of Ashton White and Toby Rorison, who are going to take the win. And in fact they are. They've got half a boat length on them now, a boat length on them. Here we go, coming across, 30 metres to go. They're closing it down, they're going to close it out, and they're going to take the win of the A final, Boys Under 16 double sculls. Well done. They've come through in lane 4, Ashton and Toby. They take the win. Second place, Wakatipu, Josh and Xavier. Third place, Timaru, Josh and Blake. Well done, boys. Coming through fourth and just a couple of lengths back is the lane number 6 crew of St. Thomas of Canterbury. Then we come down to the inside and that's another Wakatipu crew in lane 2, which is Wakatipu 3, Logan and Ben. On the far side, we pick up Wairau in lane 7. That's Shane and George. And then it's Kashmir in lane number 3. And that is Angus and Jimmy. I think I met Jimmy's dad yesterday. He was on the control. So well done. Great racing. And as you have with these school events, the races just come thick and fast. So I apologise today. We've got we've got intermittent coverage on the screen. So I'm not giving you anything. You're probably seeing more than I am. But we're into race L, which is the Girls Under 18 single sculls. This is a final. I think it's a B. No, it's a final. It's race number 139. So just having a quick look here, we've got Christchurch Girls High, Charlotte Chatter, Marion College, Amelia Meets, Rangiruru, Holly Turnbull, Avonside Girls High School, Ash Fleming, Burnside High School, Briar Moriarty, Oamaru 1, April Lenares Fontana. Avonside Girls have been scratched, that's Stella Cook. Roncalli College is Molly Phillips, and Rixton High School is Grace McConnell. Now, if I remember correctly, yesterday when I made my notes, there was a couple of heats and they were within a second of each other, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to dig them out, but this field is coming down now. The Girls Under 18 single sculls. And it is the yellow of Oamaru with lane 5, Brian Moriarty from Burnside, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it is indeed. So here we go. This is going to be a nice race. So, Briar Moriarty and April Lenares Fontana are making their way down the field. They've gone away from the other rowers, but there's going to be a great battle for third and fourth. There's 3 or 4 rowers in that, and I'll pick that up later on. But I'm going to call that it's the Roncalli College are in the mix. Out in lane number 8, and down on the inside we're going to have a couple of rowers from Rangiruru and Avonside Girls who are going to be battling it out as well. Yep, that's Avonside just there. That is Ash Fleming, who is appearing to be battling away with Rangiruru. It is indeed, and that's Holly Turnbull. So we're going to have a good fight. 3 of them looking for that third spot, but as we come down now in the red boys, hitting on the way to the 1750 mark, and it is the Burnside rower who has got away from from Oamaru. So Briar Moriarty Mr. Moriarty, I presume. Classic bad character in the novels. But that's really nice rowing there. Let's have a quick look, see what I can... Yeah, she's driven away. She's got a nice rating on that. She has a quick look around. Just needs to keep it in that position. Just manage it from there. She makes the yellow buoy. She knows she's got 250 to go. 250 to go. She's in the lead. Lane number 6, Omaru, April Linares Fontana, is in second spot. And third, coming through for third, is Avon in lane number 4, is Avonside Girls, Ash Fleming. So Ash Fleming is sitting in third. And we come down now in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Burnside High School, Briar. She's had a great row there. She's got a couple of lengths on the Omaru 1 rower of April Linares Fontana. Good technique, lots of power. You can see that there. She's driving through. She has another look around. Just going to finish it off. Just getting through to the line. She's got 5 meters, 10 meters to go, sorry. As she comes across the line now. There we go. She takes the win. April comes through in second in lane 6. Then we come back to lane 4, which is Ash. Ash is going to go over the line now. And then on the inside here from Rangi in lane 3, that's Holly Turnbull, gets through in 4th. She comes forth. Over on the far side in lane 8 is Roncalli College. Shout out to Roncalli. That's Molly Phillips. Also on the far side there in lane number 9, that's Rickerton High. Grace McConnell coming through. Well done, Grace. And down on the inside here in lane number 2 is the Marion College rower of Amelia Meets. Well done. She comes through. And over on the far side, we pick up now lane number 7, Marion College. Go, Marion. Well done. And then we have coming across now in lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High, Charlotte Chatter. Well done. Well done, all of you. That's actually great work in the Girls Under 18 single sculls. And just finishing that off there, finishing that race off, was Briar. Just really continued to stretch that out and really did look good. So well done to Briar. And that was looking a very close race. So as we're going to pick up now the Boys Under 18 single sculls. This is race number 140. Going through the field, we've got Ashburton 2, Matthew Pearce. St Thomas of Canterbury, Angus Lucas. Wakatipu 1 is Marley King-Smith. Timaru Boys 2 is William Talbot. Timaru Boys 1 is Sam Wilson. Wairau 1 is Ashley James Fitzgerald. Otago Boys High 1 is Henry Kirk. Union 1 is Alex Fletcher. Cromwell 1, Matthew King. And we've got to pick them up now through the binoculars. And it's the Wairau rower of Ashley James Fitzgerald. Might have to call him AJ. AJ has got himself in front. We are seeing a bit of a classic flared field here. This is what we sometimes talk about. But just outside of him is the Otago Boys High rower of Henry Kirk. And he's still in the fight. He's obviously gone out fast. But Otago have stayed with him. On the inside there is the Timaru rower of Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson is very much in it. Still looking for second place. But probably currently sitting third. So sitting in third. So there's our 1, 2, 3. Which is lanes number 4, 5 and 5, 6 and 7. Picking up, and the second Timaru rower there is sitting in 4th spot. That's William Talbot. So William Talbot is sitting in 4th. But it's closing up there. Yes, we can see the Timaru rower has closed it up to Wairau, as has the Otago Boys High rower Otago Boys of Henry Kirk is in the mix. So this is not over yet. And in fact, I would say it's closing up with Timaru in lane number 5. Timaru in lane 5. Sam Wilson is closing up. And it's going to be a great finish for second and third here. And even for this is all coming down the wire. So let's follow it into the end. We've got the 3 rowers, Wairau, Ashley James, or AJ as I'll call him now. And it has closed up. Otago Boys High, Henry Kirk, he's not out of this. He's put a piece on now. He's driving through. And Timaru, Sam Wilson, in lane number 5. He's upped his rating and he's putting in a big finish. But Wairau just trying to hold them off. And this is 1, 2, 3, and it's going to be pretty close. Timaru, can he close it up? He's got half a boat length to make up on him. He is moving through. I think he's just gone through on Henry Kirk. He's just gone through Henry Kirk. As we come down, 20 metres to go. Wairau just holding on. Timaru, he's taking an inch at a time, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And second and third, second and third there was changing position with each stroke. But Wairau, AJ, Ashley James Fitzgerald has taken the win. Second and third, I can't tell you, between Sam Wilson and Henry Kirk. They were changing position in the last 10 metres. A big thumbs up from lane number 8. Well done. That's Union's Alex Fletcher. Out on the far side there in lane number 9. He's having a breather now. That's Cromwell, Matthew King. And down on the inside, there's 3 boats finishing there. Ashburton, St Thomas of Canterbury and Wakatipu. Fantastic. Just give me a second. I'll just catch up with Millsy, who's had a uniform change. He's got his 2022 Maudi top on. Maudi Cup top. It's obviously the latest fashion this year. I didn't know that even been released yet. You're calling this one. We've got the Girls Under 15 double sculls coming down. I might take this one down and then hand over to Millsy. Millsy's giving me a thumbs up. Yep, that's what we're going to do. So in this B final, we've got Otago Girls, Monica Ida and Eva Reynolds. Cromwell 1, we've got Alicia Wilson and Alia Cunningham. Sorry, that was Cromwell 2. Cromwell 1 is Rebecca Thompson and Amelia Dickey. Otago Girls High School is Frances Donald and Kate Merriman. Wairau have been scratched. Wakatipu 1 is April Bentley and Lucy Clark. Villa Maria College 1 is Lexi Dixon and Molly Niehoff. Waihopa 1 is Caitlin Hamilton and Holly Goebel. And Nelson 1 is Sydney Booth and Sarah Schofield. So I've just got a little bit of coverage there. You see them go through the 1,000 and then I lose it again. Technology is not helping me today, I can tell you that. So we'll keep going through the binoculars. I've also lost the timing screen as well. So nothing's working for me today. But the trusty old yellow and black binoculars, purchased in, I think, 1972. They might be a little bit newer than that. But anyway, this is a wonderful race developing. I must put a shout out as well to the Bedouin tent community, who I had a glass of wine with last night. So great to catch up with you gentlemen and put the world to rights. Certainly Putin got a hammering, I can tell you that. Anyway, as we come down, it is looking like the lavender of Villa Maria College. That's Lexi and Molly. They're in a nice position, but they're not run away with it. Outside of them is the Avon. That's Villa Maria. And outside of them is actually Waihopai. Hope I pronounced that correctly today. I got told off yesterday. Waihopai. Is that right, Millsy? Yep, I've got the official okay. I'll be having some lessons geography lessons and plotting where these clubs are. But as we look at it now, there's a nice race developing here, and on the inside in lane number 3, I'm calling Cromwell. That's Rebecca and Amelia. They are in the mix here. They are very much in the mix. So lane number 1 is the Otago Girls crew, and so Otago and Cromwell 2 are just dropped back a few lengths, but then we're in lane number 3, and they are in the game. That's Cromwell 1. They are very much, they're sitting just in second at the moment, and looking a few lanes across, we've got Villa Maria, who've gone away from the Waihopai crew of Caitlin and Holly. But as they make the way through the last of the red boys, this is the B final. The A final has started. We just might be seeing see them on the course now. But as we come down now, the B final, it is Villa Maria in lane number 7. Lexi and Molly, coached by Alex Kinder. So they've got the lead at the moment, but they're not going to have it all their own way, because in lane number 3, from Cromwell 1, Rebecca Thompson and Amelia Dickey, they've closed it up, and they're into the yellow boys, and they are looking to nick this gold off them. Waihopai are in 3rd currently, but down on the inside is the lane number 1 crew from Otago Girls High, who are looking to steal that 3rd position. But as we have it now, lane number 3, they're not looking across, they're just concentrating and driving through. They've closed it up, and it's going to be a great finish in the B final. These B finals really do give those crews a bit of time, more races and more time on the water. But I think at the moment Avonside are holding on. They've just got a canvas in front. The Villa Maria crew of Lexi and Molly are holding on. Oh no, there's been second place have just caught a crab. They're going to hold on to second. They've got going again. And they're over the line. 3rd, Otago on the inside came through for 3rd. Otago in lane number 1, Monica and Eva, and that was amazing there. Just as we would think it was all over, it wasn't, because they caught a crab. But wow, they managed to get it going again. So I'm going to pass over to Millsy now, and he'll bring this next race down, and I'll see you later. Bye now. It's normally green.
Is it?
Yeah.
Thanks, Clive. Great racing out there at the 2022 Junior South Island Championships. Everybody's behaving themselves. They're going up in the right lanes and crossing over into their bays, which is well done. Nobody's stepping over the ropes, so you're having a pretty good regatta, guys. The only thing is that we continue telling people, if you got the rubbish from lunch, please, if the managers are feeding you or wherever you're being fed, make sure you put your rubbish in your chili bins and take it back home with you. What you do it after that is up to you. So we now go straight on to race 142, and it is the final of the girls under 15 double scull. You just saw the B final go through, and I think we've got a wire hour scratched by the look of it. Our computer doesn't say that. So we have North End, Christchurch girls, and it looks like Otago have been put into lane number 3. Then we had Craighead, Burnside, Cashmere, Burnside 2, Cashmere 2, and North End 2. Now right down on top of us here, it's taking us too long to change over, guys. And it's coming out of lane 4. It's the crew from Craighead. So it's Craighead. Oh, the water conditions out there, absolutely brilliant. Haven't we had a great regatta with good water? Good New Zealand champs we had with good water. Craighead out in front over the rest of the field. There's a line-up for second, third and fourth for the badges and the ribbons. So Craighead sitting in front. They're not going to pick them up coming into the yellow boys. Craighead right on their right-hand shoulder goes Burnside. Burnside up into second place. Burnside's bringing with them Christchurch girls. And then right across that top side, it looks like it's Cashmere 2 across the top side. In the middle, Burnside down the inside again. Christchurch girls bringing North End with them, but it's out in front, Craighead. Craighead Dyson School out of Timaru. Down towards the 100-metre line, this is the girls under 15 double scull. Second-year rowers, mainly second-year rowers. Very rarely will you see novices out there in the under 15s. Down towards the line, clear country mile ahead of anyone else. Burnside's going to take the second badges and the second ribbons. And then who's going to get the third from down here on the inside? Christchurch girls are right out the far side. It's second in. It's the Cashmere combination on the far side. There's the buzzer. There's the buzzer for the winners. Craighead have taken it out. Burnside's going to take the second buzzer, and it's going to be down here. Christchurch girls are going to get the third buzzer, only about a length away from Burnside, and a half a length back to Cashmere across the far side, down to North End. Into the middle, they go Otago. Otago girls back out to North End on the far side, and the yellow boat in the middle is the boat from Burnside, number 2. Program going along straight on time. The starter's doing a brilliant job down there getting all crews away, but of course they can't get all the crews away on time unless you get your boats up there, of course. So we appreciate the effort you've done to get your boats up to the start. It means that nobody's missing out on the start, and everything's going along absolutely swimmingly, as the saying goes. The boys under 15 coxed quadruple scull straight final, 1:43's the race. Start time 11:42. The 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake. They've let them go. St Thomas of Canterbury, Otago Boys 2, St Bede's, Wairea, Otago Boys 1, Shirley Boys, Wairea 2, Wakata and St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. It's 5 in from the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Otago Boys. It looks Otago Boys, Jack and Thomas, the coaches, and they've had a really good regatta, the Otago Boys crews. So it's Otago Boys with Wairea right on their left-hand shoulder. That's those fast lanes. Otago Boys look as if they've got a break on the field already. Now, on the right-hand shoulder, they have got the white of Shirley Boys, or it looks like white to Millsy, that's for sure. Wairau's on the left of them, but Otago Boys have got a good 3/4 of a length inside that first 500. So it's Otago Boys, Wairau on the left, Shirley Boys on the right. Right on Shirley Boys, right-hand shoulder is Wairau 2. So Wairau, the 2 Wairau crews are right in the firing line. I believe, I don't confirm it, but I believe there may be badges for first, second and third. I take it you will know all about those. They'll obviously be sent to your zones, so they'll be picked up at the end of the regatta. Badges and ribbons here at the, we would call it the inaugural regatta of the South Island Juniors. And Otago now opened up that lead a little bit more as we see it. We've still got on the right-hand side Shirley Boys, on their right-hand side Wairau 2, on their left-hand side Wairau 1, jammed up between the Wairau guys. But it's Otago Boys. This Otago Boys crew will have a good length and a half, if not more, heading towards the 1,000-metre peg. Ryan Nicol in the coxswain seat. So young Ryan will most likely be given the instructions from Jack and Scott. Otago Boys swinging along very nicely. I'm going to get a clock on them for you just to see what they're actually doing out there rating wise. They're on 34, so Otago Boys are on 34, and they've said goodbye to the rest of the field. From the time we picked them up, they've been in front, and they've now opened up about a 3 lengths advantage over Wairau on their left-hand shoulder. Wairau are actually locked up. There's nothing between Wairau and Shirley Boys. And then we go to Wairau 2. Oh, Wairau 2 is getting some pressure put on them from Wakatip. Don't forget about Wakatip off the Lake Hayes. Right, quite a wee way out of it on the very far side. St Thomas of Canterbury just struggling, not struggling, but just slipped off the pace a little bit, along with the crews down the inside. St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Otago Boys 2 are ahead of them, and St Bede's 1 are ahead of them. But these crews are all about 3 lengths away from Wairau on the left-hand side of the leader, and they've opened up a huge gap. This will be one of the biggest gaps we've seen that I've called so far in the regatta, in the finals anyway. We got a lot of big gaps, certainly in the heats, but now we've got one here in the finals. Otago Boys really opened the gap up, maybe 4, 5, 6 lengths out in front at this stage. Tamati, Levy, Harrison, Jack, and of course young Tamati in the coxswain seat, is it? No, Tamati's in the stroke seat. It's Nicol in the coxswain seat. It's young Ryan. Jack McLaughlin and Thomas Ryan do the work with the Otago Boys down there on the Otago Harbour in Dunedin. And they are 6, 7, 8 lengths clear of the field. Whoa, what are you feeding them, Jack? Thomas, they are way out in front. So Otago Boys having a good regatta, along with a lot of other schools. Very impressed with Rangi, the way that they have improved big time in the last year, son. So Otago Boys, they've got brilliant water conditions. They won't know what it's like to row on water like this from the big rollers you get from the steamers that go through the harbour in Dunedin. They will be enjoying these conditions, that's for sure. Oh, just take it through, guys. Take it right up the top of Lake Ruataniwha Dam and just row out through the channeling system. You'll be in Dunedin by 2023. Down towards the 100-metre line they go. Otago Boys, too good for this field. Out in front from Wairau. Shirley Boys it is in second. Wairau into third place. They'll take the badges and the ribbons, and I would imagine the title. Then we go out to the yellow boat of Wakatips. They are up into fourth place. They are a length away from being third. And then we go down the middle to the crew from Wairau number 2. Back down the inside, St Bede's, Otago Boys 2, St Thomas of Canterbury. There's Otago Boys 1. They've gone through. Shirley Boys will take the second buzzer. They'll get the ribbons and the badges there, and hanging on to it, Wairau down on the inside, Wairau number 1. Over the fast finishing Wakatip, back to Wairau 2, down to St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Targa Boys 2, and St Bede's, and across the far side, St Thomas of Canterbury 2. The time they've gone through in is 7:10. Regatta moves on to race 144, which is the Girls under-17 8s. We've got St Margaret's 2 in lane 4, Rangiruru in 5, St Margaret's 1 and 6, and Christchurch Girls 1 and 7. And we've got the left and right hand of the 2 in the middle. It's Rangiruru and St Margaret's. St Margaret's 2's well off the pace, and also Christchurch Girls well off the pace. Under 17s, they should go through this course and around. We'll give you an idea in a minute. They should go around about the 650, 655 mark. Millsy reckons, around the 655. So they're out in front. Rangiruru's out in front. Williams in the guide seat. The Rangiruru coaching team. And just mentioned about how well the Rangiruru crews are going this year. Very impressively. Mind you, they have got the top coach in New Zealand coaching them, along with the coaching team. In Rangiruru, they're to a length and a half clear of St Margaret's. St Margaret's 2 is way back down the course along with Christchurch Girls. So Rangiruru, you'll never see anyone looking out the boat of Rangiruru. Their eyes is focused right down to the eastern end of the lake, and the coxswain is the one, will be the only one in the boat talking, and she will be talking to them all the way through the course to let them know whether that boat's dropping down into the water, whether they're losing power or not, and she will be working on it. Leg drive for 20 strokes, arm drag for 20 strokes, body swing for 20 strokes. Make sure you keep that boat up on top of the water so it's got the best run. Coming up to the yellow boys. Rangi still with this 1.5 to maybe 2 lengths clear of their opposition when they train on the Avon River. It's St Margaret's. They're on the Waimak, I think. Rangi might be on the Avon. Down to the 100-metre buoy line they go. Gosh, it's a nice, tidy-looking crew. Gosh, their 8s have been really good. Their 8s have looked so neat, so tidy and so strong as they head down inside the last 100 metres. Down to get the buzzer. Champions for this season. Take the title back to the Avon River. 2 and a bit lengths back to St Margaret's, and then we go back to the inside and outside lanes, which is the crew from Christchurch Girls and St Margaret's 2. They have gone through in 6:58. That's not too bad. I predicted a 6:55, so I'm getting the times a wee bit more accurate for you now. Boys under 17 coxed 4. Boys under 17 coxed 4s. Race 145, straight final. St Bede's 2, St Andrews 1, Christchurch Boys 1, St Bede's 1, Cashmere 1, and Christchurch Boys 2. And there's nobody on the course. Their start time is 11:58, which we haven't got to yet, so we'll pick them up as soon as they go out of the blocks.
That's what you want to do, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth, because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
More FM.
Right, they've let them go. They have let them go, and Clive was right. We're just having problems with our monitor at the start by the look of it, and it looks like very much like it has gone the 4 crews in the middle. So that's St Andrews, Christchurch Boys, St Bede's and Cashmere all shot away from the barrel at 40 strokes per minute. And they're just leaving those two slower lanes, the inside, the outside lanes. Just started to leave them behind ever so slightly at this stage. So it's Bede's that went out better than Christchurch Boys too. That's the crew that slipped off for a length through the first 300 metres. Yeah, just feeling the pace a wee bit hard. The second crews, the Christchurch Boys number 2 right on the far side. They've slipped off by a length and a half already in this first 500, and also maybe a length back on the inside, which is St Bede's number 2. So the number 2s are just struggling to keep up with the pace of the number 1 crew smack bang in the middle of the course. Good view. Okay, we've got the chief starter down here in the commentary tower, guys. He's going to start you to move back up into the lake again. Well done. As we've been saying all regatta, the team that get them away on time up there, but you guys have got to be there on time to be able to do it. So we've just seen a little bit of a movement come from 3 in from the outside. That is St Bede's. Of course it is. Under 17 fours, St Bede's. Look as if they've gone and put a half a length now. Or trying to go with them is Cashmere. Cashmere on their right-hand shoulder. Those other 2 crews inside and outside are shifted away. Man, we've got a lot of spectators right at the back of the starting blocks. Never noticed them before. We've got a whole row of spectating vehicles right at the back end of the starting blocks. And some across the other side too, of course. So St Bede's are just moving away from the rest of the field and carting Cashmere with them. The outside crew, Christchurch Boys number 2 crew, is unfortunately about 3 lengths down off these leaders, and along with the crew on the inside, which is St Bede's number 2. They can't keep up with the pace on the left-hand side of St Bede's, Christchurch Boys and St Andrews. They can't keep up with the power of the St Bede's number 1 crew. So Dale Maher has been pretty happy with his squad so far at this 2022, the Junior South Island Championships, transferred from Lake Hood here to the mighty lake with the 2 monsters. It is St Bede's. St Bede's, oh, they have opened up a good length, maybe a length and a bit now over Cashmere. Cashmere trying to hang on to them. They're swinging off you, Jaws, that Cashmere crew. We'll just get a clock on them for you. We'll get a clock on both those 2 crews sitting out in front. Bede's are on 34. Cashmere's on 34 and a half. So they're a half up on Bede's. Bede's are out in front by a length and a quarter. Then we have to go back maybe two lengths back to the crew from Christchurch Boys. St Andrews another half a length back off Christchurch Boys. Nothing separating those 2 crews. I think St Andrews have just got their nose in front of Christchurch Boys. So it's still St Bede's with its commanding lead. Oh, look out, Cashmere. You're going to be under siege from the 2 on the left-hand side of the leaders. Christchurch Boys and St Andrews. St Andrews putting a little bit of pressure on Cashmere. They're bringing Christchurch Boys with them. And then we have to go back down to the inside. Bede's 2, and then right out the very far side, dropping away from the paces. Christchurch Boys number 2. That's your field. We go back to the leaders. They're now in the third 500. The old knees will be starting to shake a bit now after all the rowing they've done. It's St Bede's. The black and the red from St Bede's do all their training down the Waimak River. Down the Kaiapoi onto the Waimak River. And from there, so Bede's out in front. Cashmere, I think Cashmere's still hanging on to second, but the pressure's really on them. St Andrews moved up alongside the crew from Christchurch Boys. There's only a half a length separating those 2 crews, and then a long way back we go to Bede's 2, Christchurch Boys 2. Heading through the 500 to go mark. St Bede's, this big, strong, powerful crew from St Bede's. It's Sam, Luke Jack, Sam and Liam in the coxswain seat, and of course under the guidance of Dale Maher. They have still got this length and a half. Oh, we still Cashmere. We say Cashmere up into second on their right-hand shoulder. It's St Andrews. I'll tell you what, they can't get away from Christchurch Boys. Who's going to take the ribbons and the badges for the third spot? They're really putting some pressure on. St Andrews has cranked it up. They're up and around about 36 now. St Andrews keeping that boat up on top. And they bring Christchurch Boys with them. In the meantime, Beads sit out in front and watch all the action behind them. The coxswain won't see it, of course. He'll have that boat smack bang in the middle of those boys as he heads down to the western end of the lake. I don't know that St Bede's are on full cock. They haven't really cranked it up yet. They're still down on 34. They're just going to do it with sheer power over the last 200 metres. Nobody's near them. The pressure's going on Cashmere. Cashmere holding out second at this stage. And then St Andrews are going for the, well, what we would have called in the Nationals, the bronze medal. There's badges and ribbons being dished out, I believe. I've seen them down there. And here comes Christchurch Boys having a go at St Andrews. Cashmere hanging on to second. St Andrews, and look out, St Andrews. They're coming at you, Christchurch Boys. Inside 100 metres, Christchurch Boys within about a canvas of St Andrews now. St Andrews haven't cranked it up yet. Christchurch Boys have. They've got a run on their boat. Forget about the first and second buzzers. It's now down to the third one. St Andrews hanging on to it. Christchurch Boys coming at them with every stroke. I think you'll find St Andrews, they're going to hang on to it. They're going to hang on to it by about a canvas. Great row from Christchurch Boys, and then we go back to the two slow lanes, which is St Bede's 2 and Christchurch Boys 2. Right, your program moves on to 146. It's the Girls Under-18 Novice Cox quadruple sculls. This is the under-18 novices, so you could have down to under-15s here. And this is, they love the racing, the novices. They're all quite confident at this time of the year. They should be, but we actually have seen some crews on there that look as if they might be having their first regatta. There is a B final because of the entries there. They were due to go out under the starting group down there at 2 minutes past 12. They are smack bang on time, guys. So just be aware, keep making sure you're putting your boats on the water in time to get to the start. Wakatip 1, Wakatip 2, Avonside Girls, North End, Cromwell, Burnside, Marion College 2, Wairau 1 and Nelson 2 on the outside. We'll just bring this through until we can get a good sight of the A final, of course, which gets the top priority. 4 and 5, 6 out. So 4 out from the inside. North End, Cromwell back a little bit, one of the fast lanes, and Burnside is the crew that looks as if they want to show that they should have been in that A final. So Burnside, we're in the second 500, and we'll bring it down as far as we can for you. And Cromwell's just back. It's North End. It's the crew from, let's see, Mike and Tarina. What a great job they've done. North End, St Hilda's have really showed their colours at this regatta, which we haven't seen them at other regattas. So prominent as this junior regatta here, and 4 in from the top side is Burnside. So there's not a great deal between North End and Burnside as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg. They've opened up quite a gap, these two crews. There's nothing between them, but they've opened up a gap on the rest of the field. I think we have to go right to the very outside crew, Nelson 2, and that's trying to bring with them Wairau 1. And then we come down to the inside crews, which is Wakatip and then Avonside. But we've got to still pick a crew out in front of these two crews that have opened up the gap, and it's definitely the crew on the top side. It's Burnside. So it's Burnside High School. I'm pretty sure they do all their training on the Avon as well. And now trying to get the gifts for the crews that are out at the Waimak. But it is Burnside. They have got an advantage of about a length advantage over North End. They do all their training on the harbour down there in Otago. And then we go right out the very far side to Nelson, and they got a little bit of training on the harbour at Nelson there. They have to row out between all the boats and all the yachts on the harbour there until they get out to the breakers, and they can sea skiff. That's Nelson. If you get a rough day out there, they can practice their starts in the estuary on the southern end of the Nelson harbour. Burnside now got a length and a half over North End. North End and Turner still say Nelson on the far side up into third. They have let the A final go. They've gone out of the blocks. So Burnside still with the advantage over North End. We go Nelson, and there's one just on the right hand, 2 out just in from Nelson is Wairau. So Wairau are starting to put some Nelson under a wee bit of wood as well. There's nothing between those two outside crews. They'll be fighting for third and fourth. I think they've got clear water between them and the crew from Avonside and Waihopai down on the inside of them. Waihopai's just back off the pace a wee bit. Mostly Waihopai struggling to handle the water conditions here, I would think, after the rollers they get on the Reti River. Would that be right? Ahead of Waihopai is the crew from Avonside. They're in the hunt, Avonside, for picking up the placings. So we'll just call them now and we'll go up and pick up the A-cream. It is Burnside. They're still not getting away from North End. They look like they had about a length and a quarter on them. I think there might be less than that. It's most likely down to 3/4 of a length. Then we go down to the crew from Avonside and out to Nelson, and we'll go up and pick up the A final for you. Got Craighead down on lane number 1, Marion in 2, Villa Maria 3 crew in lane number 3, Wanaka in 4, Villa 1 and 5, that's the fast lane, Columba College in 6, Nelson 7, Cashmere in 8, Villa Maria 4 out there in lane number 9. So Villa Maria with 3 crews into the A final of the Girls Under-18 Novice Coxed Quads. They're in the second 500, and we're getting a good... I'll tell you what, the only crew to slip off only by about 3/4 of a length, and they're already gone over 500 metres. They've gone past the island, And the only crew to slip off is the very, very outside crew that looks like the colours of Villa Maria. And also 3 out, Villa Maria 3 and Villa Maria 4 are the only 2 crews that at this stage have slipped off only by maybe 3/4 of a length. Apart from that, you can put a line across them as they head down towards the 1,000 metre. Nobody broken the line. We're looking 3 in from the outside, 4 in from the outside. We're looking at Columba College. Oh yes, they've got a great novice squad, Columba College. So Columba College right in the middle of the course. Looks like they want to move in the second. It is the second 500. They're going through to the 1,000 metre peg. Columba College, who are they bringing with them on their left? Oh, they've got themselves a bit of a lead of about good length and a half, maybe more. Columba College. On their left-hand shoulder, they have the crew from Villa Maria. That's their number 1 crew. And Wanaka. Wanaka are right there with Villa Maria as well. Let's see where Cashmere and Nelson are. Cashmere and Nelson. Oh, no, the outside crews. It's maybe Cashmere. Out of those 3 outside crews, Cashmere got a slight advantage over Nelson on the left shoulder and certainly got an advantage over Villa Maria on the right shoulder. So we go back to Columba College. Columba College sitting out in front. Gosh, they've had a great regatta, Columba College, most likely one of the best regattas they've had. Matthew and Sakaya has really done a great job with these crews, especially Matthew's been with Columba College for many years now, so he's just starting to build a very powerful team. And here we go with their novices out in front by, I'd say, a length and a half over Villa Maria 1, but Wanaka's put some real pressure on Villa Maria 1. They've moved up alongside them, and they look as if they want to go for the second buzzer. And then from there, it's anybody's guess where we go. We go to the right-hand side. We go maybe Nelson. Then another 2 lengths back to Cashmere. Cashmere now is locked up with the crew from Meridian College down here on the inside. Craighead just back off them, and also Villa Maria 3. So Wanaka looks like they want to pull themselves into it. They're definitely ahead of Villa Maria. So there's where the change has been. From that first 500, we've seen Wanaka come through. Good work done out of the brand spanking new sheds in Wanaka there, where they do all their rowing, and is it Ruby Bay, I think, somewhere down there. Oh yeah, this is a tidy crew from Columba. My gosh, they're down on about 34 too. They wouldn't want to come any lower than that, and that boat will just drop down into the water, and they'd really have to crank it up to get it going again. But they're under no pressure whatsoever. The pressures come from Wanaka. Wanaka have moved from 3rd up into 2nd position. They'll get the ribbons and I think little badges that they're giving out. Villa Maria can't stick with them. The coxswain gets a good sight of Wanaka. The girls can't look at it, that's for sure. The coxswain will tell them how far they are in front, where they need to be. And they've all sorted themselves out. After the first 3, we then go to Nelson. I think Nelson would be up in 4th position. Then we come down to Meridian College. This Craighead alongside them. And then we go right out the far side. We go to Cashmere, down again to, it is Villa Maria 3, and right out to Villa Maria 4. So down towards brilliant rowing conditions here. The water conditions couldn't be better for the full regatta. We're up to race 147, and Columba College, we thought they had about a length and a half, but they haven't got a length and a half. They've only got about a length, if that, because Wanaka have really, last 1,000 has been exceptionally good for Wanaka. It could be a length and a quarter. It might be right. It might be a length and a half. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. They're not going to pull this crew back, we can tell you that. They're going through the 100-metre buoy line. They'll go through, this time now through the 100 metres. Wanaka, this time now good length and a half behind. And then we go 2.5 lengths back to the crew from Villa Maria 1. This time now through the 100-metre buoy line, and then over to Nelson. It's the way we called it. From Nelson, we go to Cashmere. Down the inside, we go to Marion, Craighead, Villa Maria 3, and across the far side to Villa Maria 4. You can do, the body language tells you that Wanaka really worked that last 1,000. They are over their oars. Villa Maria 1 will take the third buzzer, and Nelson across the far side, Cashmere back down the inside to Marion, Craighead, Villa Maria 3 and Villa Maria 4. Boys under 18 novice cox 4. Straight final. They've let them go right on time again. St Andrews College, Nelson, Wairau, St Bede's 2, Oamaru 2, St Bede's 1, Ashburton, Burnside. The fast lanes go to Bede's 2, Oamaru and Wairau, and Oamaru 2 novices. We've seen them. Bede's have been very strong in novice grade, along with Oamaru. Oamaru's very strong indeed in novice grade. And we look down the course, and it is Oamaru. Oamaru from Oamaru. Do all their training here on Lake Ruatanava, so they'll know the shortcuts over 2,000 metres. They'll know the shortcuts, and that's why they're out in front. I think this has turned the tables. I think St Bede's beat them in the race yesterday, but it looks like Oamaru are out in front this time over St Bede's, and Oamaru's number 2 crew in third position, but there's some pressure going on them from the crew down on the inside. The 2 crews on the inside, which is Wairau, and just in front of Wairau is the St Bede's number 2 crew. So Oamaru, it's the Oamaru number 1 crew sitting out in front, Finn and Harrison and Jet and Lachlan, and it looks like Harry's in the coxswain seat. Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodsir as the coaches, and they are actually turning the tables on Bede's. I think Bede's beat them yesterday. I'm not too sure. But they're out in front this time, and they've got a good 2 lengths on St Bede's. St Bede's in turn have got, I thought that Oamaru crew was up in third, but they're not. We've got the 2 crews down on the inside. It's Nelson, it's St Bede's 2 and Wairau. St Bede's 2 and Wairau. We knew St Bede's had a good novice 8. There's nothing between those 2 crews, Wairau and St Bede's. Who's going to take the ribbons for the third? Wairau, St Bede's together. Wairau might have about a bow ball on St Bede's. But it goes back to the leaders, and it's Oamaru. Look at these little novices from Oamaru. The under 18 novices. They really cranked it up, and they're going to rip home inside the yellow boys. St Bede's on their right-hand shoulder, but 1 lane out. Can't hang on to this Oamaru crew. The little stroke, we saw him in the double sculls yesterday. We'll see him in the double sculls again today. The little stroke boy, he really gets into it. That's exactly why he's there, because they want somebody that's got a lot of spirit and a lot of go with him. And look at him get into it again. He's bringing his crewmates from 1, 2, 3 with him. The coxswain's getting a good look at his course as they go down to get the buzzer, take the title, take the ribbon, take the badges. St Bede's really getting into it now. They just closed the gap up a little bit. It's down to a length, maybe just under a length as they go down and get the buzzer. A length clear, just over a length clear. St Bede's number 1. And it looks like Wairau, Wairau would have about a foot on the second Oamaru crew for that second Wairau canvas to Wairau's taken third over Oamaru 2. And only a length back to St Bede's 2. And there is other people in the race as well, which is Ashburton on the far side. And then we go back to Burnside. We do apologise to the connections of those 2 crews. We didn't mention them much through the race. We tried to give every crew a fair chance, but I've missed those 2. I didn't miss them. I forgot about them. When you go over 37, you keep forgetting all the time. They've gone through the course in 7:21. 7:21. Gee, they're supposed to be having 8 minutes between each final, but they ain't got 8 minutes between this one. It's 12:22, and they're not even 12:22 yet. It's only 17. It's only 12:17, and they've let the 12:22 final go. Race 149 girls under 16 coxed final. It's their 4. Marion College 2, Christchurch Girls 3, Ashburton 1, Oamaru 1 crew, Wairau 1 crew, Rangiruru 1, Christchurch Girls 2, North End 1 crew, Villa Maria 1 crew. 9 crews. Looks very much like they've all gone to the start. They're 1,500 metres out from the buzzer, and we're going to get a look at it for you. 4 from the outside, Rangiruru 1. Here we go again, Rangiruru. My, they have improved from last year, Rangiruru, and we know why. Rangiruru 1, so it's Rangiruru 1 here in the girls under 16 Cox 4. Boy, gosh, if they were giving out medals, they would have taken a few gold medals today, Rangiruru, especially those big 8-packers. So they've gone out to a commanding lead inside this first 1,000 metres. They've got a lead of at least 2 lengths over the right-hand shoulder. That's Christchurch Girls 2, and on the left-hand shoulder, those Wairau. Wairau's a little closer to them, and Wairau, another 2 lengths back. We go to Oamaru, maybe 2 lengths back to Ashburton. Christchurch Girls about 3/4 back from Ashburton, and another length and a quarter back to Marion College down here in lane number 1. And then from the right-hand side of Rangi, we go Christchurch Girls. They are a fair way back off them, and they are locked up with North End. And there's another crew. There's supposed to be another crew out there. I can't see that on the outside. Oh, yeah, it's the crew from Villa Maria ahead of North End. So back to the leaders in this third 500, and they have opened up a commanding lead. Lucy, Alice, Jessica, Sophie, and Bridget Pye's in the coxswain seat. The Rangi coaching team, but they have obviously put an awful lot of time into this girls under 16 coxed 4, because they are out in front by at least maybe 4 lengths at this stage from Wairau. Wairau number 1 clearly into second place, and then we go nothing between Christchurch Girls and Oamaru. There's nothing between those two, but boy, they're a long way back off even the crew from Wairau. Then we go a couple of lengths back to Ashburton, a couple of lengths back from Ashburton. Oh no, Ashburton. I think you'll find Christchurch Girls 3's ahead of Ashburton. Then we go back to Marion 2, and across the far side we go to the 2 outside crews, which is North End. Villa Maria is well ahead of North End, and the crew inside them is Christchurch Girls. So Rangiruru are just going away with every stroke, and they've now opened up anything like 6 to 7 lengths on Wairau. Oh, looks like they should even be good enough to compete in the under-17s. I'm just going to get a rating clock on them for you, just to see what they're actually doing through the course. Oh, they're on 33.5, so it tells me there's a lot of power in that boat. If we can drop that rating down, you've got to use power to keep your boat going. Otherwise, you have to crank those hands up, and they're down on 33.5. More the top end of 33, they're close to 34, but they're going into the yellow buoys with a lead of about 6 to 7 lengths over Wairau. Christchurch Girls clearly, that's the Christchurch Girls 2 crew, clearly up into the 3rd position at this stage. There's no pressure going on them. These 3 crews have got big distances between them. We go from Christchurch Girls in 3rd, we go all the way to Ashburton. No, we don't. We go to the yellow of Oamaru. So it's Oamaru, and then Oamaru's getting a little pressure put on them by Christchurch Girls 3. Locked up in between those two is Ashburton. Down the inside, Meridian. And right out the far side, we go to Villa Maria, and then down to North End. So down towards the buzzer, this very strong, slow rating Rangi Ruru crew. Very strong through the water, looking very smooth indeed with a beautiful run on their boat. They'll go down. I wouldn't be surprised if they will just wind it down. They won't collapse over their oars. They most likely could row back up and pick up another race in half an hour's time. Yep, they're just going to row it down. They gave me that impression that there's a bit more juice in there yet because they were right down with the rating. And they're just winding it down now, and they'll stop shortly and have a rest. Wairau gets the second buzzer. Christchurch Girls the third buzzer. And then right in behind them comes Oamaru, Marion, Ashburton, Villa Maria and North End. It's just a little bit of a break now because of the 8 minutes between finals before we bring you race 150 of the regatta. 101 races were rowed yesterday, so it looks very much like we've done 49 already today. Boys under 16 coxed 8s due to go out of the starting blocks at 12:30. They will wait and they will let them go around the 12:30 mark. They have gone through in 7:43 for the girls under 16. The novice girls went through in 7:21, so they've gone through quicker. I just checked. Oh, it's the boys. Novice boys went through in 7:21. The girls under 16s have gone through in 7:43. Christ College 4, they were very slow in those first couple of strokes. They really never caught the start at all. If we can stop our screen from flashing, we could quite possibly give you an idea of who's gone away from the start the quickest. It looks like a good start from 2 in from the Targa boys, got away very quickly indeed. Nothing else has gone away. Maybe 3 in from the inside Wakatip. Maybe Wakatip's cranked out from the start very quickly as well, and they're dragging with them St Andrews number 2. So it's Wakatip and the Targa boys and St Andrews that went away from the blocks the quickest. Immediately dropping away is the Christ College number 4 crew down on the inside, and also the Christ College number 2 crew on the outsides dropped off ever so slightly. 3 in. Christ College is going with the Targa boys. Nothing between those two in this first 250 metres. And of course we saw Wakatip rip out from the blocks. We just follow them out now from the blocks. They'll be just about ready at the island. And it is really only those inside and outside crews that have just drifted ever so slightly off the pace. That 4 crew of Christ College has really never caught the start. So that's put them behind. These 8 packers are really hard to make up ground. If you get behind on them, you've got to be in the firing line all the way. You can pick up time, but it's very hard to pick up time and then go past a crew and go ahead of a crew. Whereas the single scullers, within a matter of 20 strokes, you can be a length behind and a length out in front, but not the big 8-packers. That Christ College crew that got the slow start, they're not that far off them at all. The only crew that's right out on that far side, the crew that is Christ College, should be Christ College number 2, but it looks like it's showing gold colours. Looks like it's got gold blades and gold colours, so we'll just get an eye on what's going on there. 3. We'll just take a look and see who might be scratched, because there doesn't look to be 9 crews there. So there's 9 crews listed. So they're in that second 500. They're going down to the 1,000 metre peg. There's not a great deal separating 2 out, which is Shirley boys, Wakatip, St Andrews and Christchurch boys. Not a great deal separating them. There's 1 crew that's just drifted off ever so slightly in the middle of the course. It could be St Andrews. So St Andrews just off a little bit. So we go back to the leaders now, and it's 2, 3, 4 out. It's 4 out from the inside, it is St Andrews. So it must be Christchurch boys that slipped off them a wee bit. So St Andrews look as if they want to go through the 1,000 metre peg in front. We'll just get a double check on that for you. Yep, St Andrews. St Andrews in front, and on their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Wakatip, the dark of Wakatip, but they are about a length down off St Andrews already. Christchurch boys feeling the pinch a little bit, and it's the St Andrews number 2 crew. That's why it got me confused when St Andrews were back a little bit. So it's the St Andrews number 2 crew that looks like it's in front over their number 1 crew. There's nothing between those two. Their number 1 crew's bringing Christ College 1 with them. And then we go out to, could be a Targo boys on the outside. There's still a crew missing from the outside though. It doesn't look to be any crew in. It's a Targa boys right on the outside. Christ College inside them. It looks like Christ College number 2 crew's not there on the far side. So we go back into this, the third 500, and it's St Andrews number 1 crew now. St Andrews number 1 crew bringing with them Christ College number 1 crew. The Top Gun crews off the Avon River in Christchurch. Oh, there's the gaps have opened up a little bit since we went through the 1,000 metre peg. With St Andrews, looks like their number 2 crew was in with a great chance. They're still back in 3rd place though, the St Andrews number 2 crew. But it's St Andrews 1 bringing Christ College with them. And it's the Christ College number 1 crew. So Christ College hanging on to St Andrews about 3/4 of a length away, and then we have to go back about 2 lengths back to St Andrews number 2. What a great performance by St Andrews, having 2 crews in the first 3 here at the 2022 South Island Junior Championships. St Andrews 2's getting some real pressure put on them by Wakatip. Then Wakatip we have to go back to, we go to Christchurch Boys in the middle of the course, back down the inside, Shirley Boys. These crews are all 2 to 2.5 lengths off in the next crew in front of them, and then another length and a quarter back to Christ College 4. That's a pretty good effort, because they now are ahead of the Otago Boys crew on the far side, and I can't see a Christchurch 2 crew. So down inside those Gold Boys, oh, look at the run these boys have got on their boat. They're St Andrews number 1 crew. Oh, there's some power in that boat as they head down to the 100 metre buoy line. They've come through that course very quickly. This is under 16. They'll go 6 minutes. They'll go about 6 minutes, 15, 6 minutes, or less than that. 6:14, 6:13. They will go through this course in the under-16s, and that will be very quick if they do. They've got the brilliant conditions to do it, and they've powered out to about a 2-length lead over Christ College. Christ College are 2 lengths over St Andrews 2. St Andrews 2 a half a length over Wakatip, and then we go back 2.5 lengths back to the crew in the middle, which is Christchurch Boys, and then we come back down to Shirley Boys on the inside, across the far side to Christ College or Otago Boys, and then Christ College 4 down the inside, and that's the way you'll see they'll go for the 2020. Next year they'll come back and they might be able to turn the tables. Under 16s, oh gosh, that is not right. 6:43. Oh, I thought the under 16s would go through a lot quicker than that. Maybe it's the under 17s that go through in about 6:16, somewhere around about there. Nevertheless, great racing, and your program moves on to 151. Girls under 17, coxless pair. This is the next grade down from the gun girls. St Margaret's, North End, Rangiruru, Columba College, Wairau 2, Wairau 1, eyeballing each other in 6 and 7 in Craighead. And they're well down through the course. We're going to immediately pick them up as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg. They're in the second 500 now, and wow, we have got a crew that is a way out in front. Boy, this is the under 17 coxless. I think it's second in from the outside. It looks like one of the Wairau crews. It's Wairau 1, Emma Flanagan and Lexi Timpson. And Pretty, just check to see that it is Wairau for you. Make sure we're getting that right. It is Wairau 1. Now from there we go to the left-hand shoulder of Wairau 1, which is Wairau 2. Then we go Columba College, the top side Craighead. They're just back off the pace a little bit in this race, which is quite unusual. Craighead, we like to see them right up in front with the rest of them. And then we come to... Then we go on the left-hand shoulder, Columba College, Rangi. There's nothing between these two crews. And then we come down to North End, and then we go quite a wee way back to St Margaret's. So as they head down now, they've just gone through the 1,000 metre peg. The next buoy line they get's going to be the 500 metres to go mark, but there's no pressure on the leading crew. That's Wairau number 1. Over Wairau number 2. They'll go through with the 500 metre to go mark. Wairau 1 over Wairau 2. And then we come down to Rangiruru. I think Rangiruru might have moved up into 3rd position, but these crews are quite a wee way off. And right on the right-hand shoulder of Rangiruru is Columba College. So there's going to be a great race there for who takes the third one. But it's Wairau. Oh, it could be pressure on that second Wairau crew. And it could be coming from Rangi Ruru. Rangi Ruru could be bringing Columba College with them. And then from there, we go 2, 3, 4 lengths back to the crew from North End. Another 4 lengths back to the crew from Craighead. And they in turn have got about 4 lengths advantage over St Margaret's down on the inside. So it's Wairau 1, Wairau 2, and pressure going on Wairau 2 from Rangi Ruru. Pressure going on Rangi Ruru from Columba College. That's the first 4. Then there's a huge gap back to the rest of them. We'll just concentrate on those 4. Wairau. In the real calm water of Lake Ruatanava, it's Wairau. Wairau number 1, Wairau 2. Can they go 1-2? I think they can. They're still 1-2. We go with about 422 metres to go. Rangi's the only one that can spoil it, I think. Rangi's very close to Wairau 2, maybe in front. Columba College is having a go at Rangi. They want to be up there in the ribbons as well. Rangi Ruru's done a good job down here on the inside. Can they bring Columba with them? Wairau, look out. Wairau 2, they're all coming at you. Wairau 1's got them sewing up out in front. Rangi Ruru keeps coming on Wairau 2. There's still not a great deal between Rangi and Wairau 2. Columba College now starting to sprint home. Or you can come up 2 more than that, Columba College, and you've got a chance as well, but you've got to open it up now. Too late. I think the other 2 crews are away. Wairau 2, are they hanging on to that second place? They are. Wairau 2 are hanging on to second. Rangi Ruru's coming at them. You'll get a better look at it than me, right? The Rangi supporters down there. Is Rangi up into second or not? No, it's Wairau. It's Wairau. Rangi coming with them. The hand speed, Rangi, you've got to come up too. Columba College are too slow with their hands. Wairau number 2. They're the only ones with quick hands and they're hanging on. Rangi's coming at them. We'll get a look at this row of boys. Oh, there's a half a length. There's a half a length. Wairau have just noticed the challenge from Rangi Ruru. They got the quicker hand speed and they're now just going away from them. So it's Wairau 1. It's Wairau 1, a length and a half clear of their club mates. Wairau 2, and then a length out to the quicker hand crew. That is Rangi. Rangi goes over for the third buzzer, and then only a length and a quarter back to Columba College. Great row by all crews. And then we come down the inside to the crew from North End, it is. And then we go St Margaret's. And ahead of St Margaret's on the top side is the crew from Craighead. They're banging the finals down now. 152 boys under 17 coxless pair final. Timaru boys, St Bede's 3, St Bede's 2, Timaru 2, St Bede's 1, Wairau, Canterbury, Cashmere, sorry guys. Christchurch boys and St Andrews. I think Bede's have got 3 crews in this, so they're going to be hard, and that's where it is. It's coming from St Bede's and Wairau. Gosh, Wairau, their Marlborough boys squad is going so well at this regatta. It's St Bede's number 1. That's Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling. They were very impressive yesterday in this race. I don't think there was heats. I think it was a straight final yesterday. I'm not too sure. The heats in it, but they were out in front. But I tell you what, they were out in front by quite a wee way yesterday. There must have been heats in it. The Wairau crew are sticking to them nice and close today. That's Zachary Jenkins and Hugh Stracker. They are right there. I think there's the 2 heat winners here yesterday. I think Wairau won 1 heat, and I think the St Bede's number 1 crew won a second heat. So that's where it is. There would only be 3/4 of a length between them. St Bede's 1, Matthew and Luke. Come on, Luke. You can go, boy. You can go from here, because I tell you what, Wairau's getting close to you, and you've got to look on the left-hand side as well as Timaru boys. Ben Allen and Blake Parker from Timaru boys as well. They can put a little bit of pressure on the St Bede's crew. The St Bede's crew's got a length and a quarter lead over Wairau. And that in turn have got about a length and a quarter over the Timaru. These three crews have really rode away from the rest of the field, and that's chased up by Kashmir. Across the far side, St Andrews, all these crews are back off the leading bunch altogether. Sticking their nose in between them is Christchurch Boys. Down the inside, Timaru Boys and St Bede's 3 and St Bede's 2. Somewhere there should be a St Bede's 2. That could be St... Oh yes, St Bede's 2 are right there with their row mates. There's the crew we're looking for. They're up into third place, St Bede's 2. So it's Bede's 1 over Wairau over St Bede's 2. Wairau really starting to wind the hand speed up a little bit. I'll tell you what, she's a bow stroke crew that's in front. St Bede's number 1, the bow stroke crew, holding off the crew from Wairau. They're not going to pick them up, I don't think. The St Bede's crew's too strong for them. And then St Bede's, another 2.5 lengths back down the St Bede's number 2 crew. And then we go a long way back to Kashmir. Over the far side, we go to St Andrews. In the middle, we go to Christchurch Boys. And down here to Timaru. And there's a crew there that we haven't mentioned. I think it's the 3rd St Bede's crew. Good effort by the St Bede squad. We'll give you a time for them. They've gone through in 7:27. Oh, they've let the girls under 18 coxed quadruple. This is the most likely schools feature event. They're under 18 quads. That's where all the entries are. They seem to go out in the sculling boats more than the sweep oared boats. And this is the pinnacle of under 18s when they get into their top crew to race against the under 18 quads. Christchurch Girls 2, Villa Maria, Avonside. Christchurch Girls 1, Wakatip. Watch out for a Wakatip. Burnside, Rangiruru, Craighead, and Christchurch Girls 3. Three crews from Christchurch Girls High School. They're off the Avon River in Christchurch. Right, there's one crew right on the far side that's slipped off the rest of the crews as Christchurch Girls 3. Okay, so we'll now looking at the middle crews, and also 3 out from the inside, which is Avonside. So Christchurch Girls 3 in Avonside. Apart from that, Christchurch 2, Villa, Christchurch 1, Wakatip, Burnside, Rangi, and Craighead, all together as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg. Oh, I tell you what, one of the slow lanes, Craighead, has said that, I tell you what, we'll almost go Craighead in front as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg, but they're going to go under some huge pressure from Rangiruru. That's Rangiruru on their left-hand shoulder, and Burnside are putting pressure on Rangiruru too. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4 out from the inside. That's Christchurch Girls number 1. Where's Wakatip? Wakatip who? The top side of them is Wakatip. They are back off Christchurch Girls by about a length at this stage. And then we come down to Villa Maria. And Villa Maria is certainly down here in lanes number 2. And Villa Maria have got at least a length and a half over lanes 1, Christchurch Girls 2, and Avonside back from them again. And then we go right out to that outside Christchurch Girls 3. So we go back to the leaders. They've gone through the 1,000 metre peg now. And the crew that's sitting in front looks very much like it's in the light colours. It looks like the crew from Burnside. So Burnside, Emily, Briar, Kate, Sam, and it looks like Zeta is in the coxswain seat for them. So Burnside, they haven't got a big squad here, but what they've got is extremely powerful. 2 inside from Burnside is Christchurch Girls. Wakatip in between the two of them, but about 2 lengths back. Then on the right side of the leader, which is Rangi Ruru number 1, they are about 2.5 lengths off the leading crew, and they're bringing with them Craighead Dias and another length and a half back from there. Then we go down to Villa Maria on the inside. Back to the leaders, it's Burnside. Burnside, any pressure going to go on Burnside? I think it is. 2 in, it's Christchurch Girls. They're going to be the first to challenge the lead, but it's still Burnside. Looks as if they've got a length, at least a length and a half, if not more. Christchurch Girls are going to bring with them Wakatip. Wakatip are a length away from Christchurch Girls, maybe a length and a half away from Christchurch Girls, and Wakatip's getting pressure put on them from the crew from Rangi Ruru. They're only about a length away from Wakatip. These 4 crews have now opened up a little bit of a gap. Craighead hanging in there too. They're hanging on to Rangi Ruru. And then we go from Craighead, we go maybe 2 lengths back to the crew from Villa Maria, and they are only a length ahead of Christchurch Girls number 2, quite a wee way back to Avonside, and quite a wee way back to Christchurch Girls 3 inside the yellow boys very shortly. Burnside, they are not going to get to Burnside. I can tell you now, it's going to be a mighty row from the crew, Christchurch Girls, to take the title off them. So Burnside are setting themselves up for the ribbons, the badges and the title. Christchurch Girls, they're in second place. They're under no pressure at all. On their right-hand shoulder, they have Wakatip, and Wakatip's under a little bit of pressure from Rangi Ruru, about 3/4 of a length away, and Rangi Ruru's only got about a length over Craighead. Then we go back to Villa, Christchurch 2, Avonside, and Christchurch 3. It's a nice, powerful-looking crew. They nearly haven't cranked the hands up. They don't have to. They don't have to crank the hands up at all. They're just keeping it nice and controlled. The coxswain will be just keeping them nice and steady, making sure that they're doing everything correctly. And then the boat will just go through the water for them. They're just picking up the leverage point and pushing the boat past the leverage. They've got the buzzer. Christchurch Girls, Wakatip, Rangi, across the first side to Craighead, down to Villa Maria. Christchurch Girls 2 crew. And right out across that far side is that Christchurch Girls number 3 crew. They have gone through the course in a 7:37. So start time for the boys under 18 double scull, the elite class for the guys at school level. They're due to go at 2 minutes past 1. So we'll just listen to a little bit of music until we can pick them up as out of the blocks. Congratulations to everybody that's been on course today. You have played by the rules. The rowers have been brilliant, and even the last crews. Oh, you guys, yeah, you're brilliant too. And even the last crews, I keep telling you that phrase from the Bible, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. Well done, guys.
Up at 154, race number 154. We've got the boys under 18 double sculls. It's a final, and I'll be taking you through to the end of today. Looking forward to these races, and I actually think we're running slightly ahead of time, which is wonderful. So we've got St Thomas of Canterbury, Shirley Boys High School, Burnside High School, Ashburton 1, Timaru Boys High School, Otago Boys High, Wairau 1, Canterbury 2 and Canterbury 1. So as I mentioned earlier, we've got a little bit of an issue with our live feed through to the commentary box. So it's actually going out fine on live stream, which is great, but unfortunately our screen up here is glitching. So I've just got a little bit of coverage there, but there you go, it goes off again. So I'm literally getting coverage for a second and then it just cuts off. So as we see at the moment, we've got a bit of a traditional flare going on here, but in these middle lanes we're looking at Ashburton, Timaru, Otago Boys. So this race is at 102. So I just picked that up on here and just see what I've got. There we go. So that is going to give me the colours just on that Rowett feed. So as we have a quick look through the binoculars, and let's see who's leading us down here. Otago Boys with Timaru, and just outside Otago is Wairau. So as we have it at the moment, Timaru and Otago Boys. Let's have a look who they are. Otago Boys is Henry Kirk and Grayson Small. Timaru Boys, William Talbot and Sam Wilson. Wairau is Leon Poshwillow and Dylan Locke. So as they're coming down, they're well into their work now. The rest of the field has been left in their wake. So there's a Cashmere crew on the outside lane. Cashmere, Jack McDonald and Archie McDonald. They're definitely not out of it. They're going to put a bit of pressure on Wairau. 2 lanes inside to them. The second Cashmere crew, Sam and Pablo, Sam Evans and Pablo Fitzgerald, they've just dropped away a little bit. They're a few lengths back. But as we come through here, still in the red boys, making our way to the 1750, it is the leading Timaru crew, who just got their noses in front on the Otago boys, Henry Kirk and Grayson Small. Timaru, William Talbot, Sam Wilson. They had a good race yesterday. I remember in the heats they came through. So Wire Out are just dropping back, but into third spot. So there'll be a race for third between the Kashmir crew on the outside. Jack and Archie McDonald. They're currently sitting in fourth, but not much in it. Down on the inside lanes, let's see who that is. That is Ashburton. The Ashburton crew of Matthew Pearce and Zane Cameron. They're sitting in fifth at the moment, but as we come down into the last 250, we're well in the yellow boys, and I'm picking up the Timaru crew in lane number 5. Lane number 5, William Talbot, Sam Wilson. They've got a nice lead now on the Otago. They've got a good bit of work in, and they've just got stretched them, but the Otago boys will be pretty wrapped with that second place. Both those crews are well away from the third place. Looking back, probably around about 3 lengths, we see the Wairau crew, and Wairau, there they are in lane 7. That's Leon and Dylan. They'll be coming through for third. So there we have it. The winners of the Boys Under-18 double sculls is the Timaru crew of William Talbot and Sam Wilson. Second place has gone to the Otago boys crew of Henry Kirk and Grayson Small. Wairau take third, and then is a very close for fourth and fifth, which is obviously between Ashburton in lane 4 and Kashmir out in lane 8. So there we go, and then we've got the next couple of crews that's going over the line. Shirley boys come over the line now, and they're just pipping the lane number 9, the McDonald's from Kashmir. So that's the Boys Under-18 double sculls final. I'll see if I can give you a time. 7:06 was the time on that, the Boys Under-18 double sculls. As we see in the box, there's the Girls Under-15 coxed 8. We've got Wakatipu, Burnside High School, Christchurch Girls High School, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Rangiruru Girls School 1, St Margaret's College, Wairau 1, Rangiruru 2, St Margaret's 2. So they'll all be getting lined up there. And we can see there's a crew still to get into position. They're just working it round, and they'll be giving them a little bit of time because we are, as I said, slightly ahead of the schedule, which is the under 15 8. Under 15 8 race 155. So in the inside lane we'll have the blue tops with the yellow and white slash of Wakatipu, then the green and white of Burnside. Then we come into Christchurch Girls High School 1 and 2, or 2 and 1, that's the order, with their colour scheme, the blue and red. And then we've got Rangiruru, that blue and yellow, St Margaret's, Where's Wally, the red and white stripes, Wairau, the green base with the white V. Then we come into Rangiruru 2, the same blue and yellow, and then way out in lane number 9 we've got St Margaret's College 2 with the red and white. So it's certainly going to be a colourful field as they come charging down in this girls under 15 coxed 8. Let's just have a quick look, because they're still, in fact, there I can just see on the screen, oh, it's gone again, but they're lined up. I'll get through the binoculars and let you know once we have a start. So they're lined up nicely. We're ahead of time. The weather is actually playing its part. We were worried about the wind coming in today, but currently, as you can see from the live feed, we've got quite a bit of high cloud, but blue sky above that, and actually, really, it's actually quite nice. A little bit muggy, but there is literally not a breath of wind. I'm looking down at the weather tower there, and it is not moving at all. So even that gentle breath we had earlier. And there we go, we're away. Race number 155. This is the A final. The umpire boat tucks in behind, tends to come into that middle lane, number 5. Will just sit there until they see something that they need to look at. So as we coming down, they're all away safely, making their way, getting those first 20-30 strokes out of way and getting that first 500. They'll be certainly pumped up. The under 15 coxed 8 be looking for the ever-present battle between Rangi and St Margaret's, but Wairau will be challenging in this, as will Christchurch Girls High School 1. They're the middle 4 that I expect to see, but of course you never know what's going to pop out of the woodwork in these races as we pick up on the screen and they come charging down the course. It'll also be interesting to pick the time here as well. So just going back to that last race, and yes, just the second place was 5 seconds behind, but let's concentrate on this now as they're making their way down. I'll see if anyone's got them dropped off from the pace as we see at the moment, and only the, I'm going to say the 2 extremes, the outside crews from lane number 1 and lane number 9. It looks like St Margaret's College 2 have just dropped back slightly, not too much, and also I can't quite pick up lane number 1, but as we have at the moment, it is the red and white of St Margaret's with the blue and yellow of Rangi coming through. So they're in the middle too, and we'll keep an eye out for that Wairau crew as well. Christchurch Girls High School 1 have just dropped back a smidgen, but it's still early stages yet as we see the 2 crews from St Margaret's College 1, which is Charlotte, Lucy, Aine, Cara, Olivia, Belize, Ava, Anna and Ashley Tacken, coxing, battling up against the Rangi Ruru crew of Samantha, Harriet, Izzy, Ella, Ruby, Sylvia, Lucy, Greta and Sienna O'Shaughnessy is coxing. So again, I've got a little bit of coverage there, and then there it drops off. So I'll come back to the binoculars, and there is indeed a good race developing here. So just looking like the first 2 lanes are just dropped back. 3rd and 4th are back. So that's the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews are just slightly back off the pace there. But we have got Rangi, St Margaret's, Wairau and the second Rangi crew are very much in the mix. So I think that second Rangi crew will be looking to hang with Wairau there. And it is indeed Rangi who've got their noses in front, but not by much. St Margaret's are staying with them. So the Rangi crew will be well and truly getting into their work now as we see the next race lining up. There's a lot of de-rigging going on down below me here and oars being carried back as they start to do their work. But coming through, we have a good race developing here. We've definitely got Rangi just over St Margaret's, and Wairau are absolutely in it with St Margaret's. So, and the second Rangi crew are also in the mix. So we're going to have a good race. Can they mirror St Andrew's College, who had a 1st and a 3rd in the Boys Under 16 8? So they'll be very, very keen to get 2 of those medals. But it's definitely not going to be easy because there's actually not much in this. St Margaret's are going well. They're not letting them just get away from them. Going to keep them honest. And as are Wairau. The Wairau crew of Bella, Elise, Stella, Izzy, Sophie, Jessica, Miller, Grace and Molly Wilkes. That's the Wairau 1 crew. And they are neck and neck with St Margaret's. Just slightly back, and I mean just, is the Rangi Ruru 2 crew. That's Sophie, Pippa, Abby, Izzy, Kelly, Miller, Amelia, Brooke and Grace O'Connor. They're coming fourth at the moment, but they'll be really putting it all in to try and get into that third spot. But St. Margaret's have not let them get away. They're just slightly back by, I'd say, a length. They're making their way down. They're past the 1,500 metres. The crew, the second St. Margaret's crew, have definitely dropped out the back, as have the two inside lanes and the third and fourth lane, I'm going to say. So we're down to a race now. We're hitting the 750 metre mark, and we have Rangi taking it out at the moment. St. Margaret's have just dropped back a little bit, but they're in a solid second place. Wairau are sitting in third. As we bring it down and we look at these yellow caps of Rangi Ruru, the blue and yellow uniform and the yellow, white and blue boat, moving nicely, just a gentle splash there. They're getting their power in and they're stretching. They've stretched away from St. Margaret's, but Margaret's are holding Wairau at bay, and the second Rangi Ruru crew are in fourth place. So we've got 1 and 4 for Rangi at the moment. As we come down to they're approaching the last 100 metres. They've got this in the bag for the under 15 coxed 8. It's the final, race 155. As we come down, they've got 50 metres to go now. They've got a boat length on St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's have got a half a boat length on Wairau, and Wairau are just ahead of the second Rangi Ruru crew. So as they come down and take the gold, that's Rangi Ruru Girls School 1. Second place will go to St. Margaret's College. They go over the line now. Third place is Wairau 1. There they go, and then the second Rangi crew are going to come through fourth. There's a good battle for fifth developing between St. Margaret's and the two Christchurch Girls High crews in lane 3 and 4, and they're pushing each other. And I tell you what, they've just caught a crab. Oh no, the second Girls High crew caught a crab, and that has just meant that obviously Christchurch Girls 1 have gone ahead of them, as did the St. Margaret's College crew out on the far side, just coming in. It must have been 20 metres to go, and they just caught a big crab, and it virtually stopped them in the water. It certainly put a big handbrake on. But that was a nice finish from those two Christchurch Girls High crews there. They were up with each other and absolutely pushing each other along, and that's the coach, I think, will be pretty pleased to see that. So well done. That was a big finish. We're now moving into the Boys Under 15 Coxed 4. Race number 156. You can see it's an A final. We've got Shirley Boys High School 2, St Andrew College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, St Bede's College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Oamaru 1, Christchurch Boys High School 3, and Shirley Boys High School as well. So taking a quick look at my screen, and this is the Coxed 4 under 15 race 156. So we're going to have Shirley on the inside lane and the outside lane. So that's where Shirley Boys are. Then our middle crews to keep an eye on are obviously going to be St Bede's and Christchurch Boys 1 and 2. So they're going to be battling. And St Andrews are in lane number 3. So as I pick it up from the screen, let's see who we've got. And it is a good race developing here, with St Bede's looking to be in second position, and just outside of them is the Christchurch Boys High School 2 crew. High School 2 crew, yes. And they are neck and neck with them, and just slightly back there is Oamaru 1. So St Bede's College, we've got Harry, Bruno, Hugo, Quinn and Dominic Morgan. Christchurch Boys High School 2 is William Timanoa, Harry, Riley and Miles Chatter. And Oamaru, we've got Lachlan, Nye, Jet, Lachlan and Peyton Dixon. So this is really going along quite nicely. St. Bede's have just pulled them back in. They're maybe half a boat length. They're half a boat, I should say, not a boat length. They're half a boat back. Oamaru have just dropped back into third position. And there's the two brightly coloured Christchurch Boys High crews in that wonderful colour scheme they've got with those rowing costumes. And not only that, but they're raising good money for a worthy cause. So as we see, right at the front, we've got the two crews, which are St. Bede's and Christchurch Boys High. And it's the Boys High crew in lane 6, which is crew number 2. The number 1 crew are looking like they're in 4th. So Oamaru are holding a solid 3rd position. And as we come down, St. Bede's, they've just got that lovely Dale Mar technique, and they're all together and just finishing that stroke, getting every last ounce of it, just snapping those elbows back in. And as they snap them back in, they're just extending an inch at a time away from the Christchurch Boys High crew. But they're in 2nd position. They've got a little bit of splash going on there. Yep, they just losing a little bit of power transfer there, but they're still in 2nd, and that's a good row. But St. Bede's are just edging away from them as they're into the yellow boys. In lane number 5 for St. Bede's, Harry, Bruno, Hugo, Quinn and Dominic Morgan. I can see he's chatting the way to them, still talking, calling them through, wants them to get right to the end. And they are going to take this, if they carry on as they are. Christchurch Boys in 2nd place in lane number 6. That's lane number 6. William, Tamanawa, Harry, Riley and Miles Chatter. They're going to take 2nd. Oamaru, so as we come to the line, St. Bede's are going to take 1st. And there we go, they got 1st. Christchurch Boys High School number 2 crew are going to take 2nd. Oamaru in lane number 7 are going to come through to take 3rd. And 4th place will be in lane 4 will be the Christchurch Boys High School 1 crew. And then over on the far side, lane number 8, about to cross the line, is Christchurch Boys High School 3. And then we're coming back quite a way to the St. Andrews College and Shirley Boys High. And then down on the inside lane is the 2nd Shirley Boys High crew. But they're under 15. That's some good racing. And well done to that St. Bede's College crew. I'll see if I can give you the time. 7:25 was the time there, and 5 seconds back for 2nd place. So 7:25 was the winners. And as we hit it now, we have the Girls Under 17 double sculls B final. Again, for those of you on the live stream, you're going to see more of it than I am in these early stages. But they are into their work. They're well on the way down to the 1,000 metres. Let me just give you in the B final who we've got here. Marion College, Georgia Lima and Anna McEwen. Kashmir, Rose Thompson and Madeline Ogg. Marion College 2, Millie Blythe and Lila Harnett. North End 3 is Peta Erickson and Lucy Taylor. St Andrews College 3, we've got Holly Rogers and Ashley White. Nelson 1, Chloe Wallace and Sky Lansby. Burnside High School, Olivia Dawson and Katie Mitchell. Wairau 2, Poppy Lane and Alice Patterson. And Ashburton 1, Laura Jensen and Ruby Leverton. So this is the B final, and this is excellent for all these crews. They've obviously come through big heats, so you've got A and B finals, and this is their opportunity where they'll be looking against the time of the final. So obviously they're rowing this to win, but I can tell you the first thing they'll be doing is checking their time against the A final, because they'll be thinking, hey, next regatta we make an A final. So that'll be their challenge, that'll be their opportunity. And I know the coach will be talking about that. Looks like we've just got a changeover of the umpire boats just drifting into the middle of the course. Those of you who's been watching, you'll have seen the boats, the umpire boats not charging down with them, but actually just drifting in. They watch a little bit of the race and then they drift out. That's all part of reducing the wake onto the shore, because all the zones on the way down launch their boats through the first 1,000 metres. Obviously we do have a few bubbles as well further around the corner in the bay, so they wouldn't get affected by the wake. But these crews working from the diocese, essentially the finish line, all the way down to the 1,000 metre mark, would be affected by that wake, and certainly the smaller boats can get knocked around. So to save that, they run a zonal system. So as we pick this race up, and it is a good race, we've got 3 or 4 boats in this. Looks like we've got Wairau, Burnside High, Nelson and North End, and also down on the inside that's a Kashmir crew. So good racing here in this B final. We've seen it close up. You tend to find the heats the day before get a bit of a spread, but great to see in these events as we go through, it does close up and it drags those other crews along. So certainly looking at the moment that the Marion College crew, let's see how they're going. Yep, Kashmir down on the inside are doing quite nicely. A couple outside of them is the North End crew. Nelson are in the middle, one of the faster lanes. So there's a great battle developing between Nelson, Burnside High and Wairau. Let's have a look at those crews if I can just for a second. Nelson is Chloe Wallace and Sky Lansby. Burnside is Olivia Dawson and Katie Mitchell, and Wairau is Poppy Lane and Alice Patterson. So as we come down, they're on their way to the 1750, and this is the business end of the race. As we have it, Wairau are sitting in second place with a direct battle against Burnside High. Nelson in the middle in lane number 6, Chloe and Sky. They've got their noses in front, but down on the inside here, sneaking up in lane number 2 is the Kashmir crew. So it is all happening here. That's Rose Thompson and Madeline Ogg. They are absolutely in this, and it is a straight race between Nelson and Kashmir. All of their registrations have come through under the Canterbury name. I think they've used a different login, but it is actually Kashmir. I had that information given to me today. And Kashmir, Rose and Madeline have taken the lead. Nelson have been pushed back into second place. Nelson won in second place with Kashmir. Kashmir have got the lead by half a boat length. There's a good race on the outside there for third. That's going to come down to the right down to the wire, and that is Burnside High School against Wairau. So as we have it right now, they've just extended the lead here. The Kashmir crew of Rose Thompson and Madeline Ogg, they are going to take the win. They've got a boat length on the Nelson crew. They've powered through and they're looking strong. They go over the line. There they go. They've won. Nelson are going to take second, and it's going to be too close to call for third. I think the Burnside crew have just edged ahead of them now. Yes, they take third. Wairau get into fourth, and then back on the inside in lane 4, which is North End, they're going to take fifth. And then there's a Marion College crew going over now, and then way out on the far side, I think that is an Ashburton crew. It is in lane 9. And then back down on the inside, there's another North End crew. So well done. Excellent work. And that's a good race finish from that Kashmir crew of Rose and Madeline. Well done. And they've taken the win over the Nelson 1 crew. And as we pick up the double sculls A final, we've got Cromwell, Kate Spriggs and Olivia Pybenga, North End, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards, St Andrews College 2, Samantha Day and Amy Hughes, Craighead, we've got Paige Butler Bard and Elsie Talbot, Oamaru 1, April Leonardis Fontana and Emma Spittle, Otago Girls, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson, Marion College 1, Meg Hansen and Grace Langridge, North End 2, Kate Beaton and Christy Foster, and Columba College is Millie Scott and Laura Samet. Let me tell you what is happening. I just picked up a quick shot on the screen, and we have got Otago. The Otago crew in the middle of the field. Otago girls, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson. The yellow crew of Oamaru are very much in the mix. They're holding second at the moment. That's April and Emma. They're in second, but they're not away from everyone else. So definitely is the leading crew in a blue and white boat with the, dare I say, the row suits that are slightly like a chessboard or draft board. As they come down, there's a variety of rowing suits being worn at the moment, and that's certainly causing some issues to me. Let me just quickly check on Row It and see if that's going to give me anything. And as we see there, yes it is, Otago Girls High School in lane number 6. They've got the lead, and they've got a comfortable lead now. They're just taking a quick look across at the Craighead crew, who have put some pressure on the Oamaru 1 crew of April and Emma. They're coming under pressure by Paige and Elsie. And that's going to be a good battle there for second and third. But as we have it at the moment, leading the field down the course in lane number 6 is Otago Girls High School, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson. They've got probably a couple of lengths, and indeed the Craighead crew have shown their strength, and they have rowed through the Oamaru crew of April and Emma. So Paige and Elsie, coached by Dean Milne, they've got themselves in second spot, and as they close the gap onto the leading crew, but they're not going to catch them. They're still a couple of lengths back, but they've got themselves very much into second position. They're really stretching out, and they are just edging away from that Oamaru crew. So as we come across the line now, it is Otago Girls High, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson who take the win. Second place, Craighead, Paige Butler-Bard and Elsie Talbot. Third place, Oamaru 1, April Leonardus Fontana and Emma Spittle. Fourth is pretty tight to call, and I think it's going to go to down the inside, lane 1. Lane 1 have come through. Lane 1, that's Cromwell, and right on the far side was Columba College. So some excellent work there. Just coming over the line now is the St Andrews College crew, Samantha Day and Amy Hughes. They're coming over the line, and that was our A final. So well done to those crews, Otago Girls High, and with Craighead coming through in second and Oamaru coming in at third. So good work for the girls under 17 double sculls. The boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls final. They come down. We've got St Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu 2, Otago Boys High, Wakatipu 1, Shirley Boys High and Christchurch Boys High. As we pick them up now, they've gone past the 1,000 metre mark. It is Wakatipu with Shirley. Just in front of Shirley there, and from Shirley it's just to the outside, it's Christchurch Boys High. So as we pick up these crews, Wakatipu, Tiwa, Will, Marley, Sam and Emily Howick is coxing. They've got the lead at the moment over the Shirley Boys crew, which is Lackey, Oliver, Tim, Sam and Jack Savage. And just on the outside of them is the Christchurch Boys High crew, Ben, Connor, Kobe, Alex and Liam McPherson. Are you there, Ian? Are you listening? I'm sure you are. He's an enterprising chap. So here we go. Coming through, it is indeed the Wakatipu crew in those black row suits with a little splash of colour on it. The little bit of yellow there, and they've got a nice comfortable lead there. Let's see who's coming in fourth. I think there's Otago boys are going to put Christchurch Boys High under a bit of pressure. So they're sitting in fourth at the moment, but they'll be challenging for third. And then we're away back to the other crews, Shirley on the outside with the second Wakatipu crew and also the St Thomas of Canterbury crew. So, but as we come into the yellow boys, and they're just stretching it out here, they've got a nice finish in lane number 5, Wakatipu. They've got a decent lead. They're going to hold this through. Shirley are holding on to that second spot. Oh, they're holding on to that second spot. So Shirley are in second place. That is in lane number 6. So lane number 5 is going to take the win. That is Wakatipu as they close it out. Shirley are still holding on to second, but there's a good battle between Otago Boys High and Christchurch Boys High, and I think Otago are going to come through. So that's the winners go over the line. Shirley are coming through for second, and I can't call it. I'm going to say Otago came through for third, but that will need to be verified. But we can certainly say that Wakatipu take the win. Shirley Boys came second, and it was a battle between Otago and Christchurch Boys High for third and fourth. The other crews come over the line. St Thomas of Canterbury are making their way over the line now. And I'll be checking on that screen and I'll tell you what we've got. So the time was 6:53, and for third and fourth there was only 0.63 seconds in it. So very, very close in the Boys under-17 coxed quadruple sculls. And then we see lining up there is the Girls under-18 novice. Yes, under-18 novice coxed 4. So I'll just see if I've got any results. They've just gone from the screen, and it was indeed Otago Boys High came through for third, Shirley Boys in second, Wakatipu winning, and Christchurch Boys just got pipped by 0.33 into fourth place. So good racing and something to build on there. Well done. They'll be looking forward to the next regatta in a couple of weeks, which I think is the 13th. It's the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think the racing is starting Friday afternoon because there's such a full program. So anyway, we've got the girls under 18 novice coxed 4. This is a B final, race number 160. You can see it on your screen now. B final, they're lining up. The starting team will be getting them all sorted, and it's just dropped out for me there, so you can see more than me. There we go, we're back in. Have they dropped? Have they let go of the droppers yet? We're waiting for the call. You can see they've got their blades. They're patiently waiting. Let's see who we've got in this race. Wairau 1, Marion College 2, Marion College 1, Kashmir 1, Christchurch Girls High School, Oamaru 2, Nelson 1, St Margaret's College, and Nelson 2. So, and there's another crew. That's why we're waiting. There we go. They've been maybe doing a piece of work in that warm-up area, which is the bay there to the right-hand side. You can see just by the little island, and there's a route that they come in, and then they have to kind of circle round. And you do tend to find that they do their warm-up, do their starts, do their warm-up. They've obviously rode themselves down there, depending upon which bubble that they're in. Normally everyone's obviously coming down from the boat park area, and everyone's basically done the same kind of warm-up on the way down, and they tend to do a couple of little race starts just to blow the cobwebs away. But with the bubble system we have now, and all the schools and crews being spread out across the whole facility, you sometimes get down to that area and you've actually not done very much work. So they've all got to be a little bit creative and just make sure that they get themselves sorted. There is still a couple of bubbles in the boat park, so they've got a normal setup, but everyone else has got to do what they've got. So let's see if they're getting sorted. They're still working their way in. Now we can't moan too much because we are actually still ahead of time. Let me check my time on my... Yeah, we're still at 1:34, and this race isn't actually due to go to 1:38 p.m. So well done on everyone for keeping this schedule, keeping to the schedule. In fact, getting slightly ahead of it. That's superb work. I can start to see crews working on rigging down below me. They're getting themselves set up and getting these boats all ready to be shipped back. I'm sure there'll be some boats being left ready for the next regatta, but there's a big chunk of work to do back when they get back to their normal rowing areas. So let's see if this race is going to make a start now. Race number 47, 47B, the girls under 18, novice coxed 4. We're up to race 160, and I think we've got a few to go, but we're not that many, 168, so yeah, we're certainly on the homeward run, and they're away. There they go. A bit of a weave in lane number 5. They'll need to straighten themselves up, but as we look there, everyone's away safely. Certainly a couple of those inside lanes, Wairau and Marion College, have got a slightly slower start there. But the Marion College 1 are away as well. So as we make our way down, we'll start to see the other crews coming in, getting ready for the A final. Very competitive racing here. They'll all be together, these B finals. We have seen they've been very, very close. So we'll be looking out for the Kashmir crew, who are in the lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School in lane 5, and Oamaru in lane 6. Nelson will be in this as well. And we've got St. Margaret's College 2. So it'll be interesting to see what plays out here as they well and truly get down. You can see they're all together, and they will be battling right the way through now. The coxswains will be into their ears, working their socks off and getting their crew. So it looks to me like in the outside lanes, the St. Margaret's 2 crew have just slightly dropped away, but only very slightly. And outside of them is the Nelson crew. But all in all, it's pretty close as we make our way past the 500 metres. There they go. They're at the 500 metres. And there's definitely going to be a close battle here. We've got one lead crew at the moment, which is Christchurch Girls High, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be proved wrong. So I think we know we've got Kashmir, Christchurch Girls and Oamaru in the mix for this B final. Nelson appear to be going with the Oamaru crew as well. So lane number 3 is Marion College 1. Let's see if I can pick it from here. My TV coverage, I'm afraid, has gone again. So lane number 6, Oamaru. Just got their noses in front of this B final, under 18 novice coxed 4. Let's have a look at this Oamaru crew. We've got Emily, Chloe, Atalanta, Kaliana, and coxed by Greer Dixon. Got to put a shout out to the Kashmir crew. That's Thea Murdy, Lucy, Eliza, Phoebe, and Casey Klein. Christchurch Girls High 2 is Annie, Ashni, Annabelle, Aria and Georgetta Hallier. So as we see the crew coming through now, we've got a clear leader there, but the other crews are following them through and keeping them honest. Nelson just looked like they had a little bit of an issue there through the binoculars. But it's the white boat in the lead. It's Oamaru. Oamaru in lane 6. Lane number 6, Oamaru 2, which is Emily, Chloe, Atalanta, Kaliana and Greer Davison. They've got the lead. St. Margaret's have gone with them. But it's the Oamaru crew, coached by Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodser. They're working their way down. This is the B final, we should remember. We've got the A1 all lining up and probably underway already. I'll need to pick that one up, but I'll stay with this for the time being as we come past the 1,000 metre mark. And St. Margaret's have just gone away from the Nelson crew outside them. In fact, they've got Nelson on the inside and outside, but they've gone away from both of them. And they're in the mix. They're very much in the mix. They've answered the early charge from Oamaru. Let's see if they bring them back. So we're just putting a call out to someone's got a dog off a lead at the moment, and we need to get that dog back on a lead. I don't think they should be here anyway, if I'm not mistaken. But if someone's got a dog down there, get it back on the lead, please. I can't see it in the area below me, but I wonder where it is. So if we can get the dog back on the lead, please, that'd be great. But coming down now, and there is a nice race developing. St. Margaret's have closed it up. Oamaru are leading, but not by much. And on the inside here, it's looking like Marion College are in the mix. And just outside of Marion College, we've got Christchurch Girls. Kashmir are off the pace, but we're coming through. And St. Margaret's are keeping them honest. They're having a look across. Need to keep their head in the boat. But Oamaru have still got the lead. As we come down now, there's a good battle developing for that second and third spot. We're going to be a battle between St. Margaret's, and down on the inside we've got lane number 3. Lane number 3, Marion College, which is Hannah Kennedy. Big shout out to Steve. Nyla Penrose, Charlotte, Georgia, and Maeve Montgomery McCarthy is coxing. But as we come down, we're in the yellow boys, and I've got to pick up the A final soon. But for now, lane number 6, that's Oamaru. Oamaru are still leading, but it's closed up quite a bit. The crew on the inside here in lane 3, they are charging through. Lane 3 is Marion College 1. They have got up into second place, absolutely got up into second place. And on the far side there, St. Margaret's College have just dropped away. They've just, yes, the boat's not flowing now. They're battling, but they're losing. This has closed right up. We could see lane number 3 coming through. They're putting them under massive pressure. Oamaru 2, it's closing down. We've got 5 meters to go. 4, 3, 2. Oh, they've held on. They've held on. And in fact, it looked like Marion College just stopped rowing a little bit early. But whoa, that was a good race. And Over on the far side, St Margaret's did come through for third. But I'm going to pick up the next race. Let me tell you who's in it. This is the A final. St Andrew College 2, St Andrew College 1, Oamaru 1, Villa Maria College 1, Rangiroos Girls School 1, Columba College 1, St Margaret's 1, Craighead 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1. I've just got a little bit of coverage on the screen there, but not too much. So this was race 164, the girls under 18 novice coxed 4 A final. Rangi have got it at the moment. They are over the top of St Margaret's and Columba College. Yes, Columba College. So Columba and St Margaret's are battling for second and third. They're probably a boat length back. Out on the outside lane though, not out of it, is the Christchurch Girls High School crew. They're in the mix. And on the inside, Oamaru are in the mix. So there's 4 crews literally across the field there who are all battling for second and third. And that's too tight for me to call at the moment. But what I can say is the Rangiroos crew of Samantha, Charlotte, Emma, Greta, coxed by Bridget Pye, they are leading. As we are coming down, they've got into their third 500. They're coming down to the 1750. They've gone away from them. There's no doubt at all about that, the white, yellow and blue boat of Rangi has got a nice position. They can manage it there. They're still in the red boys, so they've got about 300 to go, but it has closed up for that second and third. On the inside, the yellow, the bright yellow and black of Oamaru is in the mix. They are battling with Columba College and St Margaret's. Columba College have got a very slight lead over St Margaret's. And on the outside, way on the outside, in lane number 9 is Christchurch Girls High School. So it's all to play for. Columba are in second currently. Rangi are in first. Oamaru have just got their noses in front for third, but there's not much in it. So Columba are holding on to second at the moment, but we're going to come under pressure from this Oamaru crew. So Columba are in second just, but coming down, they hit the last 100 metres to go. It's the Rangi crew, Samantha, Charlotte, Emma, Greta and Bridget Pye. They're in the 100 metres to go. And all Columba College are still holding on to second. That's Hannah, Kiara, Charlie, Briar and Isabella Davey. They've got second. Oamaru are in third. Oamaru are in third. So as we come to cross over the line, Rangiroos in the A final. They crossing the line now. Second. Oh, someone stopped rowing a bit early. That was Columba College. Don't know what happened there. Their number 4 seat. And then Oamaru go through, and then St Margaret's. And on the far side, yep, lane number 9, that's Christchurch Girls High School. Well done. Coming over the line now, we've got the Villa Maria College and also St Andrews down on the inside here. There's the 2 St Andrews crews, but it's got in lane number 2, it's St Andrews College 1 who just go over the line in front of the Craighead crew on the far side. So that's the under 18 novice coxed 4A final. Race number 162 is underway. This is the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple schools. We've got Ashburton, Christ College 1, Christ College 3, Nelson 1, Wairau 1, Otago Boys High 1, Oamaru 1, Wairau 2 and North End 1. As I take a look on Rowit and just see what I've got, hopefully that person with the dog has listened to this and has got that dog back on a lead. As we look at the novice cox quadruple schools, race number 162. Yep, here we are. We've got them here. So lane number 1 is Ashburton, Christ College 1 and 3, Nelson 1, Wairau 1, Otago Boys High 1, Oamaru 1, Wairau 2, North End 1. And as I pick it up there, we can see the green and white of the Wairau crew. They are leading with Otago sitting in second. Otago sitting in second, and they are bringing Oamaru with them as well. So 1, 2, 3. Back on the inside, Nelson aren't out of the game yet. Down on the inside, the crew from Ashburton are well back. Lane number 2, Christ College 1 are back, and in fact they're being beaten by their Christ College 3 crew. So plenty to go yet though. As we come down, there's a fluoro of colours in the Otago boat. They're certainly very, very safe on those harbours on that harbour down there with those hats on. They're quite distinctive, slightly Africa core, but in fluoro colours. And as we pick up the Wairau crew of Oliver, Louis, Thomas, Luke and Tyron Carter, they've got a good lead, 2 lengths, 3 lengths. So it's really a battle for this second and third. So looking at Wairau, they're rating quite comfortably. I think they've got this in the bag even from this position. They're still in the red boys, so there's 250 to go, but they've got a comfortable 3 lengths. Second place is the 90s Disco Otago crew, or maybe more of a dance scene, I can't tell you, but it certainly is a lot of fluoro there. They are in second. Third place at the moment is going to be between Nelson in lane 4 and in lane 7, the Oamaru crew. So lane number 7 is looking to battle Nelson. But as we come down with 100 metres to go, the very well drilled, just see how they're moving together, and they're very comfortable. They've gone away, and that is they're a young crew there in lane number 5, but they're doing very well. The Wairau crew are going to take the win, and Nelson are coming through for third. Otago are going to hold on to second. Otago have got second. Nelson are going to come through and take third. So there we go, Wairau over the line. Coming over the line shortly is the 90s dance tribute from Otago Boys High, and then comes Nelson. On the far side, Oamaru cross over the line now. They did indeed get fourth. Christ College come through for fifth. And then the second Christ College crew come through. They're going to come through on the inside. The Wairau crew on the far side are going to follow that Christ crew over. And then, last but not least, we have the line number 9 North End crew, and actually we've got Ashburton finally finishing off down below me as well. So that's the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. Well done, boys. Race number 163. This is a B final. The girls under 16 double sculls. We've got from St Andrews College Rosa Hill and Libby McNee. Meridian College, Kyla Webb and Tessa Jemison Timo. North End, Billy Askerund and Ella Nesbitt. Otago Girls, Danielle Milne and Lily Moores. Ashburton 1, Sophie Gibson and Isabel Wall. Oamaru 1, Athena Toek and Bailey Lynch. St Andrews College 1, Abby Baxter and Gretel Tavendale. Waihopai 1, Thea Hoyle and Katie Monaghan. And Columba College, Jendi Minty and Sarah Reynolds. So we've got an A and B final coming down here, but I'm going to try and stay with the A final with the B as long as I can, purely because my coverage on the screen is flickering in and out. So I've got it now and I can see them coming down. They're all be happy to be past the 500. The umpire boat's tucked in behind. There's no flags waving, which is great. So in this B final, which as I always like to mention is about the time, it's about comparing the time of those winning crews in this heat against the crews in the A final, because that's what they'll be looking at for the next regatta, for the next event, and saying, right, we can get up and we can get into that A final, and it's all about development and improvement. So as we see the crews coming down, Oamaru are bringing St Andrews College with them. St Andrews College 1. Also outside of St Andrews is the Waihopa crew. Waihopai, and right on the far side, lane number 9 is Columba College. So I think they're all still in this. The crew inside of Columba is Ashburton. So there's 4 or 5 in this. Just going to say that the Waihopai crew have just dropped back a length, but St Andrews are in the mix with Oamaru. Oamaru have just got their noses in front, but not by much. And inside of the Oamaru crew is the Ashburton, and then Otago Girls High School. And I think they're all still there as well. Otago are just slightly back. The crew in lane 2, Marion College, have dropped off the pace. Lane number 1 is St Andrews College. St Andrews College, let's have a quick look at them. They're back a little bit as well, but it's Oamaru in the middle lane there. They've taken St Andrews with them, and St Andrews, Oamaru, Athena and Bailey are having a right battle here with St Andrews College, Abby and Gretel. As we keep with that, so we've got a few crews out here. It is Oamaru with St Andrews, and then just back on the inside it looks like I've got a mixed crew, which is the Ashburton crew of Sophie and Isabel. So that's where the race is developing, but I can't take my eyes keep being drawn to that crew on the outside, Columba College, because I'm sure they're in the mix. So everyone's making me work here, because I'm unsure if the crew right down on the inside, no, they're definitely back a little bit, but not completely out of it. That's the second St Andrews crew. But as we see here, there's been some good work there in that last 500 by the Ashburton crew, who've got mixed rowing suits on. And they are right up with Columba now. Right up with Columba. Remember, this is the B final. And they've actually pushed through. They've pushed through on Columba. And they are doing remarkably well. Well done. St Andrews have just slightly dropped off Columba, but they're still with them. On the outside is that Columba College crew. Way on the outside there, Columba. They're battling, I think, for second. But coming through is the split row suits of Ashburton. And I'm pretty sure I saw Isabel row with her mom, I think. I think it was a mom in one of the earlier regattas. And that was an amazing effort. They did fantastic. So go Ashburton. Lane number 5, go Isabel. Fantastic rowing here from Sophie Gibson and Isabel Wall. They've gone through. Columba College on the outside look to be in second place, but only just. Lane 9. Lane 9, they've obviously not qualified the fastest, but they are putting pressure under the Oamaru crew. The Oamaru crew of Athena and Bailey. They're just holding on at the moment, but it's going to get tight. St Andrews have dropped off. They're sitting in 4th, but coming under pressure. Actually, from the St Andrews College 2, Rosa Hill and Libby McNee are coming through. In fact, they've gone through them. As we hit now, we're in the last 100 metres. And first place is the Ashburton crew in lane 5. Second place is Oamaru in lane 6. It's a battle for third. This is a great drive from St Andrews on the inside in lane 1. That's a really good drive. They're going to make 4th, but that's a good reply. Second, going over the line now, is Oamaru. Third is going to be that Columba College, and St Andrews just miss out, but they really closed it up. That was excellent work, good work all round, and that's Otago going through, and then the second in lane 7, St Andrews crew out on the far side now and picking up Waihopai, and then down here we've got North End in lane number 3, sorry. Whew. Good work everyone, as I pick up the A final. Craighead, Wakatipu, North End 2, Burnside 1, Otago Girls 1, Cashmere, Cromwell, Ashburton 4, Nelson 1. So we've got, as I pick them up, we've got Zoe Gordon and Nadia, Olivia Bissett and Kate Howard. We've got Olivia Ollerenshaw and Maggie Dowling. Burnside is Kate Ryle and Sam Rankin. Otago Girls, Sophie Orchison and Maggie Hepburn. Canterbury Cashmere is Nina Oliver and Emile Poulsen. Cromwell is Hannah Dicey and Kaylee Butler. Ashburton 4 is Honor Bradford and Sienna Skilling. And Nelson 1 is Alexis Phillips and Madeline Collins. And this is a good tight race here. We'll get a quick look at it, and it is indeed, it's the green and white stripes of the Burnside crew who are showing well. That is Kate Ryle and Sam Rankin. Kate Ryle and Sam Rankin in the A final there. Just outside of them is the Otago crew of Sophie and Maggie. They're not letting them get away. Right on the far side is Nelson. They're probably sitting second or third. And just inside of them is the yellow boat of Ashburton. So they're our leading crews. I've got to also pick up way down the inside in lane 1 is Craighead. So they're certainly making me work on this one. I've got to look at lane 9 and lane 1. But in the middle, in lane number 4, they just seem to just be extending it. They've got good power delivery there. Yes, Rick, I'm just picking them up now. They're really keeping their heads down, head in the boat. They've got this in the bag. They keep going. They're just about to hit the 100 metres. There's going to be a great finish for second and third. Definitely for third. I'm going to say Craighead are fourth at the moment. But leading as we come in is the Burnside crew of Kate and Sam. Kate and Sam, they've got 2 lengths. Second place, still in second place is Otago. Otago in lane 5 is second place. Third, too hard to call. I can't tell you who it is. It's either Craighead or way out on the far side it's Nelson. But as we come down with 20 metres to go, the Burnside pair of Kate and Sam are going to cross the line now. They're going to take it. They are taking it. Craighead are putting a piece on. Are they going to nick silver? They're going to nick silver. They are indeed. The crew down the front here. Oh, yes. Craighead have got silver, and they've just pipped Otago Girls into third in lane 5. Over on the far side, Nelson have dropped into fourth. Oh, everyone's coming across the line now. Cashmere have come across the line. Marion College, and then I've got Wakatipu just there coming across. And also now we've got lane number 7, Cromwell coming across. And then we come down to the North End crew. Whew, that's all happening. That was the A final under 16 double sculls. That was a great drive from Craighead there. Zoe Gordon and Nadia Vanden Bosch. Great work to get into silver spot because they were fourth. They were fourth inside with 2:50 to go. They've gone from fourth to second, and that was absolutely fantastic. Third place goes to the Otago Girls crew. Well done. That was race number 164. I know we're into the next single, which is the Boys Under 16 B final. Waihopai, Ryan Smith, Wanaka, Anton Jones, Cromwell, Harrison Mills, St Thomas of Canterbury, Alec Newland, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Preston Kelly, Ashburton 1 is Isaac Carr, Nelson 2 is Ethan Steele, Nelson 1, Thomas Goody, Wakatipu 3, Harry Sito. So, as we pick it up now, I've just got a little bit of coverage for a second on the screen and then it goes off again. I think we've worked out, we've got a signal to the screen, but the screen is just glitching. Nelson look like they're doing well here. There's the 2 Nelson crews, and down in lane number 3, yes, lane number 3 is the Timaru Boys High of Josh Bartlett, coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. Looking back across in the middle of the field, we've got Wakatipu's Ashton White and Harry Galvin. But in the lead at the moment, from my taking, is lane number 3. Lane number 3, Timaru Boys, Josh Bartlett. He's got a length on the cruise outside Nelson there. The Nelson 2 rows have just split, but it's the inside rower of Ethan Steele, who is sitting in second. He's coming under pressure from the yellow boat. Lane number 6. Lane number 6 is Isaac Carr. But as we look at it now, as we enter into the yellow boys, with the inside the last 250, it is indeed lane 3 who's got the lead in the Boys Under 16 B final. I'll be picking up the A final shortly because they've started and they're gone past the 500 metre mark, and that's going to be a close race too. But as we come down for the B final, it is lane 3 who are going to take it. If he just holds it there, holds it nice and steady, he's got a couple of lengths. He's just keeping himself focused. So he's going to take the win. That is, sorry, it's actually Cromwell Harrison Mills. Harrison Mills, sorry there, Harrison. Harrison Mills is actually getting this in lane 3. Harrison Mills, and then lane 6 has just come under pressure. It's going to be very close in lane 6 and lane 7. That is indeed Nelson, is Ethan Steele, and Isaac Carr. So Isaac Carr's just going to hold on to second, and then there we go, third place is the Nelson rower. So well done. Let me pick up the final now, the Boys Under 16 single sculls. Just see if I can give you a time there. That I think was 8:21 for the winning time there. So here we have the Under 16 single sculls. Roncalli College, Timaru Boys High, Ben Allen. Roncalli College is Alexander Fitzgerald. Timaru Boys High is Ben Allen. Timaru Boys High 2 is Josh Bartlett. Wakatipu Ashton White. Christchurch Boys High Harry Galvin. Timaru Boys High Blake Parker. Kashmir Jimmy Middleditch. Burnside High is Morgan Freya. And St. Bede's College is Harrison Staples. So, getting the binoculars on them. And there is a pretty flat field there. There's the 4 rowers in the middle. I can say that the Burnside rower Morgan Fryer is slightly back, but way on the outside there is the sleeper lane of St. Bede's College, Harrison Staples. He's in this race as well. I think he's probably sitting about second. It's the yellow boat of Wakatipu's Ashton White, who is holding the lead at the moment, but just outside of him, Christchurch Boys High, Harry Galvin. Let's look down the inside as well. There's a couple of Timaru rowers there. The Timaru pair of Ben Allen and Josh Bartlett. They're not out of it either. Certainly the inside lane of Ben Allen. Yeah, no, they're actually pretty much together. There's not much in there. I'm sure they've done a lot of rowing together. There's another Timaru rower on the outside there, and who's that? That is Blake Parker. Blake is not out of it either. Kashmir have just dropped back slightly. That's Jimmy Middleditch, but only slightly. So as we look across again to the St. Bede's rower, and he's got to keep away from those boys, that's Harrison Staples. As we go through, Harrison is still in the mix. Definitely is fighting, I'm going to say he's fighting for third place, but the yellow boat, the Wakatipu yellow, coming through is Ashton White. He's got about a length, but the 2 Timaru rowers on the inside, and it is lane number 2, which is Ben Allen. He's battling for second place with the Christchurch Boys High rower in lane number 5. Lane number 5 is Harry Galvin. So as we come down, they hit the yellow boys. It's all to play for. St. Bede's has just dropped off the pace, and Timaru, the 2 Timaru rowers are now in the top 4. The 2 Timaru rowers are in the top 4, but still, it's Wakatipu in lane number 4, Ashton White. As he comes down, the gap has closed slightly. Timaru's done some nice work, and Ben Allen has closed it up. He's closed it up. He's equal with second, so they're battling for second and third against the Christchurch boys rower Harry Galvin. Harry Galvin has just dropped into third, and into second goes Timaru. He's not careful, he's going to lose third as well to the second Timaru rower, which is Josh Bartlett, and he is putting him under pressure. And it's, I tell you what, Wakatipu's under pressure now. He's got half a boat lead. He's just going to go over the line. He's gone. Timaru have got second, and Christchurch boys have hold on to third. So, well done there. Wakatipu, Ashton White takes the win. Christchurch boys high, third. And Timaru, and make sure I've got that right, I'm looking at the timing screen. But they're our top three, Ashton, Harry and Blake. Well done. Excellent race. Closed right up at the end there. Well done. So as we see, race number 167, and Mills is here with me. As we've got the last two races of the day. Is that right, Millsy? It's race number 167. Click that there. So the girls under 18 coxed 8 final, they're well on the way, and you've probably seen more of it than me with the line stream, but they are charging down, and they are at the 1,000-metre mark already. This is looking like a quick time, and it is indeed Rangiruru, the Rangaruru girls crew, the under 18 coxed 8. Let's see who we've got here. Francesca, Abigail, Holly, Caitlin Muir, Phoebe Wallace and Alice Wallace, twins, I'm sure, Nicole, Georgie Bethel, and Annabelle Wynne Williams. They are in lane number 6, and they've got the lead at the moment. Is that right, Millsy? He's got binoculars on it now. They're going to go through a quick time. He's calling they're going to break the 7. 6:58 is his prediction. I know he's got the stopwatch on them now, and he'll be checking their rating. And there's actually 3 Rangi crews out there. Have I got that right? Yes, there is. 3 Rangi crews out there.
And I'll tell you this, that Rangi's won every woman's heat so far at this
Rangi
regatta.
Ruru have won every single women's 8 event at this regatta. And they're going along like they're going to get that as well. Now, I know they had a first and third in one of the heats recently, if I'm not mistaken. St. Margaret's are fighting with Christchurch Girls High School. St. Margaret's, we've got Grace, Hannah, Evie, Millie, Annie, Gemma, Olivia, Felicity and Ashley Tacken. Christchurch Girls, we've got Jessie, Brielle, Isabel, Millie, Olivia, Katie, Paris, Nina and Maya Greenwood coxing. So as we come down, they're well and truly into it now, and Rangi have indeed got a good lead, a dominant lead, and in fact they're battling for second and third. So we look like on the inside here we've got St. Margaret's in lane number 4. Lane number 4, they're holding second place at the moment by a smidgen, but really Christchurch Girls are right with them. Christchurch Girls, we've got Jessie, Brielle, Isabel, Millie, Olivia, Katie, Paris, Nina and Mia Greenwood. But it's all about Rangi. Rangi with this dominant program they've got at the moment. Big numbers in the top is what's happening. They really work that program hard. We've got the yellow caps on. I'm sure it would be a nightmare as a parent trying to find out which one is your daughter. But the boat is looking good. The yellow, white and blue of the Rangi colours, and they're charging down. St. Margaret's have just got their nose in front now, but there's nothing in it. St. Margaret's in lane number 4 have just got their noses in front of Christchurch Girls High School, but probably only by a couple of seats. Still, it is Rangi charging down as they make their way into the yellow boys. They make their way into yellow boys, and they are about to hit 100 to go. Margaret's are definitely holding second, but they can't give anything. No slip-ups needed, because ready to pounce is that Christchurch Girls High School crew who are in third. Rangi are going to take 4th as well, so they've got a 1st and 4th, and probably 1st, 4 and 6. Wairau are going to come 5th, but as we come across the line, we come across to the Rangi crew. The Rangi crew are going to take 1st. There we go. St. Margaret's just holding on. They've got it by 2 seats. They're going to take silver. Christchurch Girls High School are going to take 3rd place. And then Rangi on the far side are going to come 4th. Excuse me, with the Wairau. Wairau in lane number 3 are going to take 5th. 6th place will be Rangi, lane 9. And then we've got a hard charging Craighead coming through in lane 7. Down on the inside to lane number 2. That's a second Christchurch Girls crew. And then we have St. Margaret's coming over the line. 6:53, so even quicker than Millsy was predicting. That's a good time, and second place was only 6 seconds back. So that's a great time from them there. Well done. So the last race is going to be setting up, and this is really is a great honour to call the last race of the day. I'm very, very happy. Mills has given me the run-in. This is the Boys Under-18 coxed 8. So I'll just start on this and see if I get a little bit of TV coverage. I don't think I'm going to have it. We've got Shirley Boys High School 1, St Andrew College 1, St Bede's College 2, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Cashmere 1. Let me just write Cashmere in there because it says Canterbury. Cashmere 1, Wairau 1, St Bede's College 1 and St Andrew's College 3. So that's great work there. We've got 2 St Andrews crews. We've got 2 St Bede's crews, 1 Shirley Boys High and 1 Christchurch Boys High. So excellent. Good racing this will be for the last race of the day. And we are still ahead of time and they're off. We can see they're off. The umpire boat's tucked in behind. They're all away. Only lane 7. I'm going to say lane 8 maybe have just had a slightly slower start. That's the St Bede's College crew, but it's only early. And also lane number 2, lane number 3, the St Andrew College 1 crew had a slightly slower start there, but it's still early days as they charge their way down to the island. All the safety boats will be following this down now as well. I'm sure that they'll be enjoying watching this through as we have the umpire just there. Some of them will be off the water already, and this is race number 168, and it's the final. It's the Boys Under-18 8. It's an A final as we pick it up through the binoculars. Oh, that's a magnificent sight. The Big 8's charging down. Christchurch Boys are doing well in lane number 5. They've just got their noses in front, but Cashmere are up with them. Cashmere are there, as are just outside of Cashmere the Wairau crew. Let's have a look at St Bede's. St Bede's are just slightly back, but on the far side outside, St Andrew College 3 are doing well. Well done. Down on the inside, let's see what we've got here. Lanes 1, 2 and 3, Shirley Boys High School, St Andrew College 1 and St Bede's College 2. It's all to play for as they head down to the 1,000-metre mark. The umpire boat is drifting down to one of these inside crews, obviously having a little bit of a word. Might be worried about them crossing into lanes, but as we see at the moment, St Bede's on the outside lane have definitely dropped away. But right now, it is the lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High, have just got their noses in front, but Cashmere on the outside of them have gone with them. So Christchurch Boys High, Charles, Luca, Jackson, Will, Hugo, Ted, Tom, Sean and Sebastian Kuhn. They just seem to have their noses in front at the moment, but there's not much in it, as you can see from that. Just getting a bit of coverage on the screen there. Oh, it's all to play for. St Andrews are battling with the other St Bede's crew. That's St Andrews College 1 are battling with St Bede's. That's on the inside there. They're dragging each other into the fight. But leading at the moment in the middle lane, lane number 5, but they've taken Cashmere with them. Christchurch Boys High School have taken Cashmere with them, and Wairau are in this as well. There's no doubt at all. The second St Andrews crew And lane number 9 just dropped away slightly, but not by much. Definitely there's the St. Bede's crew in lane 8 have dropped away. They're out the back. Everyone else is still in the fight. So St. Andrews are out in lane 9, but I think that they're probably sitting about 4th. Wairau are sitting 3rd. Kashmir have pulled themselves back into this, and they are right up there with this Christchurch Boys High crew. In fact, if I'm going to say they've got their noses in front, Millsy. Just have a look, Millsy, through those other glasses.
Yeah, not quite.
Not quite in front, but they're right up with them. Looking, check back down the inside lanes, and no, Shirley Boys have just dropped off the St. Andrews crew. St. Andrews and Bedes are battling each other, but up at the front, Christchurch Boys just in front. They're in front, those wonderful rose suits, the brightly coloured rose suits with the worthy cause for Ben Mason. Excellent work, fundraising there. Well done, the entire squad. They've all worn them this weekend. And they are in a real dogfight with this Kashmir crew, the yellow and maroon stripes of Kashmir. Wairau have just dropped off, but probably they're sitting 3rd. There's our 1, 2, 3. As we drive it down now, this is all to play for. We're making our way down to the 750, and I'm off the binoculars now and just looking at it, and it's pretty tight. They've got the lead over Kashmir. This Christchurch Boys High School crew, number 1, they've got the lead. They've maybe got 4 seats on them. 4 seats in that last 100 metres. They've just kept nibbling away, getting away from them. They haven't got clear water though. That's what the coxswain will be wanting. He's barking some orders there. He's giving them, yep, he looks over his shoulder. He sees where they are. He says, we've got them, boys. We've got this. They hit the yellow boys. They're charging down now. The rose suits, there's slightly overcast conditions, but they've got a boat length. They've got a boat length on them. And they are going to win this. The Boys Under-18 Cox Stake Final, the last race of the day, race 168. Christchurch Boys High School, number 1 crew. They are coming through. They're about to hit the 100 metres to go. They're going to hit 100 metres to go, and they are going to take the win as we charge down. Kashmir are in 2nd. Wairau are in 3rd. St. Andrews are in 4th, and they've held off Shirley. So as we come down, 10 metres to go, a couple of strokes left. The buzzer's going to go in a second. They've got it. And there we go. And 2nd place, Kashmir. Well done, Kashmir. That's excellent work, Kashmir. And there we go, Wairau. They're 3rd. 4th is going to be the St. Andrews crew. 5th, Shirley. 6th, St. Bede's. 7th is going to be the other St. Andrews crew out on the far side. Lane number 9. Well, there we go. Oh, and there's a 2nd St. Bede's crew who are still finishing down there. They're coming across. Excellent work from the Christchurch Boys High crew there in those wonderful row suits. Well done. Kashmir, great rowing. Stayed with them for a long time there, and they just got away in that last 500 and just kept going. And Wairau, excellent work coming in 3rd. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just a shout out to all the crews. Please make sure you take everything with you. Also make sure that you organise your numbers, your boat numbers, because they need to be collected. Is there anything else needs to be collected, Millsy? I think it's just the boat numbers, isn't it? Yeah. And there's going to be different volunteers collecting them up.
Sashes and badges, but I think that's under control.
Yeah, and obviously there'll be sashes and badges being delivered, but they'll be delivered to you. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've had a great weekend. Been some wonderful rowing. Obviously pack up, take all your gear with you, take all your rubbish with you, and please everyone drive safe, okay? No mad overtaking, nice and steady. Let's everyone get home safe. Thank you very much. Hope you've had a great weekend at this wonderful Meridian Energy sponsored event, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time when we've got the South Island Schools. Is that right, Millsy? South Island Schools, 11th, 12th and 13th. So we'll see you on live stream, and great. Have a good rest of the weekend. Bye-bye.